Chapter 485. Prepare the lightning spears. Zhang tribe leader went to the front line and shouted. The army led by Feng Yuan, after suppressing Bei tribe, charged towards Zhang tribe camp without stopping. A fierce offensive and defensive battle broke out in an instant. Feng Yuan used 2 myriad wolf kings to attack together, breaking through Zhang tribe's 2 defensive lines in one go. But at the third line, he was finally stopped. The ones stopping the wolf tide were Zhang tribe's famous trump card, Lightning Spear Corps. These ranked 2 Gu masters stood on the third wall in a row, condensing into a strong and valiant aura, forming a flesh-like wall. Hearing the tribe leaders shout, these Gu masters immediately stretched out their right hands and took out their primeval essence from their apertures, pouring it into the lightning imprint on their right palms. This was the sign of the lightning spear Gu. Next, Gu tribesmen saw the lightning emitting from these Gu masters' palms, instantly forming blue-silver spears. Each of these spears was 4 feet long, completely condensed from lightning, flickering with lightning and emitting a sizzling sound. Shoot! Zhang tribe leader shouted again. Buzz! In an instant, 580 lightning spears flew out, drawing dense arcs in the air. The bright lightning illuminated the battlefield. The blue light shone on everyone's face. The only difference was that Gu Guang and the others had ashen expressions. Zhang tribe leader, however, had a proud smile. The lightning spears shot down like a rainstorm, landing on the charging wolf group. Even the tough armor of the turtleback wolves would be pierced by the lightning spears. Not to mention the wind wolves and night wolves with even weaker defenses. The lightning spears shot out in unison with extraordinary might, clearing a large area of the battlefield in an instant. The originally dense wolf tide suddenly became sparse. Over 500 wolves fell down at the same time, turning into corpses. The wolf group's offense stopped. Ha ha ha, look, this is my tribe's lightning spear corps. With such a strong army, who dares to look down on my tribe? This is my tribe's strongest flesh wall. So what if there are more wolves? Seeing this, Zhang tribe's Gu masters shouted excitedly, their morale surging. In contrast, Gu tribesmen had grim expressions. Chang Shan Yin. Zhang tribe leader used sound amplification Gu and amplified his voice by several times, covering the noises of the battlefield. You have invaded my clan for no reason. The hero assembly has yet to begin, but you have already acted so unscrupulously and started a war. You are simply lawless. You slaughtered so crazily, you will definitely be punished by the tribes of Northern Plains. You haven't made a bigger mistake yet, so it's not too late to regret. Quickly retreat. Otherwise, I will expose your viciousness to the public and turn you and the Gu tribe behind you into rats that everyone in Northern Plains wants to kill. Zhang tribe leader warned. Supreme Elder. The elders of Gu family looked at Feng Yuan and hesitated. Feng Yuan's crazy attack was indeed against the rules. Although the alliance of the 3 clans wanted to deal with the Gu family, it did not become a reality. The evidence collected by the Gu family alone could not prove anything. Although Northern Plains Gu masters loved to fight, they did not fight crazily. There had to be a reason for everything. The more legitimate the reason, the more awe-inspiring it was, the better. Moreover, the contest for the imperial court had yet to begin. The tribes were restraining each other. Back when Gu tribe was in Hongyan Valley, Man tribe's strength far surpassed Gu tribe, but they did not make a move. Instead, they schemed and created a wolf tide. This was because Man tribe did not have a legitimate reason to annex Gu tribe. This was the rule of the righteous path, the rule of the game between Northern Plains tribes. Feng Yuan had led Gu tribe to invade the alliance of the 3 clans. He had clearly broken this rule. Without a legitimate reason, it was a lack of righteousness. Gu tribe's vile invasion would cause them to be isolated in diplomatic relations, and they might even become the target of all the tribe's vigilance and hatred, or even attack together. Thus, Gu tribe's higher-ups were very worried. It was only because of Chang Shan Yin's strength and prestige that they did not oppose him openly. Now that the wolf group's attack was obstructed, Gu tribesmen started to worry. Feng Yuan was expressionless as he rode on the mutated beast White Eyes Wolf, staring at these Gu masters on the city wall. Lightning Spear Corps is indeed not ordinary. His gaze flickered as he saw some clues. Zhang tribe's entire lightning spear corps had over 500 people attacking, but the true crucial figures were the 100 or so support Gu masters who were hiding in a corner and being heavily protected. These Gu masters used their Gu worms to strengthen the lightning spear's power, or condense the lightning spear's power into an even stronger attack method. Fang Yuan's gaze moved to the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King and Turtleback Myriad Wolf King. These two Wolf Kings had no choice but to retreat because they were personally attacked by the Zhang clan leader and the combined forces of the Lightning Spear Corps. Their bodies were already riddled with injuries. The Turtleback Myriad Wolf King was slightly better, but the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's defensive Gu was killed. Its body was covered in blood, and some of its wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. Although these wounds were mostly healed by Fang Yuan's Wolf Smoke Gu, the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's battle strength had indeed fallen by a level. Retreat? Could it be that if they retreated, they would not pursue the matter? Fang Yuan sneered. This retreat was the true dead end. Only by continuously attacking forward and destroying the alliance of the three tribes would there be no more victims in the future, and the negative effects of breaking Northern Plains' righteous path rules would be reduced to the minimum. Right now, Gu tribe was like an arrow that had been shot. There was no turning back. Gu tribe's higher-ups were short-sighted and could not see the situation clearly, but Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience. He was an experienced veteran, and his heart was like a flickering candle. Everyone, the crucial moment has arrived. Everyone in Gu tribe, charge forward and fight to the death. Whoever dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. Fang Yuan shouted coldly as he mobilized the remaining forces in his hands. Howl. The Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King led the Wind Wolf group and rushed to the battlefield. This Myriad Wolf King had been intentionally hidden by Fang Yuan in the periphery. He did not bring it into Gu tribe camp, and even when attacking Bei tribe, he restrained himself and did not use it. The third Myriad Wolf King. Seeing this Wind Wolf King, Gu tribe and Zhang tribe's Gu masters' expressions changed. Gu tribe's higher-ups showed joy on their faces, but Zhang tribe's Gu masters felt a heavy rock pressing down on their hearts. Cold killing intent flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, and with a wave of his hand, the three Wolf Kings rushed to the front lines. Seeing the three Myriad Wolf Kings attacking together, Zhang tribe leader's expression was ashen, and he attacked with a furious roar. Killer move, Thunderbird. The primeval sea level in his aperture fell by a large amount, and the three Gu worms were used together, quickly forming a huge lightning bird in the air. The huge bird flew towards the Turtleback Myriad Wolf King, blocking it. Lightning Spear Corps, attack together. Zhang tribe leader shouted again. Hundreds of lightning spears shot towards the sky. The support Gu masters attacked together, and the lightning spears converged together as they flew. In the blink of an eye, they formed a lightning snake. Eagle Claw Gu. A rank 3 elder suddenly made a move, targeting the lightning snake in the air. The lightning snake immediately grew 2 sharp claws, like steel. Rhinoceros Horn Gu. The second Zhang tribe elder attacked, and a sharp golden horn appeared on the lightning snake's forehead. Silver Scale Gu. The third elder added a layer of sturdy silver-colored scales to the lightning snake's body. This fully armored lightning snake swam in the air, like a divine dragon descending into the world. Next, it dived down valiantly and fought with the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King. This move again. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. The Night Wolf Myriad Beast King had been blocked by this killer move and suffered heavy injuries. This was the killer move, Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon. Gu masters nurture, use, and refine. Every aspect had great knowledge. In terms of using Gu, there were killer moves. Some Gu master experts would ingeniously combine many Gu worms and use them consecutively in a short period of time, forming an even more effective attack. This was the killer move. Ordinary killer moves were used by a single Gu master. For example, Zhang tribe leader's killer move, Thunderbird. Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon, however, was a killer move formed by hundreds of Gu masters working together. It condensed the strength of hundreds of rank 2 Gu masters and several rank 3 experts into one attack, and its attack was naturally fierce. With the Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon blocking, the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King could not be counted on for the time being. But Fang Yuan was not discouraged. He still had a myriad wolf king. The night wolf myriad beast king, under his control, charged forward crazily. Block it, block it. Even if we die, we have to block it. Tribesmen, our parents, wives, children, brothers and sisters are behind us. We cannot fail. This myriad beast king has already lost its defensive gu. We have great hope. Zhang tribe's gu masters were roused and burst out with fierce attacks. Countless attacks, like fireworks, landed on the night wolf myriad beast king's body. This myriad beast king's defensive gu had already disappeared. Immediately, its flesh was torn open, and it let out a miserable howl. The intense pain caused the night wolf myriad beast king's eyes to turn blood red. Its killing intent surged, and its attacks became even more frenzied. Damn it! Seeing the night wolf myriad beast king charging into the lightning spear core and slaughtering Zhang tribe's most precious trump card, Zhang tribe leader was about to vomit blood from anger. But he could not split himself. He was using all his strength to restrain the turtleback myriad wolf king. To protect their home and family, Zhang tribe's gu masters burst out with extremely strong battle strength. Die, beast! A rank 3 elder disregarded his own safety and flew up, stabbing at the night wolf myriad beast king's eyes with both hands. The night wolf king could not dodge in time, and its eyes were pierced. Under the incomparable pain, it opened its bloody mouth and bit this rank 3 elder's waist. The rank 3 elder's body was cut into two, but his expression before death was a smile. He squeezed out the last trace of primeval essence and successfully heavily injured the night wolf king. Such a situation was not rare. To resist the night wolf king, many Zhang tribe gu masters disregarded their own safety and chose to sacrifice themselves to protect their home. Truly a warrior, Fang Yuan praised and sneered. In his mind, the night wolf king transmitted an intense desire to retreat. But Fang Yuan did not allow it and forcefully ordered it to continue attacking. The lightning spear corps suffered disastrous losses in the battle with the night wolf king, and less than 10% survived. Without any decent resistance, Gu tribe's gu masters moved out one after another and soon created an opening. The scales of victory fiercely tilted towards Fang Yuan's side. As time passed, the gold and silver lightning dragon dissipated in the air, and the wind wolf king lost its obstruction, and under Fang Yuan's control, it surrounded and attacked Zhang tribe leader. Next, the wolf group rushed into Zhang tribe camp like a tide, and mercilessly slaughtered the old, weak, women, and children. Miserable cries, shouts of despair, and screams of being violated resounded in the battlefield. Chapter 486. In a dark corner far away, close to 10 people looked at the battlefield. They were the higher-ups of Bei tribe who escaped. The Zhang family is finished. Bei family head Bei Chaochuan sighed. To think that Changshan Yin still has a third myriad wolf king. An elder exclaimed, voicing out everyone's thoughts. They did not expect Fang Yuan to still be hiding his strength. In the battle against Bei tribe, this myriad wolf king had been hidden and did not appear. With 3 myriad wolf kings, Zhang tribe is only a mid-sized tribe. Even with the lightning spear corps, it is normal for them to be defeated. But Changshan Yin is truly sinister, to be able to endure to this extent. Such a temperament is fearsome and terrifying. Hee, so what? Zhang tribe leader killed the night wolf myriad beast king with his last attack. Now, Changshan Yin only has 2 myriad wolf kings left. Some of the remaining Bei tribe elders sighed while others sneered. Capturing a myriad beast king was not an easy task. To them, Fang Yuan's loss was very heavy. But the truth was, Fang Yuan could use the blessed land to communicate with jewel yellow skies. Replenishing the myriad wolf king was just a matter of thought. This Changshan Yin is really crazy and cruel. He could have made the night wolf myriad beast king retreat from the battlefield, but in the end, it was forcefully commanded by him, causing the myriad beast king to die in battle. An elder said, feeling a chill in his heart. Bei tribe leader squinted. The situation of the battle was still vivid in his mind. If not for such a forceful attack, the battle situation would not have been decided so quickly. Gu tribe cannot afford to fight a big battle with a small force. Changshan Yin's action was very wise. It is a pity that Zhang tribe leader is also dead. This person is rank 4 upper stage. He is an expert, if he could survive. Bei tribe leader sighed again. This was also because Zhang tribe leader was too obsessed with fighting. He used all his strength and fought too fiercely. After a long battle, his primeval essence was greatly consumed. When he wanted to escape, he was surrounded by the night wolf myriad beast king and did not manage to escape. And Zhang tribe's lightning spear corps was almost completely slaughtered. Only a few of them were left. These two incidents were fatal blows to the morale of the entire Zhang family. With the death of the clan leader and the death of the army, the Zhang clan lost the ability to resist and immediately showed the scene of complete defeat. The Gu family members rushed into the camp and started a massacre. The Zhang clan had lost all will to fight. The remaining people fled with all their might, wailing and begging for mercy. Sometimes, there would even be a scene of a rank 1 Gu master chasing after 2 or 3 rank 2 Gu masters. It was not that these rank 2 Gu masters did not want to fight. It was just that his quintessential essence had been consumed in the battle with the wolf pack, and his consumption had been too severe. Without primeval essence, a Gu master's battle strength would fall to rock bottom. Seeing the tragic state of the Zhang family's camp, everyone from the Bei family fell silent. They couldn't help but recall the scene of their campsite being captured. All of them gnashed their teeth and clenched their fists. Their hearts were filled with rage and desolation. Chaotic times were coming. The snowstorm natural disaster that occurs once every 10 years in northern plains would create a huge commotion with many heroes vying for supremacy. At that time, the entire northern plains would be affected. Today's scene was only a prelude. Humans were as lowly as grass, drifting from place to place. Small and medium-sized tribes were like duckweed, swept into the whirlpool of war. All of them had no control over themselves and would be torn to shreds if they were careless. Even large tribes had to tread carefully like they were treading on thin ice. Only those super tribes had Gu immortals in their ancestors and had blessed lands, having an unshakable foundation that would last for thousands of generations. Lord Tribe Leader, our primeval essence has already recovered. We wanted to reinforce Zhang tribe, but now they have already failed. We might as well go back and save our tribesmen. At this time, an elder suggested. That's right. Changshan Yin's appetite is too big. He broke into our camp and then attacked Zhang tribe. At this rate, he might even go and deal with Bei tribe. We can use this chance to rush back. Gu tribe left behind more people than us, but they are all rank 1 and rank 2 Gu masters. There is only one rank 3 elder. The elders couldn't help but be moved, looking at their tribe leader. Although they were few in numbers, they had at least rank 3 cultivation, and the tribe leader was rank 4. With great strength, they would definitely be able to cause a huge impact. There was a high chance of saving their tribe. However, the young clan leader of the Bei family shook his head and rejected it decisively. No, although Gu tribe has few people left behind, we can take back our camp. But so what? We have too few people. News of this battle will definitely leak. After Changshan Yin receives the news, if he comes back, can we defend? Can we escape with our tribesmen? The elders were speechless. Bei Chaochuan was right. During their first defense, their strength was intact, but it was broken by the wolf tide. Not to mention now. Let them become captives. Don't worry. Look, after the battle ended, Gu tribe restrained their tribesmen and did not slaughter the captives. They want to increase their strength. Humph. Their appetite is too big. Bei Chaochuan snorted coldly, continuing. Our tribesmen will stay with them for now. In the short term, it will consume their rations, forcing them to send out more people and divert more energy. An elder's eyes shined with bright light. Then why don't we attack their base directly? Gu tribe is only a mid-sized tribe now. They have mobilized almost all of their strength. Their main camp will definitely be defenseless. We'll burn, kill, and loot. We'll burn all their provisions and increase their burden. We'll let them have a taste of being attacked and killed. Good idea. That's right, this is a good idea. I will let Gu tribe taste the pain of being destroyed. The clan elders shouted excitedly one after another. Fools! However, the Bei family's clan leader reprimanded them. His cold gaze was like a knife that sliced through everyone's faces. Are you all pig brains? If we burn their rations, our tribesmen will be the ones to suffer. Do you think they will not kill the captives to reduce their expenditure? If they recognize us, what if they kill the captives to vent their anger? Bei Chao Chuan let out a breath of turbid air, his eyes shining with wisdom. He said solemnly, "True revenge is not a momentary pleasure. Attacking Gu tribe camp is just a small matter. It will not affect their foundation. Only by killing Changshan Yin and destroying Gu tribe's main force can we turn the situation around. We need to use our strength where it matters most." These words enlightened all the elders. Lord Tribe Leader is truly wise. With Lord Tribe Leader here, our tribe has hope. We will listen to Tribe Leader's arrangements. All the elders looked at the patriarch with admiration and love. Bei Tribe Leader Bei Chao Chuan was also an outstanding person. When he was young, he was ostracized by his brothers. He was the least favored candidate for young master. He rarely fought and disguised his strength, showing that his cultivation level was low. Thus he was often ridiculed by his brothers during banquets and gatherings. Bei Chao Chuan was skilled at enduring silently. He watched his brothers fight amongst themselves while he accumulated his strength. When Bei Tribe Leader fell ill, he finally found his chance. At that time, Bei Tribe Leader needed a Gu to heal his injuries due to the backlash of a Gu worm. But when the tribe investigated, they found that this Gu was living in a spirit rhinoceros myriad beast king. There were 80,000 spirit rhinoceros beasts. The tribe had no way to deal with them. In despair, Bei Chao Chuan snuck into the beast group's habitat alone. After many days of observation, he found that occasionally, this spirit rhinoceros myriad beast king would leave the group and roll around in a muddy swamp to play. When it was tired from playing, it would sleep. The mud was as smelly as a cesspit, and there were many maggots. Bei Chao Chuan hid in the mud for 7 days and 7 nights without moving. His hard work paid off. He finally waited until the spirit rhinoceros myriad beast king came to play. But the spirit rhinoceros myriad beast king was huge. When it rolled around, it stepped on Bei Chao Chuan's calf and crushed his leg bones on the spot. Bei Chao Chuan endured it silently without making a sound. When the myriad beast king was tired from playing, it fell asleep. Only then did he secretly steal that wild Gu worm from the spirit rhinoceros myriad beast king's body. Bei Chao Chuan obtained the wild Gu worm and risked his life to leave his brother. Without stopping, he hopped back to the tribe and saved the old tribe leader. The whole tribe was shocked. Bei Chao Chuan's action was filled with filial piety. He was courageous and had meticulous schemes. The whole tribe looked at him in a new light. His brothers were also extremely astonished at his rank 3 peak stage cultivation. After the old tribe leader survived, he shed tears of excitement, saying, "The number of times I have cried in my life can be counted on my fingers. Today, I am crying not because I am struggling at death's door and luckily survived, but because as a father, I am moved by his filial piety. As the tribe leader, I am happy for the future of the tribe." On the spot, Bei Chao Chuan was appointed as the acting young tribe leader. After Bei Chao Chuan obtained this position, he no longer hid his abilities. He handled the tribe's affairs in an orderly manner and fought for everyone's approval. On the other hand, he suppressed his brothers and sisters and stabilized his position. He did not give other competitors any chances. Eventually, he successfully became the tribe leader. He worked hard and led Bei tribe to grow stronger. They passed many difficulties and reached this day. Even though Bei Chao Chuan was only in his 30s, he had deep authority in Bei tribe. All the elders respected him. "Lord Supreme Elder, Lord Tribe Leader, elders, we have gained complete control of Zheng tribe's camp. We have obtained a lot." The elder in charge of cleaning up the battlefield reported excitedly. "My initial estimate is that we've obtained at least 8 million yuan stones from this battle. There are thousands of Gu worms, among which there are over 100 rank 3 Gu. There is also a Gu house secret room. We are still unraveling it." Hearing such a result, everyone in the Gu family was overjoyed. After taking over Zheng tribe, their gains were even greater than Bei tribe's. Zheng tribe was a mid-sized tribe. They had deep foundations. Even though they had suffered losses, the resources that were left behind were still huge. "Lord Supreme Elder, Lord Clan Leader, what should we do next?" After the elder finished reporting, he immediately asked. Gu tribe looked at Feng Yuan. Chapter 487. The night wind whistled, and the wolf groups howled. Pei tribe and Gu tribe were engaged in an intense battle around the city walls. Fire, golden light, lightning, green vines, all kinds of attacks converged into a dazzling display of fireworks. A corner of the pitch-black night sky was lifted. Kill, break through the city walls, and exterminate Pei tribe. Beat them all. Kill all these Gu tribe scoundrels. The commanders on both sides shouted with all their might, raising the morale of both sides. The thick smell of blood lingered in the whole battlefield. Large numbers of severed limbs and corpses were everywhere. The lives of Gu masters who were respected in the past were as cheap as grass here. Of course, there were even more wolf corpses. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly as he saw the turtleback myriad wolf king at the front line being pushed back again. Because they attacked Bei tribe and Zhang tribe, the news inevitably leaked out. When Feng Yuan led Gu tribe to attack Pei tribe, the other side had already made strict preparations. After losing the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King, Feng Yuan only had Turtleback Myriad Wolf King and Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King. Originally, the two kings could pose a threat to Pei tribe's defensive line. But because there was only one person, Feng Yuan could only send one Myriad Beast King to attack. This person was Pei tribe's current leader, Pei Yin Fei. In this battlefield, he was the center of attention, even more so than Feng Yuan's two Myriad Wolf Kings. Pei Yin Fei was 8 feet tall and had a grand appearance. His eyes were sharp, and he had a broad back and a thin waist. Right now, he was charging left and right in the wolf group, sweeping everything in his way with the demeanor of a fierce general. His most eye-catching feature was his pair of black eyebrows, shining with a dark light. The center of the eyebrows was thick, while the sides were sharp. The tips of the eyebrows were raised like the wings of a swallow. These eyebrows were not natural, but were formed from 2 rank for swallow wings Gu. Precisely because this person was unstoppable on the battlefield, Feng Yuan had to send a wolf king to protect himself to guard against his sneak attack. This way, only the Turtleback Myriad Wolf King was left to charge at the front line, and the impact on Pei tribe's direction was greatly reduced. An elder of the Gu clan let out a blood-curdling scream before he died. With this scream, his head flew into the sky and was harvested by Pei Yin Fei. Another elder died in Pei Yin Fei's hands. Gu family's people's eyebrows twitched when they saw this scene. Pei Yin Fei didn't find trouble with Feng Yuan directly. Instead, he charged into the wolf pack and killed 3 elders of the Gu tribe. In this way, not only would he not be entangled by the Myriad Wolf King, but he would also be able to indirectly restrain the Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King. It could be seen that he was not only brave, but also intelligent. Who else? Pei Yin Fei activated Swallow Wings Gu, flying into the air as he shouted. His voice directly drowned out the howls of the wolves and clearly spread throughout the entire battlefield. Gu tribe was silent, while Pei tribe's Gu master's morale rose. What a fierce general! Feng Yuan exclaimed softly. Pei Yin Fei had extremely strong flying skills and was an expert at flying at low altitudes. Although she had not reached the level of a flying master, she was not far from it. He was a metal path Gu master. His attacks were sharp and ordinary people could not block them, and he also had outstanding movement ability. He dashed left and right in the battlefield. His speed was extremely fast. Like a heavenly steed flying in the sky, he could do as he pleased. Often, those who were stronger than him could not match his movement ability. Those who could keep up with his rhythm did not have his battle strength. Several times, when Feng Yuan slightly moved the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King to the front lines, Pei Yin Fei would go around in an arc and directly attack Feng Yuan. Gu tribesmen were unable to block him, and Feng Yuan could only move the Wind Wolf King back. This Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King's battle strength was slightly stronger than Pei Yin Fei's, but it was a wild beast after all and lacked intelligence. Even with Feng Yuan controlling it, it could not compare to Pei Yin Fei in terms of agility. I have too few Myriad Beast Kings in my hands. It is already difficult to deal with one Pei Yin Fei. The wolf group scale is not that big. A truly mature beast group has at least 100,000. Right now, Northern Plains' three great enslavement masters, Ma Zun, Yang Puing, and Jiang Baoye, each have hundreds of thousands of beast groups. They even have a mutated beast group as their trump card. Fang Yuan looked at the battlefield and had the thought of expanding his beast group. Although his beast group was at initial success, after 3 consecutive battles, their strength was clearly too weak. Especially their high-level battle strength, they were severely lacking. In the Gu Master world, the ones who could truly control the situation were high-level Gu Masters. Fang Yuan thought as he mobilized 1,000 Wolf King and 100 Wolf King, leading the wolf group to form a concentrated wave of attacks, pushing towards Pei tribe camp. The wolf group howled with an aggressive momentum like a tsunami, causing the Gu Masters on the city wall to become nervous and hurriedly mobilize everything. This attack is fierce. Quickly bring the reserve team to defend together. Earthpath Gu Masters, quickly repair the city wall. Hold on. You must hold on. Don't be stingy with your primeval essence. Bam, bam, bam. Large amounts of flames shot down, causing explosions among the wolf group. Golden flying spears and arrows were as dense as fish, covering the entire area in waves, causing severe casualties to the wolf group. Several elders worked together, forming 2 to 3 small tornadoes that wreaked havoc among the wolf group, sending many wolves flying up to 50 to 60 feet in the air before crashing to their deaths on the ground. Let's attack too. Gu tribesmen also counterattacked. Ghost Flame Gu. 2 to 3 balls of pale blue ghost fire sprayed onto the city wall, causing many Gu Masters to suffer as their bodies were enveloped by the cold ghost fire. They let out the most miserable cries. The ghost fire had no effect on their bodies, but directly burned their souls, causing intense pain. Fist Stone Gu. A huge stone, shaped like a tightly clenched iron fist, broke through the air and let out a roar like that of a lion or tiger. Then, it heavily crashed onto the city wall. A deep pit immediately appeared on the city wall, spider web-like cracks rapidly spreading out. Several Gu Masters on the city wall could not even stand steadily and fell down from the impact. Lightning Net Gu. A large net made of lightning flew into the sky and landed, covering a section of the city wall. The Gu Masters on the city wall were bound by the lightning net. Some used defensive Gu to resist tenaciously, while others were already burnt to ashes, dead beyond death. The intense battle caused large numbers of casualties in a short period of time, and also caused the Gu Masters' primeval essence to be expended rapidly. Thus, after a while, they stopped. Pei tribe and Gu tribes Gu Masters stopped and retreated. Some even sat on the spot, using this time to recover their primeval essence. The opportunity is now. Fang Yuan, who was riding on the White Eyes Wolf's back, his eyes brightened. While both sides were gasping for breath, he attacked. Wolf Smoke Gu. Wolf smoke surged and covered the battlefield, quickly healing the casualties and recovering the wolf group's battle strength. Wolf Howl Gu. Fang Yuan howled towards the sky, and after a mournful howl, the wolf group howled and their battle strength surged. Another group of wolves rushed to the battlefield, and the remaining wolf groups also gathered together, forming a new wave of attack. This wave of attack headed straight for a section of Pei tribe city wall. This section of the city wall was smashed by the huge fist stone, creating a deep hole and was in imminent danger. Howl. Turtleback Myriad Wolf King also rushed over. The Gu Masters on the city wall struggled to get up, launching all kinds of attacks, but Turtleback Myriad Wolf King forcefully endured the attacks, and with a loud bang, the city wall collapsed. The city wall collapsed, and a gap immediately appeared in the defensive line. Countless wolves swarmed in, causing large numbers of casualties to Pei tribe's Gu Masters. Not good. Pei Yinfei, who had been roaming around Fang Yuan, looking for an opportunity, saw this and could no longer remain calm, immediately activating Swallow Wings Gu and rushing back to help. Rank 4, Golden Coat Gu. His body burst out with a golden light, and after it dimmed, it condensed into a suit of armor. Rank 4, Swallow Wings Gu. A pair of swallow wings grew on his back, and with 2 pairs of swallow wings, his speed doubled. Rank 4, Rainbow Transformation Gu. With a snap, he clasped his palms above his head, and his whole body stretched out like a golden arrow, tearing through the sky. Rainbow Transformation Gu activated, turning his 2 pairs of swallow wings and his whole body into a golden halo. 3 rank 4 goo were activated together, finally forming a killer move. Pei Yin Fei's signature killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike. His body turned into a rainbow, turning into a golden meteor, emitting blazing light like a fragment of the sun, forcing everyone to squint their eyes. The golden rainbow drew a breathtaking arc in the air, then with lightning speed, it fiercely struck the Turtleback Myriad Wolf King. Turtleback Myriad Wolf King, under Fang Yuan's command, turned its body at the crucial moment and aimed its sturdiest tortoise shell at Pei Yin Fei. Boom! The golden rainbow struck the tortoise shell, and with a loud sound, a boundless golden light blossomed. At once, the Goo Masters on the battlefield closed their eyes, but even so, their eyes were stimulated to the point of shedding tears. The light soon dimmed, and everyone tried their best to open their blurry eyes. Turtleback Myriad Wolf King's entire tortoise shell was completely pierced by Pei Yin Fei, forming a hole. From the left side of the Wolf King, one could see its right side. Turtleback Myriad Wolf King let out a mournful howl, suffering such a heavy injury, its battle strength fell to its lowest point. As for Pei Yin Fei, his face was pale as he floated in the air. Clamorous exclamations could be heard at this time. Goo Tribe's Goo Masters had repressed expressions, while Pei Tribe's morale was high, shouting the mighty tribe leader's slogan. Lord, Pei Yin Fei fought bitterly for a long time, and now he used his killer move to heavily injure the Myriad Wolf King. He has little primeval essence left. Now is the best time to attack. Gu Guang suddenly shouted excitedly. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Gu Guang was right. Pei Yin Fei had fought for so long. He did not have much primeval essence left. Fang Yuan was naturally aware of this. But Fang Yuan had his 500 years of memories, and knew that Pei Yin Fei still had a mystical goo called pulling firewood from the cauldron goo. This goo was rank 5, and could allow the Goo Master to erupt with large amounts of primeval essence, but after that, their cultivation realm would fall. Of course, just this alone was not enough for Fang Yuan to give up. But, is there any bad news from our tribe camp, Zhang tribe camp, and Bei tribe camp? Fang Yuan turned around and asked. Gu Guang quickly replied, no. Chapter 488. Bei Chao Chuan had been observing the situation. Around him, 11 Goo Masters were surrounding him. Other than his Bei tribe elders, there were also a few Zheng tribe elders who were gathered by Bei Chao Chuan. Their only goal in coming here was to kill Changshan Yin and reverse the outcome of the battle. Goo tribe is just a mob. There is nothing to worry about. There is only one crucial point, that is Wolf King Changshan Yin. As long as we kill him, victory will be ours. We still have a chance to turn the situation around. Bei Chao Chuan's eyes shined with bright light. While observing the battlefield, he did not forget to raise the morale of the people around him. Zhang tribe elders were already convinced by him. Bei tribe leader is right. But when do we attack? Bei Chao Chuan squinted. We need to endure. The Wolf King is very vigilant. He only sent the Turtleback Myriad Wolf King to the front lines, leaving the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King by his side. He has ample defensive strength around him. Even though we are strong, we only have one chance to attack. If we fail, we can only attack by force. By then, we will have no place to defend. We will be surrounded by the wolf tide. Our chances of killing Changshan Yin will become slimmer. Right at this time, the most intense battle in history occurred on the battlefield. All sorts of attacks of all colors filled the sky above the battlefield. The rumbling sound of the explosion lingered in the ears. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. In such a battlefield, even rank 3 Goo Masters were minuscule. Only rank 4 and 5 Goo Masters were the pillars of support. Lord, now is the best time for us to attack. An elder suddenly suggested. No rush. Bei Chao Chuan waved his hand. The battle lasted for a while before it ended. At this time, another elder couldn't help but say, Lord Patriarch, it's time. While Goo Tribe's Goo Masters are recovering their primeval essence, we can charge over and catch them off guard. No, we only have one target, that is Changshan Yin. Even though the battle earlier was intense, Changshan Yin had more wolves around him. Bei Chao Chuan rejected. Next, Fang Yuan made his move, grabbing onto the opportunity and destroying a section of the wall. This was a crucial development. Pei Tribe's defensive line was finally torn open. Large numbers of wolves charged in at the same time. The turtleback myriad wolf king also arrived. This is bad. Once the line of defense is broken, the wolves will launch their attack. The Pei family's situation will take a turn for the worse. This is critical. My lord, let's act quickly. If we don't act, the Pei family will be finished. If we act now, we can still salvage the situation. No. Bei Chao Chuan stood up. His eyes glimmered and his heart was filled with joy. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally appeared. As long as Pei Tribe's defense line was broken, Changshan Yin would definitely mobilize his wolf group and attack Pei Tribe's camp. This way, the defenses around him would weaken, giving Bei Chao Chuan a chance to kill him. If I make a move now, Changshan Yin will notice it in time and recall the wolf group, causing the battle to be in a stalemate again. If we're exposed, we'll lose the precious opportunity to kill him. The three of us are in an alliance. Why is it that the Pei family's losses are lesser than ours? With how cautious the Wolf King was, he was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Only by using the Pei family as bait and letting him have a taste of victory when he lets his guard down, will we have a chance to kill him. In an instant, thoughts flashed in Bei Chao Chuan's mind. But he could not say it out loud. He said, "Wait a while more. We cannot lose our composure. Believe in Pei Yin Fei. He is a famous general in Northern Plains. Do you think he only has this much strength?" A group of rank 3 Gu masters heard this and forcefully stopped their charging steps. Bei Chao Chuan had just finished speaking when Pei Yin Fei used his killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike. An intense explosion occurred. The bright light forced everyone to raise their arms and cover their eyes. When the light faded, Turtleback Myriad Wolf King was heavily injured, while Pei Yin Fei floated above the rubble of the city wall with a pale expression. So strong. Just one attack and he heavily injured the Myriad Beast King. This is Pei Yin Fei's signature killer move. It is truly amazing. Bei Tribe Leader is truly amazing. He has a clear understanding of the entire battlefield. I have learned much. The elders expressed their shock towards Pei Yin Fei's battle strength, while praising Bei Chao Chuan's wisdom. Bei Chao Chuan's lips twitched. He would rather Pei Yin Fei could not defend this place. There is still a chance. We need to wait a while more. Pei Yin Fei used such a powerful killer move. His primeval essence must have been greatly damaged. Looking at his expression, he is clearly not in a good state. As long as the Wind Wolf King is beside Changshan Yin, it is invincible. Pei Tribe is still at a disadvantage. If the wolf group attacks Pei Tribe camp, I will continue with my plan. If Pei Yin Fei has the advantage, I will strike him while he is down and cooperate with him, dealing a fatal blow to Changshan Yin. Thoughts flashed in Bei Chao Chuan's mind. In the blink of an eye, he adjusted his plan. I still have a chance. I still have hope. I cannot panic now. I need to stay calm and endure. As long as I kill Changshan Yin, not only will I be able to turn the situation around, my reputation will also rise. After joining Lu Wenwu, I will be more valued and gain more opportunities for the tribe. Bei Chao Chuan encouraged himself in his mind. But right at this moment, his pupils shrunk as he cursed. Ah! The clan elders all looked at him in astonishment. All along, even though the situation was bad, Bei Chao Chuan had always been confident and confident. Why did he lose his composure now? Bei Chao Chuan could not care about other people's gazes now. He stared at the battlefield as he asked himself, why did this Changshan Yin choose to retreat now? Wolf King had the upper hand. Turtleback Myriad Wolf King was heavily injured but not dead. He still had a Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King with him. In contrast, Pei Yin Fei was at the end of his rope. Most importantly, Pei Tribe Camp's defense line had a gap. As long as they attacked along this gap, Pei Tribe's defense would be under much more pressure than before. They might not be able to defend. As long as the wolf group invaded Pei Tribe Camp, he, Bei Chao Chuan, would be able to sneak an attack and deal a fatal blow to Wolf King from behind. But now, he was retreating. Bei Chao Chuan did not have time to think about why Changshan Yin retreated. He became extremely nervous, and his originally calm face showed a trace of panic. Wolf King was still very strong now. If he retreated, then his plan of sneak attack would fail before it even started. Even worse, Bei tribe camp and Zhang tribe camp were both under Gu tribe's control. Once the wolf group retreated, they would take away the captives and the resources in the camp. Bei Chao Chuan would lose his tribe. He would not even have a tribe left, with only a few elders by his side. Bei Chao Chuan's tribe leader title would become a laughing stock. Even if he joined Lu Wenwu's side, he wouldn't be valued by others. No, I cannot let Changshanin retreat so easily. Once he retreats, there will be no hope of turning the situation around. Bei Chao Chuan shouted in his mind. He suddenly straightened his body and shouted, "Everyone, we can't wait any longer. Changshanin cannot hold on anymore. They want to retreat. Now is the time for us to kill the Wolf King and take back our tribe." The elders around him had already seen the situation on the battlefield. Bei Chao Chuan's words roused their morale and battle intent. "Kill Changshanin. Don't think of leaving. Wolf King, fight me for 300 rounds if you have the guts." A group of rank 3 Gu masters, under Bei Chao Chuan's lead, tore off their disguise and attacked from the back of Gu tribe's camp. Humph, they appeared after all. Fang Yuan had expected this. Seeing these people, he did not panic. He knew clearly. Bei Chao Chuan's group did not return to reinforce their camp. There were only two possibilities. One was to attack Gu tribe's camp and take revenge. The other was to rush to the aid of the Pei family. Since the three camps were safe and sound, these people must be hiding in the surroundings of the battlefield. If Fang Yuan attacked Pei tribe's camp and fought Pei Yinfei to the death at the crucial moment, he would be attacked from both sides. Thus, retreating was the wisest choice. But these people are quite patient. I forced them out only now. They are after something big. Fang Yuan rode on the white-eyed wolf with a calm expression. Good tribesmen, however, started to panic. Bei Chao Chuan's group of 12 were all experts. When they charged over, they were unstoppable. They gave them huge mental pressure. "Lord Supreme Elder, what do we do now?" Gu Guang asked. "What are you panicking for? Listen to my orders and retreat with me." Fang Yuan sneered. Retreating on the battlefield was extremely risky. They might be chased by the enemy when retreating, and retreat would turn into a rout. But Fang Yuan was experienced in battle in his previous life. His wolf group was suitable to cover the retreat. He had the ability to retreat safely against the pressure from both sides. He moved the turtleback myriad wolf king to his side and gathered the wolf group. 100 wolf king, 1,000 wolf king and others were placed in the center of the army. As for those ordinary wolves, they stayed behind to expend the pursuer's primeval essence. As expected, after a while, Bei Chao Chuan's group slowed down. They started to use the primeval essence in their apertures. "Damn it, are we going to watch Changshanin retreat like this?" Bei Chao Chuan bit his lips. His eyes were bloodshot. He was extremely unwilling. "Pei Yinfei, are you not going to attack? If we cannot kill the Wolf King today, how can we have the face to participate in the Heroes' Assembly?" Bei Chao Chuan shouted. Pei Yinfei snorted coldly. He was not a brute. He knew that Bei Chao Chuan was attacking Pei tribe now. He wanted to use them as bait. But he did not want to let Wolf King Changshanin go. In this battle, Gu tribe fought 1 against 3. If they could retreat unscathed, they would become famous, and their 3 tribes would be stepping stones for Gu tribe. Furthermore, Pei tribe suffered heavy losses. How could they not take revenge for such a huge grudge? Thinking of this, Pei Yinfei made up his mind. Rank 5, do or die Gu. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Pei Yinfei's heart emptied. Large amounts of primeval essence appeared out of nowhere, quickly filling his dry aperture. "Changshanin, hand over your life," he shouted as he chased after him. Gu tribesmen panicked. Fang Yuan, however, laughed and asked, "Who is this person?" Gu Guang admired Fang Yuan's calmness. The panic in his heart dissipated as he replied, "Bei tribe leader Bei Chao Chuan." Bei Chao Chuan. Pei Yinfei. He. Heroes are born in troubled times. Not bad, not bad. Fang Yuan evaluated loudly, his voice resounding in the night sky. Next, he jumped off the white-eyed wolf and rode on a hump wolf. The white-eyed wolf jumped a few steps, standing next to the wind wolf myriad beast king and turtleback myriad wolf king. That is, Bei Chao Chuan's momentum stopped. His pupils shrunk. Pei Yin Fei's expression was dark. It was extremely ugly. The White Eyes Wolf was a mutated beast. Its battle strength was on par with myriad beast kings. Earlier, they had paid too much attention to Feng Yuan and neglected the White Eyes Wolf. Now that the White Eyes Wolf stood out, his identity was immediately exposed. Damn it! Pei Yin Fei gritted his teeth, but stopped his pursuit helplessly. If Feng Yuan only had the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King left, it would be fine. But now there was a White Eyes Wolf. With such strength, they could resist the pursuit and even counterattack. Pei Yin Fei did not dare to take the risk and put Pei Tribe in danger again. He chose to stop. On the other side, Bei Chao Chuan could only stop his pursuit helplessly. He looked at the army retreating safely. Besides feeling dejected, he also felt a chill. Wolf King Chang Shan Yin, how many trump cards do you have? Chapter 489. The howling night wind gradually calmed down, as the thick frost soaked the wild grass around their feet. Gu Tribe army moved along the crescent lake, moving slowly. After successfully retreating from the battlefield, these people still had burning battle intent in their chests. Although they did not manage to take down Pei Tribe, they made a name for themselves in this battle. Gu tribesmen were talking excitedly. This battle was too satisfying. Those three bullshit tribes, they actually wanted to find trouble with us. They were courting death. Humph, whatever Zheng Tribe, Bei Tribe, or Pei Tribe, they are only SOSO. Right now, Bei Tribe and Zheng Tribe's camps have been taken down by us, and Pei Tribe's casualties are also severe. After tonight's battle, our Gu Tribe's name will spread throughout northern plains, using one tribe's strength to challenge three tribes. Such a battle achievement, such bravery, made Gu Tribe's Gu Masters feel proud and arrogant. It is all thanks to Lord Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. A Gu Master sighed. These words immediately caused a commotion in the surroundings. Yes. If not for the wolf group fighting at the front, our Gu tribe would have suffered heavy casualties. This is the power of an enslavement path Gu Master. No wonder so many forces want to nurture one or two enslavement path Gu Masters, even if they have to live frugally. Wolf Wangda has already become our tribe's supreme elder. She's a family with us now. It is such an honor. Wolf Wangda is with us. This battle caused Feng Yuan's prestige in Gu tribe leader's heart to rise to a high level. Feng Yuan rode on the White Eyes Wolf's back again, accompanied by Gu tribe leader and a group of elders. As a supreme elder, Feng Yuan could even dismiss Gu Guang as tribe leader with his authority. Of course, Gu Guang was an obedient chess piece. Feng Yuan had no intention of replacing him. The army first returned to Zheng tribe camp, and the Gu tribe Gu masters who stayed there organized most of the resources, forming a transport team of 30 blue field slugs. These slugs, commonly known as snotworm Gu, were like snails that had shed their shells. It was a rank 3 Gu, 3 times the size of an elephant. Its body was blue in color, and there were blue crystals growing on its body surface. It was the best transportation Gu. These blue field slug Gu were very convenient to use. Their consumption of primeval essence was relatively low, and Gu masters only needed to stuff items into their bodies. Blue field slug Gu did not have any offensive abilities. After swallowing objects, its body would become larger. Now, these 30 blue field slug Gu were 5 times their original size. Even the myriad Wolf King couldn't match up to half of them. But even so, there was still a small portion of resources in the Zheng clan's camp that could not be loaded in one go, and could only be temporarily left in the camp. The clan elder who stayed behind handed over the preliminary list of items. Feng Yuan browsed through it. It was indeed very rich. We're rich. When Gu Guang and the others saw this, they were overjoyed. I'm rich this time. We've also plundered so many people. It's only a matter of time before our Gu family becomes a large family. We have to be more vigilant these days. We have to strengthen our defenses to prevent the surrounding forces from getting greedy. But what should we do with these surrendered Gu masters? According to the usual practice, they are slave Gu masters. But we don't have that many slave Gu. Gu tribesmen started to worry again. Gu tribe was only a mid-sized tribe. They had a weak foundation. If it was a large tribe, they would be able to digest their gains much faster. They still left behind a group of people to help defend, and instructed them to abandon Zhang clan's camp if Pei tribe's army came, and to preserve their strength by retreating. Gu tribe's army brought the 30 blue field slug Gu and large numbers of captives as they retreated. When they reached Bei tribe's camp, the group stopped. When they set off again, the size of the group had increased by several times. When they finally reached Gu tribe's camp, the victorious warriors were warmly welcomed by the Gu tribesmen. Cheers resounded in the sky as the first rays of dawn shone on every Gu tribesman's face. In contrast, the captives looked like they had lost their parents or were expressionless. There was a clear contrast between the two sides. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. Along the way, he was worried about Pei tribe's pursuit. It seems that Pei Yinfei is still worried about his tribe's safety and is stingy with his troops. He did not take the initiative to attack again. Otherwise, the return trip would be much more troublesome. Of course, this is mainly because I released the White Eyes Wolf and displayed my strength, giving them the false impression that I still have Myriad Beast King level battle strength. But the truth was, Fang Yuan's White Eyes Wolf was only matured by third watch Gu. There was not a single wild Gu on the White Eyes Wolf's body. This was the world of Gu. Without wild Gu, the White Eyes Wolf could not even defeat 1,000 Wolf King. In a real battle, the White Eyes Wolf was only an enlarged version of a wild wolf. If Pei Yinfei and Bei Chaochuan were not scared and continued to pursue, Fang Yuan would be in trouble. He had already used 120% of his wolf group's battle strength. In terms of strength path cultivation, he had just started. He only had 30 June of strength. In terms of soul, he had not reached 1,000-man soul yet. My strength is still too weak. After 3 battles tonight, I am in a dilemma. Now that they were safe, Fang Yuan took stock of the wolf group. The 60,000 wolf group had suffered heavy casualties. Less than half were left. The biggest loss was the Myriad Beast King. Fang Yuan originally had 3 Myriad Wolf Kings, but after tonight's battle, the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King died on the battlefield, and the Turtleback Myriad Wolf King's injuries were extremely severe. Although it had stabilized, it was already unconscious. Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King was covered in injuries. The wild Gu on its body were not light, and its battle strength had fallen sharply. But Fang Yuan did not regret it. Compared to the gains, these losses were truly worth it. Not mentioning the huge amount of battle spoils, just looking at Fang Yuan's objective in this battle, he had achieved everything. Taking the initiative to attack, fighting 1 against 3. Not long later, Wolf King Changshan Yin's name would once again resound in northern plains and be widely discussed. This was a chance for Fang Yuan to prove his name. It would be a great help in his plan to deal with Tai by Yunxing in the Heroes' Assembly. Moreover, these dead wolves were fully used by Fang Yuan. Most of their souls were kept by Fang Yuan, waiting to irrigate Deng Hun Mountain in the future. After tonight's battle, I have thoroughly established my prestige and fierce reputation. I believe it is enough to intimidate all the forces with ulterior motives. Gu tribe can recuperate, and I can also have some time to expand my wolf group, cultivate Wolfman soul, and also prepare my enslavement path rank 5 Gu worms. Lying on the bed, Fang Yuan's thoughts gradually calmed down. Outside the Gu house, the joyous shouts of Gu tribesmen became louder and louder. Fang Yuan slowly closed his eyes. He was feeling tired. Fighting 3 battles in one night, controlling so many wolves to engage in intense battles and attacks, he had expended a lot of mental energy. A kind of fatigue that originated from his soul spread throughout his body and mind. While he was peacefully sleeping, a huge commotion had already spread to the whole Crescent Lake. Early in the morning, almost all the tribe leaders who were resting at the lakeside received the information regarding this battle. There were those who were doubtful, those who were wary, those who were fearful, and those who were furious. But no matter what their reactions were, at once, Gu tribe and Wolf King Changshan Yin became the focus of everyone's discussion. I thought it was a cat, but to think it was a leopard. Wang tribe leader stared at the information in his hands. After thinking for a long time, he sighed with deep emotions. He had wanted to watch from the sidelines, and if the situation allowed it, he wanted to reap the benefits. But who could have expected that under Fang Yuan's lead, Gu tribe challenged 3 tribes in one night, exterminating 2 of them and dealing a heavy blow to Bei tribe. Bei clan's clan head Bei Chaochuan became a stray dog, Zhang clan's clan head died on the battlefield, and Pei Yin Fei, one of the most powerful generals in northern plains, lost a small realm of cultivation. This is too daring, too ruthless. Even Wang tribe leader's strategist Wang Dao's expression changed after seeing this information. He sighed repeatedly. Gu tribe actually attacked without a declaration, catching the 3 tribes unprepared. 2 were exterminated, and 1 was heavily injured. This is a serious violation of the rules, crossing the bottom line. Are they not afraid of the other tribes allying against them? Wang Dao said furiously. Gu tribe's crazy invasion made even him feel uneasy. At this time, a Gu master outside sent a letter. This was a letter from Gu tribe, sent to almost all the forces at Crescent Lake. The letter was personally written by Gu Guang. The 3 tribes of Deshu were plotting against them, and in order to protect themselves, Gu tribe had no choice but to retaliate. In the letter, the cause and effect of Yin tribe were written, and Changshan Yin's grudge back then was exposed. So back then, Changshan Yin was framed by someone, thus he fought Ha-Tu Gu and the rest alone. This time, he came back to take revenge on his tribe. And Chang tribe has already attached itself to young Master Lu Wenwu. Yin tribe is young Master Lu Wenwu's in-laws. They did not understand this grudge, so they asked Changshan Yin for help. This led to the following events. Wang Dao's expression was uncertain. After reading the letter, he became even more furious. Changshan Yin is harming the innocent with his personal grudge. What kind of northern plains hero is he? Wang tribe leader's expression was indifferent. He went straight to the point. But this way, Gu tribe has a reason to attack. Although it was a little far-fetched, it was a qualified fig leaf. Gu tribe has Changshan Yin's protection. After defeating the 3 tribes, their strength will definitely soar. Seeing the 3 tribes in such a terrible state, the possibility of the other tribes allying against Gu tribe is very small. Wang Dao nodded. Then what do we do next? Wolf King is too fast. Now that the battle is over, we have no chance to interfere. Sigh. I underestimated Wolf King. Wang tribe leader sighed. At this time, someone came to report that Bei tribe leader Bei Chaochuan had brought a group of elders to visit Wang tribe leader. Bei Chaochuan? What is he doing here? Wang tribe leader immediately frowned. Wang Dao reminded, Lord tribe leader, did you forget that Bei tribe sent an elder to invite our tribe to join the alliance? Right now, that elder is still staying here. Wang tribe leader patted his forehead. I almost forgot. We said that we would treat him for 3 days. Today is the 3rd day. No, it is better if I don't meet Bei Chaochuan. Go and receive him. Tell him that I am here to refine Gu today. I cannot leave seclusion. Bei Chaoshang had been receiving Wang tribe's hospitality for the last 3 days. But he did not forget his mission. During this period of time, he requested to meet Wang tribe leader several times, but was rejected every time. When he saw Bei Chaochuan, he was very surprised. Lord tribe leader, elders, why are you here personally? Before they could reply, Bei Chaosheng said with a guilty expression, Everyone, I have failed to live up to your trust this time. That Wang tribe leader kept rejecting and did not agree to join the alliance. But it is not important. With our 3 tribes' strength, we are more than enough to deal with Gu tribe. Bei tribe's elders heard this. Their eyebrows twitched. Some had dark expressions. Chapter 490. 8 days later, at night, stars shone in the sky, and the night wind blew gently. Fang Yuan was riding on the white-eyed wolf's back, ready to set off. Gu Guang stood beside him, reporting the recent situation. These 8 days, large numbers of small and mid-sized tribes have set off to participate in the Heroes' Assembly. Right now, only a few large tribes are left by Crescent Lake. Bei Chaochuan, Pei Yin Fei, and the rest were the first to leave. Fang Yuan adjusted his sitting posture. Earlier, we took the initiative to challenge 3 tribes, causing the other tribes to be wary of us. Moreover, the Heroes' Assembly is approaching. It is normal for them to set off. As for those large tribes, they have a lot of assets. They need to choose carefully. Often, they have to wait until the latter half of the Heroes' Assembly to participate. Supreme Elder is perceptive. That is indeed the case. Gu Guang immediately flattered. Fang Yuan chuckled. Crescent Lake's water and grass are abundant. Our tribe will stay here for now and not move. We should use this time to digest our gains. Yes, Lord. Gu Guang heaved a sigh of relief. They had the same idea when they discussed earlier. Gu tribe was like a fatty who had eaten too much. They could not even move. These 8 days, they had been expanding their camp and taking in captives. After calculating their resources, their strength was increasing day by day. Are those water wolves still in that direction? Fang Yuan asked. Yes, I have sent investigative Gu masters to investigate many times. This water wolf group has 5,000 in size. At night, they will enter that water nest to rest. Lord, do you really not need Gu masters to protect you? Fang Yuan snorted coldly, replying arrogantly. As long as the wolf group is around, I, Fang Yuan, will be around. Why would I need other people to protect me? Gu Guang could hear the displeasure in Fang Yuan's tone. He quickly bowed and gave way. Junior wishes Lord Supreme Elder a smooth journey in taking in all the water wolves. You need to be careful when managing the tribe. Without me around, you need to pay more attention to those Gu masters who surrendered. Yes, Lord. Fang Yuan left behind the Wind Wolf King and led the weakened turtleback 10,000 Wolf King and 18,000 wolves out of the camp to start hunting. He first followed the map that the Gu family had found, and after some planning, he came to the vicinity of the water nest. Water wolves live in the water and feed on fish. Occasionally, when it was extremely hungry, it would run to the shore and devour some rabbits and gophers. The arrival of the wolf pack immediately alerted these water wolves. In order to protect their home behind them, water wolves swarmed out of the water nest in groups, staring at Fang Yuan like a tiger watching its prey. Fang Yuan's face was expressionless as he sat on the back of the white-eyed wolf. He waved his hand and countless wolves howled as they charged towards the water wolf. The water wolf fought back fiercely, and the two sides became entangled. Wolf howl Gu. Wolf smoke Gu. Fang Yuan made a few moves from the back and firmly controlled the situation. Originally, his wolf pack was much larger, so he quickly defeated the water wolves. Water wolves left behind over 1,000 corpses on the ground, and over 2,000 were subdued by Fang Yuan using wolf enslavement Gu, while the remaining 1,000 escaped to the depths of Crescent Lake. Fang Yuan did not chase them, but destroyed this nest and seized several hundred young water wolves. Next, he rushed to the next location. After destroying several more wolf nests, by late night, Fang Yuan had subdued over 6,000 water wolves, 2,000 turtleback wolves, and over 1,000 night wolves. Crescent Lake had the most water wolves, but there were also some turtleback wolves, night wolves, and wind wolves. But the wind wolves were fast and hard to capture. If the situation was bad, they would retreat. Fang Yuan's target was a group of wind wolves, but after fighting for a while, they escaped. Wolf packs were crafty, and Fang Yuan often had to pay a price to capture them. If the price was too high, and the losses outweighed the gains, Fang Yuan would give up. Some large-scale water wolf packs had a myriad wolf king, and Fang Yuan did not dare to easily start a battle. However, hunting wolves was only a pretense for his trip this time. Now that he had put in enough effort on the surface, he found a concealed location and arranged the wolf pack, before using moving perspective cup Gu to contact Little Hu Immortal. After Little Hu Immortal received the news, she immediately summoned a group of Starlight Firefly Gu, and used Starlight and Green Grape Immortal Essence to activate Stargate Gu. Stargate Gu was a set of 2, and using the power of Black Heaven, it could cross regions. Fang Yuan waited for a while, and saw the starlight in the night sky converging on the Stargate Gu in his palm. Stargate Gu slowly flew up like a sapphire, and after rising to the sky, the starlight expanded and turned into an arched door. This time, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to enter the Stargate, but sent the heavily injured and weak turtleback myriad wolf king and large numbers of injured wolves into the Stargate. Large numbers of wild wolves flowed into the Stargate like waves in a river, vanishing without a trace. This way, Fang Yuan only had elites and strong wolf packs around him. This undoubtedly greatly reduced the burden of feeding them. As for those injured wolves, they would live and reproduce in the Blessed Land, giving birth to healthy and lively wolf cubs. After the time acceleration of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they would grow rapidly, and eventually become Feng Yuan's new source of troops. After sending these wild wolves into Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan also followed them back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Master, you told me to keep an eye on connecting Heaven Gu every day. I was very obedient and did as you said. That Langya Old Immortal has appeared again, and is even buying large amounts of Gu refinement materials in jewel yellow skies. Little Hu Immortal was very happy to see Feng Yuan, and hugged his leg, rubbing her cheeks against it as she told him an important piece of information. Oh, it's like this. What did he buy? Feng Yuan's spirit was roused as he quickly asked. Little Hu Immortal took out a small piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan looked at it carefully. He had a deep impression of these Gu worms and materials. They were all used to refine second aperture Gu. What did this mean? Langya Old Immortal was the land spirit of Langya. He wanted to refine second aperture Gu again. He had definitely survived the second wave of attacks and had not given up on refining second aperture Gu. At the same time, that divine travel Gu was definitely in his hands. Otherwise, why would he be so impatient to buy these materials after the second wave of attacks? The land spirit of Langya has been schemed against by Old Man Inkstone and should be defending Langya Blessed Land now. Although this land spirit has high intelligence, he is honest and has no ability to scheme. What am I waiting for? Feng Yuan's heart pounded as he thought of this. He immediately left to Immortal Blessed Land and returned to Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Then, he led the pack of wolves and arrived at the stone forest without stopping. Using thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangements, he arrived at Langya Blessed Land again. There were many changes in Langya Blessed Land. The 12 cloud buildings were all attacked. Many areas had broken walls. There were signs of fire burning, lightning striking, frost freezing, and so on. These were the traces left behind by the great battle. Especially outside the buildings, the pure white cloud soil was soaked with large patches of blood. A deer-like desolate beast with the size of a small mountain fell on the cloud soil, completely dead. Even though it had lost its life, its fur was still glossy, shining with all sorts of colors, giving people a feeling of divinity and brilliance. Why are you here? The land spirit of Langya impatiently received Feng Yuan. What is going on? Feng Yuan did not answer him, instead asking a question with a bewildered expression. A group of daring juniors. They actually dared to target my family. I killed them all. The land spirit of Langya's expression was gloomy, his killing intent overflowing. Feng Yuan curiously looked at the land spirit. Isn't Langya Blessed Land very secretive? How did they get in? Did you open the door yourself? Scram! Am I that stupid? The land spirit shouted angrily. These damned fellows schemed against me. They tampered with the things they sold to me. I had originally bought divine travel Gu to refine the immortal Gu's second aperture. But in the process of Gu refinement, a tunnel suddenly formed and a few mice barged in. The land spirit said they were mice, but Feng Yuan could guess the sorry state of the 12 cloud buildings when he saw them. But Langya Blessed Land was the home of Long Hair Ancestor in the past. Long Hair Ancestor was known as the #1 refinement path immortal of all times. He had interacted with 2 venerables on equal footing. His foundation was extremely deep. The second wave of attacks would not be able to shake such a foundation. At least, Feng Yuan knew that there were 12 desolate beasts in Langya Blessed Land. Only one had died. But Old Man Inkstone was still alive. The second wave of attacks was not the end, but the beginning. There was a good show to watch. Feng Yuan smiled. I guessed right. You are that Langya Old Immortal, the one who bought Jewel Yellow Skies' Divine Travel Gu. It seems that you managed to protect Divine Travel Gu. The land spirit of Langya smiled proudly. Of course. Otherwise, that 9-colored spirit deer would not have died. Suddenly, his expression became serious as he thought of something, looking at Feng Yuan with vigilance. What are you doing here? Feng Yuan bowed towards the land spirit, saying slowly, What else can it be? Of course it is to ask you to refine second aperture Gu. What? The land spirit shouted, glaring at Feng Yuan, his eyes almost spewing fire. Back then, Long Hair Ancestor failed in refining an immortal Gu for thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Thus he made a promise to refine 9 goo worms for thieving heaven demon Venerable for free, regardless of mortal or immortal. Thieving heaven demon Venerable used 6 chances and obtained 6 immortal goo. As for the remaining 3 chances, they were left as a part of the inheritance to the fated person in the future. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this opportunity was obtained by Ma Hongyun. In this life, Fang Yuan arrived here in advance and intercepted this immortal opportunity. Earlier, he used one of the chances to ask the land spirit of Langya to refine Stargate goo. Now that he came here again, he was using the second chance to refine second aperture goo. The land spirit of Langya was formed from long-hair ancestors' obsession. He could not reject Fang Yuan's request. However, in order to protect divine travel goo, he paid a heavy price. Just as the second aperture goo was about to be refined, it was intercepted by Fang Yuan. The land spirit of Langya glared at Fang Yuan. "Don't tell me you are the mastermind who schemed against me and besieged the blessed land?" Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, showing an innocent expression. "Do you think a mere mortal like me can command those goo immortals? I saw you buy divine travel goo and knew that you also have the second aperture goo's recipe. Now, I saw you buy a second set of materials. That is why I came here." The land spirit of Langya gritted his teeth in hatred, pointing at Fang Yuan. "You humans are all treacherous and cunning. I killed those goo immortals, but to think that I would fail miserably today, I was actually tricked by you." Fang Yuan laughed. "You were not tricked by me, but because of the promise you made to thieving heaven demon Venerable back then. How about it? Is it time to refine second aperture goo for me?" Chapter 491. I want to see you refine goo personally. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved as he probed with a new request. The entire process of goo master refinement was secretive. Once someone saw it, the goo worm recipe or the goo master's unique method would be leaked. Of course, this is also one of the contents of the agreement. Land spirit of Langya agreed. It was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan raised his brows, understanding a little. Back then, long-hair ancestor failed to refine space escape goo and instead wasted all the materials that thieving heaven demon Venerable had painstakingly accumulated for his entire life. Many of the goo materials were very rare. Even a demon Venerable had to rely on luck to obtain them. Thieving heaven demon Venerable was a rank 9 demon Venerable. To make up for his losses and reclaim his reputation, long-hair ancestor agreed to refine immortal goo for him. Allowing thieving heaven demon Venerable to observe the entire goo refinement process was to purposely leak the recipe to make up for the demon Venerable and also to prove his innocence. You saw the entire goo refinement process. If the goo refinement failed, I did not purposely tamper with it. But in Fang Yuan's situation, he had no such worries. Land spirits were formed from the blessed land's heaven and earth power, combined with the goo immortal's obsession before death. They did not have the malicious thoughts of humans. They were straightforward and magnanimous. However, land spirit of Langya was formed by the number 1 refinement path immortal, long-hair ancestor. Although he lost most of his memories, he still retained most of long-hair ancestor's refinement path talent and attainment. Observing the land spirit refining goo was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. I have also refined the second aperture goo before. This time, I want to see the methods of land spirit of Langya. I can gain experience and make up for my own shortcomings. Maybe I can also catch a glimpse of long-hair ancestors' glorious glory. Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation towards this goo refinement. Land spirit of Langya waved his hand, bringing him to a hall. This hall was like a plaza. It was at least 10 li in size. There were all sorts of facilities inside. There were bronze cauldrons, red iron pill furnaces, colored pottery water tanks, and even caves. When a goo master refines goo, they sometimes need the help of a vessel. The utensils displayed in this hall were like a comprehensive exhibition, causing Fang Yuan to have a feeling of broadening his horizons. Although he had 500 years of experience from his previous life and had reincarnated many times, he had actually wandered around for 300 years. He only had about 200 years to travel unhindered across the world and achieve greatness. During this period, even though he dabbled in other goo paths, he had to resist the earthly calamity, manage his force, and refine immortal goo. His energy was divided. His foundation and refinement path could allow him to look down on mortals, but he could only be considered second or third-rate among goo immortals. Compared to an existence like long-hair ancestor, it was even more incomparable. This is my Earthsea Goo Refinement Hall, Land Spirit of Langya introduced plainly. Feng Yuan heard this, and his expression changed slightly. The Land Spirit would not lie to him. This hall was only one of the Goo Refinement Halls in Langya Blessed Land. Earthsea. How many places like this were there in the Blessed Land? At this moment, the Land Spirit waved its hand again. In an instant, thousands of hairy men appeared in the hall. These hairy men were teleported over. They were stunned for a moment before kneeling on the ground, chanting in unison. Hairy men pay respects to Langya Old Immortal. Their voices were uniform, echoing in the hall. Land Spirit of Langya revealed a benevolent smile. Children, get up. He waved his hand again, distributing the prepared goo refinement materials. Today, we are going to refine an immortal goo. Refine it according to the goo recipe I gave you. The hairy men had clearly experienced this more than once or twice. When they heard about refining immortal goo, the hairy men were stirred, revealing excited expressions. But soon, they calmed down and started researching the goo recipe in their hands, before starting to refine the goo. Thousands of hairy men refining goo at the same time. This was not the first time Feng Yuan had seen such a scene. Among variant humans, hairy men were the most skilled at goo refinement. They had innate talent in goo refinement. According to the legends of Ranzhou, during the immemorial antiquity era, hairy men had started to refine goo on a large scale. They had even tied up Ranzhou's eldest son, Verdant Great Son, and attempted to kill him to refine eternal goo. Hairy men refined goo mostly by relying on their talent and inspiration. They did it casually. There were no traces of human goo masters. At the level of goo immortals, they were far beyond mortals. They would usually raise some hairy men to refine goo. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had also raised hairy men. But that was Blood Sea Blessed Land. It had an extreme environment. After several batches of hairy men died, he lost interest in raising them. After Feng Yuan became a goo immortal, he had gathered the hairy men under him to refine large numbers of goo worms for his demonic sect. Because he had personal experience, he could see that these hairy men in front of him were extraordinary. These hairy men were raised too well. Looking at their shiny fur, their eyes were spirited and their faces were rosy. It showed that their living environment was very good. They did not suffer any torture from Land Spirit of Langya. Most importantly, these hairy men were very intelligent. Their movements were agile. They were all experts in goo refinement. During the process of goo refinement, there were even 2 old hairy men who suggested to modify the recipe. Looking at their casual appearance, Feng Yuan's heart pounded. Such a group of hairy men, if they were sold in jewel yellow skies, they would definitely be the best of the best among slaves. They would have to emit a treasure light of at least 20 feet. They would be snatched by those goo immortals. These hairy men had shocking attainments. Most of them were refinement masters. There were even a few old hairy men who suggested to modify the recipe. They were already refinement grandmasters. Feng Yuan could only barely be considered a master now. With such a powerful lineup, the goo refinement progress was more than 10 times faster than when Feng Yuan was at Sancha Mountain. The semi-finished products of these hairy men were first gathered in the hands of the old hairy men, before being handed over to Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya collected the semi-finished products. After inspecting them, he directly crushed some of them and ordered the hairy men to refine them again. After a few times, Land Spirit of Langya was finally satisfied. He personally took action and obtained the semi-finished second aperture goo. That was the semi-finished product that Feng Yuan had now. But Feng Yuan knew clearly that the semi-finished product in Land Spirit of Langya's hands was far superior to his in terms of quality. Finally, Land Spirit of Langya took out Divine Travel Goo in front of everyone. This Divine Travel Goo surface was clearly damaged. It was covered in scars. Feng Yuan's heart tightened. Lad, it is not too late to regret now. Land Spirit of Langya stopped his actions and urged Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan frowned. He thought for a moment before laughing lightly. No, please do it. Crafty fellow, I can't fool you. Land spirit of Langya cursed. He pinched his nose and moved several goo worms, as well as precious materials. Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes. He only recognized two of them. They were precious materials that could increase the success rate of the goo refinement. If placed in jewel yellow skies, they would be precious treasures that were at least 60 to 70 feet tall. Land spirit of Langya's every action attracted countless gazes. The hairy men were in a daze. Their bodies were shaking from excitement. Their eyes were filled with extreme worship. Fang Yuan's mind was also shaken. When land spirit of Langya refined goo, it was like moving clouds and flowing water. It gave people a natural feeling. There was no smoke or fire. Land spirit of Langya's exquisite control greatly benefited Fang Yuan. Even though he wanted to continue watching, Fang Yuan bit his tongue, forcing himself to wake up and start working. He sat cross-legged on the spot, taking out two goo that he had prepared. One was clear mind goo, the other was weight cloud goo. These two goo were both rank 4. After Fang Yuan poured his primeval essence into them, they were activated. Clear mind goo turned into a light breeze, drilling into his mind. As for the cotton-like weight cloud goo, it turned into a small white cloud, floating above Fang Yuan's head. Fang Yuan stared at the light lump controlled by land spirit of Langya as he took out 4 top-quality wines. With connecting heaven goo connecting to jewel yellow skies, it was extremely easy for him to gather top-quality wines. For this moment, he had prepared at least 14 top-quality wines. Sensing Fang Yuan's action, land spirit of Langya snorted in displeasure, but did not do anything to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Ignoring the dazzling light that made his eyes tear up, he stared at the light lump. Finally, he saw divine travel goo turn into a pool of flowing water, intertwining with the other materials. Fang Yuan quickly opened the wine jar and drank a big mouthful. Immediately, an intense tipsy feeling assaulted his body and mind. Fang Yuan quickly used clear mind goo to raise his spirits, and his mind became clear again. At the same time, the weight cloud above his head rumbled, allowing his mind to maintain a clear state at all times. After drinking 4 types of wine, Fang Yuan maintained a clear state, but found that there were no changes to his body. The light lump was still changing. It had already expanded by several times from its original size to the size of an elephant. It seems divine travel goo did not disappear. Immortal goo are unique. I can continue drinking. Fang Yuan took out another wine jar, removing the seal and pouring the wine into his mouth. The light lump gradually shrunk. Land spirit of Langya held the light lump in his hand, his expression becoming more solemn. After a while, when Fang Yuan drank the 8th wine jar, his eyes were already hazy from the intoxication. Right at this time, the light lump in land spirit of Langya's hand suddenly expanded and instantly shrunk into a marble, expanding and shrinking again. After repeating this process several times, it finally formed into second aperture goo. The moment second aperture goo formed, Fang Yuan's body shook. All the tipsy feeling in his body and mind suddenly gathered like a river flowing into the sea, condensing into a point. Mysteriously, a profound theory descended. Tao markings condensed, causing this point to slightly explode and turn into a goo. Divine travel goo. Second aperture goo. Divine travel goo. 2 immortal goo were obtained at the same time. Fang Yuan's tipsy feeling was completely cleared. He excitedly stood up and laughed heartily. You really calculated deeply. Land spirit of Langya looked at Fang Yuan with an exhausted expression, his solid body turning slightly illusory. Fang Yuan was a person who obtained thieving heaven demon Venerable's fortuitous encounter. Although land spirit of Langya coveted divine travel goo, he could not make a move against Fang Yuan. The hairy men opened their furious and disdainful eyes, staring at Fang Yuan. This hateful human, he actually schemed against our respected and supreme Lord Langya Old Immortal. Chapter 492. Get lost. If I accepted you as my disciple, I would probably die from anger one day. My children are the most worry-free. Get lost. I don't want to see you. Land spirit of Langya waved his hand. rejecting Fong Yuan's request without hesitation. He could have obtained second aperture goo, but Fong Yuan schemed against him, causing him to give up the refined second aperture goo and also lose divine travel goo. Fong Yuan chuckled, not taking the land spirit's rejection to heart. Land spirits were formed from the obsession of goo immortals. They were simple and stubborn. Rejecting now meant he would still reject in the future. What a pity! I had planned to give divine travel goo to you as my disciple gift. I hate crafty people like you the most. Hairy men are the most obedient. I will tell you the truth. I have already accepted 18 hairy men as my disciples. From now on, I will only accept hairy men as my disciples. Let's not talk about this. Give me the second aperture goo. Fong Yuan stretched out his palm. Land spirit of Langya's expression froze, looking at the immortal goo in his hand with reluctance. This was the goo he wanted to refine, but now that he had just refined it, it was about to change owners. But the agreement back then had already turned into a kind of stubbornness, becoming a part of the land spirit. He could not go against it and had never thought of going against it. Lad, remember this? Land spirit of Langya growled, shoving the second aperture goo to Fong Yuan. This second aperture goo was like a beetle, with two pointed ends and a fat middle. The beetle was the size of a young man's fist, like green jade, feeling warm and cool in his hand. On its plump back, there was a golden eyeball growing out of it. His golden pupils were flickering like lightning, full of spirituality. This is the goo that I risked my life to refine on Sanchao Mountain back then. To think I would obtain it in such a manner. Fong Yuan sighed, but was not in a hurry to use it, keeping it in his pocket. This second aperture goo had already become Fong Yuan's possession under the cooperation of the land spirit of Langya. But he was not a goo immortal. He did not have green grape immortal essence, so Fong Yuan could not use it. You have already obtained the immortal goo. If you don't want to use the final fortuitous encounter, you can leave now. Land spirit of Langya ordered him to leave. Fong Yuan, however, took out divine travel goo and waved it in front of land spirit of Langya with a smile. Don't you want this immortal goo? The land spirit of Langya raised his eyebrows. Why? You want to sell it? He had connecting heaven goo. He could communicate with jewel yellow skies and buy many goo refinement materials. Even the human aperture required to refine the second aperture goo could be obtained by buying slave goo masters and killing them. The second aperture goo was a consumable goo. After Fong Yuan used it once, it would no longer exist. The land spirit of Langya could definitely refine another one. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had divine travel goo. Without divine travel goo, he would never be able to refine it. Fong Yuan, however, did not reply directly, but asked, if I use another second aperture goo, will it form a third aperture? Dream on. The land spirit of Langya snorted disdainfully and sneered. This is second aperture goo, not third aperture goo. You want to condense the third aperture? Then you have to figure out the recipe of the third aperture goo first. Fong Yuan nodded, his expression serious. I think so too. The land spirit would not deceive him just because he wanted to buy the divine travel goo. At the same time, he knew the recipe of the second aperture goo and had already deduced this logic. Asking it again now was just to be safe and confirm. This way, the divine travel goo in Fong Yuan's hands, as well as the half-finished second aperture goo, would lose their original use. Fong Yuan already had one second aperture goo. He was a loner and had no trusted aides to guide him, so he did not need a second aperture goo. Moreover, he had just observed the land spirit's goo refinement process and knew that the last step was extremely dangerous. The light lump expanded and shrunk several times. It required an extremely strong control ability and the foundation of at least 1,000-man soul to be able to control it. How could an immortal goo be so easy to refine? Fortunately, back at Sanchao Mountain, after Fong Yuan had reborn, he did not wholeheartedly focus on refining the second aperture goo. Otherwise, with his strength back then, he would not be able to escape the fate of failure. Just the backlash from refining the immortal goo would cause him to be on the verge of death. Of course, he could also sell it to Jewel Yellow Skies. But this way, it would attract Old Man Inkstone's attention and expose many of his trump cards. At the same time, Other Gu immortals could not avoid tampering with the things he obtained. It was different if he transacted with the land spirit of Langya. At least, he would not pass off shoddy goods as quality goods. At the same time, he had deep financial resources and wanted to purchase the divine travel Gu to refine it. And Feng Yuan could avoid exposing himself a second time and was very safe. Land spirit, take a look at this. Feng Yuan thought about it and took out the semi-finished second aperture Gu that he had personally refined back then. This semi-finished product had a blurry shape, like a rough carving with no signs of life. It looked like a gray stone carved into a beetle. It had a big belly and a pointed head and tail, without any feelers or legs. Although it looked similar to the real second aperture Gu, it was clearly not comparable. There was a qualitative difference. Land spirit of Langya's eyes shone when he saw this semi-finished product. To think you actually reached this step. However, the most difficult part of the second aperture Gu's refinement process is the last step. The previous steps can also be refined by a Gu refinement master. Land spirit's tone carried a trace of joy. Feng Yuan had the divine travel Gu and the semi-finished product. If he bought them, he would only be left with the last step to refine the second aperture Gu. To land spirit of Langya, such a temptation was hard to resist. Speak. What do you want to exchange for? Land spirit of Langya retracted his burning gaze and looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan looked at the divine travel Gu in his right hand and immediately said, "Immortal Gu are priceless. Of course I will exchange Gu for Gu. This is an old rule of Gu immortal transactions." Land spirit of Langya's expression immediately sank. Although it is an old rule, it is not suitable for our situation. Firstly, your divine travel Gu is not practical and can only be used as a last resort to escape. Once you teleport to the bottom of a volcano or the Earth's core, you are simply courting death. Secondly, I use divine travel Gu to refine Gu. What use does second aperture Gu have to a land spirit like me? Feng Yuan was happy. When the land spirit was haggling, his gaze was fixated on divine travel Gu. Although his tone was firm, his expression had already betrayed his inner thoughts. Land spirit, you are too stingy. I know Langya Blessed Land has many immortal Gu. Divine travel Gu is a rank 6 immortal Gu. I am not greedy. I will only exchange it for one rank 6 immortal Gu. The land spirit shook its head repeatedly and said many more things, but Feng Yuan did not relent no matter what. Land spirit gradually became anxious. His anger showed on the surface, and he looked at Feng Yuan as if he wanted to eat him alive. Feng Yuan saw that it was about time and started to withdraw. How about this? I will take a step back and only ask for one consumable rank 6 immortal Gu. After I use this immortal Gu, you can refine it again, right? Land spirit's expression relaxed. Feng Yuan taking the initiative to give and made him feel a sense of victory. He snorted and raised his head, arrogantly looking at Feng Yuan. All right, let's do it. Saying so, he opened his hands and 5 immortal Gu appeared out of nowhere. Langya Blessed Land's foundation is really deep. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. Looking at them one by one, he was stunned. I want this immortal Gu. Feng Yuan had a slightly strange expression as he pointed at one of the immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was none other than Gruel Mud immortal Gu, the culprit that caused Dang Hun Mountain to wither, but unexpectedly, it was refined by the land spirit of Langya. Both sides quickly completed the transaction. Feng Yuan obtained the Gruel Mud immortal Gu, but he could not store it in his aperture, so he could only keep it in his bag. I had spent a lot of effort to refine this half-finished product. You can save a lot of expenses if you get it. We are all familiar with each other. I will sell it to you cheaply. Just give me 1,000 hairy men. I am not greedy. I want those old hairy men that you commanded when you refined the Gu earlier. Feng Yuan said. Bullshit. Land spirit of Langya was furious. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? Those hairy men are at least refinement masters. If they are placed in jewel yellow skies, the treasure light would be at least 20 feet tall. Feng Yuan chuckled. He really coveted these hairy men. With these hairy men in his hands, they would be a huge help to him. How about this? I don't want 1,000. I only want 800. Bullshit 800. These hairy men are my children. I will not sell any of them. Land spirit of Langya shouted furiously. Everything has a price. We can still negotiate. I am not selling. If you mention this again, you can take your half-finished product back. I am not buying it. Land Spirit of Langya's firm attitude made Fong Yuan secretly shocked. He lowered the price to the bottom line. Land Spirit of Langya was clearly profitable, but he refused to sell. It seems he really had feelings for them. This situation was not strange. Many Gu immortals raised variant humans in their blessed lands like raising pets, watching them grow up and even spending a lot of effort to nurture them. If they died, the Gu immortals would also shed tears of sadness. Of course, this situation would not happen to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan saw that he could not buy these hairy men and felt a pity. He could only settle for the next best thing. In that case, I will exchange for wolf enslavement Gu's recipe. Langya Blessed Land had a large number of recipes. From ancient times until now, it could be said to be as vast as the sea. It was impossible to not have a common Gu recipe like wolf enslavement Gu. Fong Yuan had been buying these recipes, but ever since he discovered Old Man Inkstone's existence, he restrained his actions in jewel yellow skies. Wisdom Path Gu masters were good at deductions, but they could not appear out of thin air. They had to collect a large amount of information. On the basis of this information, they could deduce and obtain a result. If Fong Yuan openly bought wolf enslavement Gu's recipe in jewel yellow skies, there was no guarantee that Old Man Inkstone would not be able to deduce something. Take it. This is the rank 1 to rank 5 wolf enslavement Gu's recipe. Land Spirit of Langya gave Fong Yuan a large stack of recipes. Fong Yuan flipped through them and found that there were 8 kinds of rank 5 wolf enslavement Gu's recipes. They used different materials and different methods to obtain the same Gu worm. As for rank 1 to rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu's recipes, there were even more. This transaction is worth it. Fong Yuan rejoiced inwardly. The transaction is complete. You can leave now. Land Spirit of Langya impatiently asked him to leave. Fong Yuan waved his hand and smiled. No hurry, no hurry. I still have another transaction. You will definitely be interested. Humph, young man, don't be so arrogant. In this world, there are not many things that can interest me. Land Spirit of Langya stroked his beard and said proudly, I am selling a piece of information this time. This information is, when will I use the second aperture Gu? Land Spirit of Langya's expression froze. He looked at Fong Yuan blankly and frowned deeply, using an intense gaze of disdain and disgust to stare at Fong Yuan. How can you be so despicable and shameless? Do you still have a bottom line as a human? Ha ha ha. Fong Yuan raised his head and laughed. Are you not interested in this information? Land Spirit of Langya immediately felt the humiliation of having to apologize to a criminal after being raped. How could he not be interested? Second aperture Gu was an immortal Gu, and immortal Gu were unique. If Fong Yuan kept it and did not use it, he would never be willing to refine the second aperture Gu again. How much do you want to sell it for? Land Spirit resisted the urge to beat up Fong Yuan and asked in the end. Fong Yuan squinted his eyes, bright light flashing incessantly. I won't cheat you. I will use information to exchange for information. I want to know everything about that 88-point Jinyang Tower in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Chapter 493. Thud, thud, thud. A series of hurried noises approached from afar. Soon, a group of Gu masters riding terror claw horses arrived at this swamp. The terror claw horse had red eyes and sharp teeth. It ate meat but not grass. Its whole body had firm skin and bulging muscles. It had a battle strength that could not be underestimated. The most peculiar thing was, it did not have horse hooves, but instead had 4 huge claws. Between the claws, there were interconnected webs, allowing the terror claw horse to not only climb, but also move freely in the swamp. Lord Elder, they passed by here and went that way. An investigative Gu master's eyes flickered with red light as he looked around and reported. A young Gu master beside him immediately frowned and said anxiously, Not good, uncle. If they go further, they will reach the rocky beach. After crossing the rocky beach, they will escape Warm Pond Valley. By then, it will be hard to chase them. Don't worry, Fei Qing was poisoned by your father's Gu and is in danger. He also has his son with him. The more he moves that ghost cloud to escape, the deeper the poison will get. He won't be able to run far. Let's continue chasing. The elder sneered and waved his hand, bringing everyone to continue the chase. When they got close to the sparse, withered forest, the swamp under their feet suddenly rumbled and an earthen yellow silkworm chrysalis drilled out. The chrysalis broke open from within, and two people walked out. One was a middle-aged goo master, and the other was a child. The two were exhausted, gasping for air as they collapsed on the ground. We finally tricked them. The middle-aged goo master Fei Qing's face was purple. He was deeply poisoned. The swift ghost cloud goo he used for movement had been tampered with. Fei Qing was chased all the way and felt something was amiss. He immediately gave up the swift ghost cloud goo and flew away alone. Meanwhile, he hid in the swamp with his son. But this way, he lost his movement goo and was poisoned. He had no hope of escaping. Fei Chong, you despicable person. For the sake of the position of patriarch, you actually plotted against me, your cousin, and poisoned him. Damn it. Damn it. The more Fei Qing thought, the angrier he got. In his despair, anger attacked his heart, and he suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of green blood. Dad, are you all right? You have to pull yourself together. The child was so frightened by the pool of blood that he burst into tears and threw himself into Fei Qing's arms. My son. Fei Qing's eyes were filled with despair, but there was still a trace of hope and determination. He lovingly looked at his only son and lovingly touched his little head. Little Kai, I can't leave anymore. Elder Fei was a schemer. Pa could only deceive him for a while. Not long after, he would definitely realize that something was wrong and come back to kill them. Hurry up and leave. Your father will block these people for you. If you follow the path that Abba told you about, you might be able to escape. No, Dad, I want to go with you. Let's run away together. Dad, I beg you. His son, Fei Kai, was heartbroken and sobbing. Fei Qing's heart was filled with anxiety. He gathered himself and stretched out both hands to grab Fei Kai's shoulders. Little Kai, don't cry. The men of Northern Plains shed blood, but not tears. You have to be confident. The blood of the giant sun immortal flows through your veins. You are a member of the Gold family. The density of your bloodline is extremely rare. You have the qualifications to enter 88-point Jinyang Tower. Cough, cough. Fei Qing's mouth and nose were bleeding green blood. Little Kai, you have to preserve your life. In the future, if you can enter Imperial Court Blessed Land, you can go to 88-point Jinyang Tower and obtain the grace that Ancestor Giant Sun left behind for his descendants. This is the only way you can avenge me. Father, hurry up and leave. It will be too late. Fei Qing pushed his son away. Fei Kai retreated a few steps and looked helplessly at his father, tears streaming down his face. Hurry up and leave. Fei Qing roared. Fei Kai stretched out his arm and wiped away his old tears, but new tears instantly flowed out. He gritted his teeth and turned to run. My son, father has tried his best. I hope you can escape from the devil's clutches. Fei Qing sat on the ground and looked at Fei Kai running away. His eyes gradually widened. Idiot, stop right there. Fei Qing could not help but straighten his body and roar at his son. Ah, father. Fei Kai ran a few steps before hearing Fei Qing's roar and looked back hesitantly. Veins popped out on Fei Qing's forehead as he shouted in exasperation, You idiot! Run towards the northwest direction. Why are you running towards the southeast direction? Do you want to go back to the family camp to seek death? Oh. Fei Kai quickly changed directions. But Fei Qing immediately shouted again, Idiot! This is the southwest direction. Fei Kai quickly changed directions again and walked on the correct path, causing Fei Qing to let out a breath of turbid air. Sigh. The middle-aged goo master sighed helplessly in his heart. Although his son had a dense bloodline, he had been stupid since young and had a really bad sense of direction. Would he really be able to escape? Thinking of Fei Chang's deep foresight, Fei Qing felt there was not much hope. But he had already done all he could. He could only place his hopes on heaven. After a while, as Fei Qing expected, Fei Chong led 3 goo masters back on their terror claw horses with a gloomy expression. Fei Qing, you really hid here. Fei Chang's voice was gloomy and hoarse. His gaze was like a blade and his thick killing intent was not concealed. To think I would die in the hands of a despicable person like you? Fei Qing sneered in disdain. Right now, his whole body was numb and he could not move. Fei Chang snickered like a cat playing with a mouse. I won't kill you so quickly. Fei Qing, aren't you very aloof and arrogant? When I catch your son, I will let you personally witness the scene of your son being killed. Hee hee hee. Fei Qing could not wait any longer. He opened his eyes wide. Fei Chang, you are his elder. To think you are so vicious. Himph. If you don't remove the roots, it will grow again. Men, bring Fei Qing to me. Fei Chang ordered, and the Gu masters on his left and right immediately tied up Fei Qing, using a hemp rope to drag him to the ground. Hee hee hee, Fei Qing, have a good taste of the soil on the ground. Chase, we must chase that brat to death. Commander Fei laughed, full of joy. Fei Chang felt, since Fei Qing was caught, catching that silly lad was as easy as flipping his palm. But that was not the case. Fei Chang came to the rocky beach, but other than them, there was no one else. Damn it! This lad did not go towards the rocky beach? Speak! Where did he go? Fei Chang shouted coldly. Fei Qing was dragged all the way here. His face was already swollen and he had already fainted. Fei Chang kicked him awake, but only got Fei Qing's mocking gaze. Fei Chang laughed sinisterly. You think I won't know if you don't tell me? Saying so, his eyes shone with a strange light, shining on Fei Qing's body. Fei Qing's body shuddered. His soul was immediately heavily injured. Soul Search Gu. Fei Chang stretched out his bony right hand, grabbing Fei Qing's head. Then he closed his eyes, activating his primeval essence. Fei Qing's body shuddered, foaming at the mouth. Such a scene caused the two Gu masters at the side to keep quiet out of fear. After a while, Fei Chang opened his eyes, his face pale and his gaze blurred. This rank 3 Soul Search Gu could search the soul of others, searching the memories contained in the soul. But it had many limitations. Firstly, the memories obtained were very messy and incomplete, and secondly, it could not be used frequently, otherwise the soul would be in a mess, and one's mind would be muddled, which was extremely disadvantageous to the user. Fei Chang and Fei Qing had grievances for a long time, and knew that his son Fei Kai had a thick bloodline, and had to be killed personally to be at ease. Thus, he did not hesitate to use the Soul Search Gu. So there was a hidden path nearby. Hee hee. Fei Chang laughed proudly. He was very lucky. He found the memories he wanted. He mounted the horse and immediately set off, heading towards the hidden path. But when he reached here, he did not find any traces of anyone. How can this be? This brat is not old and has not awakened his aperture. He is only a mortal. There is no way he can hide from my investigative Gu. Don't tell me the memories I searched are only a crucial part? Fei Chang's expression was uncertain as he looked at the path overgrown with weeds. Woo woo woo, right at this time. A deep and vigorous bugle horn sound came from outside Warm Pond Valley. Fei Chang and the others' expressions changed greatly. Lord Clan Elder, please return and reinforce us. Ma tribe has mobilized their army and started an unannounced battle. The clan camp is in a state of emergency. A messenger Gu master rode a bird and hurriedly rushed over. What? Fei Chang's shock was no small matter. Fei tribe's internal strife had just been settled, and now they were invaded by Ma tribe. This timing was too coincidental. If Fei tribe is gone, even if I become Fei tribe leader, what meaning would there be? Defend to the death. I must defend everything. Warm Pond Valley is easy to defend and hard to attack. It is not impossible to repel Ma tribe's army. Right, I still have hope. Thinking of this, Fei Chang immediately threw Fei Kai to the back of his mind and hurriedly rushed back to the clan camp. However, Ma tribe's invasion had been premeditated. Taking advantage of Fei tribe's internal strife, they launched a sneak attack. Although the Fei clan had the geographical advantage of the Warm Pond Valley, they were ultimately unable to resist the Ma clan's powerful and talented army. Just as Fang Yuan entered Langya Blessed Land, a huge event happened in Northern Plains. As a large-scale force in Huangjin tribe, Fei tribe that controlled Warm Pond Valley was exterminated. There was no doubt that this event would affect the entire situation in Northern Plains. On the hillside, Ma tribe's higher-ups rode their warhorses and looked down at the ruins of Fei tribe camp. These people were like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding a young man. Seeing batches of resources being packed into carriages and groups of captives being escorted away, Ma tribe's higher-ups were overjoyed. Among them, a rank 3 Gu master old man cupped his fists towards the young man in the center. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, young master. It is all because of young master's plan to sow discord in Fei tribe. You have easily taken down Warm Pond Valley and annexed Gu tribe, making a great contribution to the tribe. This young man was Ma tribe's young tribe leader, Maengjia. Chapter 494. Although they had obtained a great victory, Maengjia did not show any arrogance, instead muttering, Warm Pond Valley is easy to defend and hard to attack. It has a large area of warm mud. Northern Plains blizzard is about to arrive. This is a natural shelter. Our tribe will have a base of operations here. We can attack and defend. But what I am even happier about is that we obtained over 200,000 Terraclaw horses. With these horses in Uncle's hands, it will greatly increase the scale of the horse group and increase our Ma tribe's supreme might in the upcoming Heroes Assembly. His uncle was none other than one of the 3 great beast enslavement masters of Northern Plains, Ma Zun. At the mention of Ma Zun, Ma tribe's Gu masters all showed expressions of admiration. Before leaving, Uncle exhorted me. It was not easy for our Ma tribe to become a large-scale tribe. We have gone through hundreds of years of accumulation, hard work, and good luck to reach where we are today. But when the tribe gets bigger, it will be even more difficult to defend this foundation. Even if we take down Warm Pond Valley, we will only obtain a foundation to preserve our fire seed. To truly protect the whole tribe, or even advance a step further, we can only enter the imperial court. Maengjia swept his gaze over everyone and continued. Imperial court blessed land is a blessing left by giant sun immortal to his descendants. Especially that 88-point Jinyang Tower, there is an immortal Venerable's inheritance. Uncle said that my bloodline has already reached the standard to enter 88-point Jinyang Tower. If I can obtain the immortal Venerable's inheritance and become a Gu immortal in the future, our Ma tribe will become a new super tribe in Northern Plains. Super tribe. This name immediately caused Ma tribe's members to show expressions of fascination. Young tribe leader, you are a rare genius of our tribe in 100 years. Our tribe's future lies on your shoulders. Lord Ma Zun might be a man of few words, but he is actually concerned about the tribe and has great foresight. It is my lifetime's honor to be able to witness all this and fight alongside young tribe leader. Young tribe leader, lead us towards glory. Ma tribe's Gu masters excitedly shouted. Maengjia smiled. In fact, Ma Zun had never said such words before. He had only made them up on the spot. With the help of Ma Zun's prestige, Maengjia succeeded in adding luster to his image. Think about it. Even Ma Zun had such a high opinion of Maengjia. Wouldn't others be blind? Maengjia was not worried that Ma Zun would expose him after knowing this. Ma Zun was a strange person. When he was a child, he rarely spoke. He was so reticent that his parents almost mistook him for a mute. Ma Zun loved horses so much that he was nicknamed Horse Fanatic and Horse Fool by his clansmen when he was young. He was eccentric and never married. He only loved horses and lived with them all year round. He didn't care about worldly power or mundane affairs, nor did he have the slightest interest in them. Maengjie's eyes shone brightly like the stars. All of you are the pillars and pillars of my Ma clan. You have many outstanding qualities that I, Maengjia, should learn from. I am still too young. Ma tribe is not something I can support alone. I will need everyone's help in the future. What are you saying, young tribe leader? Young tribe leader's words make us blush with shame. All these years, young tribe leader's performance has entered deep into our hearts. We will definitely follow young tribe leader. Ma tribesman quickly replied. Maengjia continued, although Uncle Ma Zun has placed his hopes on me to obtain the 88-point Jinyang Tower's immortal venerable inheritance, it still depends on luck. But even if I fail to live up to his expectations, outside of true Yang Tower, there are inheritances left behind by generations of Gu masters in Imperial Court blessed land. Thus, every tribe that moves into Imperial Court will have a leap in strength in all aspects. Every time I think of this, my heart palpitates. Everyone laughed heartily, not to mention being moved. Every time I think of it, I am drooling. Haha, young tribe leader doesn't need to feel too much pressure. If we fail once, we can start all over again. Our Ma tribesmen are all unyielding heroes. Imperial Court Blessed Land was similar to Tian Ti Mountain. Gu masters often left their inheritances inside. Northern Plains environment was harsh. There would be a blizzard every 10 years, and the blizzard would sweep through the whole of Northern Plains. The blizzard was like a blade that plundered everything. Many inheritances buried in the wild would be destroyed because of this. Thus, setting up inheritances in Imperial Court Blessed Land had gradually become a tradition in Northern Plains. In Imperial Court Blessed Land, other than the 88-point Jinyang Tower Immortal Venerable inheritance, there were many other inheritances waiting for fated people. Of course, these fated people had to first enter Imperial Court Blessed Land to have a chance of obtaining a fortuitous encounter. Blessed lands that could avoid the blizzard and live peacefully, as well as inheritances of all sizes that were spread everywhere. Thus, every time Imperial Court contest occurred, the Grasslands tribes would compete intensely. This contest affected the whole of Northern Plains, and the scale was extremely huge. Small tribes needed to survive, medium-sized tribes needed to advance, and large-sized tribes needed to protect their foundations. Not only Righteous Path, even Demonic Path Gu Masters wanted to enter the Blessed Land and seize the Gu Master inheritances within. For the sake of cooperation, the Heroes' Assembly came into being. A long time ago, it had gradually formed, and now it was a tradition that Northern Plains people could not abandon. Every time the 10-year blizzard arrived, all the famous places in Northern Plains would hold the Heroes' Assembly at the same time. Exterminating Fey tribe this time will greatly benefit our trip to Tian Chuan's Heroes' Assembly. As long as we suppress Chung tribe, our Ma tribe will be the strongest tribe. That's right, only by winning the Heroes' Assembly can we attract more experts and get more tribes to join us. This is the first step of the Northern Plains battle, and also an extremely important step. This time, we are going to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land, and we need to look at all the other places. Yutian's Heroes' Assembly, Mengqiu's Heroes' Assembly, and Chao Fu's Heroes' Assembly. We need to pay close attention to them. Just as Ma tribe's higher-ups were discussing fervently, a messenger Gu master rushed over, bringing the latest information to Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie opened it, and his expression sank, before passing this information to the people beside him. Everyone read it one by one, exclaiming, sighing, or making guesses from time to time. Dongfang tribe actually suppressed Zhao tribe in advance. This way, they will be the overlord of Chao Fu's Heroes' Assembly. This time, Mengqiu, New Air tribe actually sent New Air too. They are coming with great momentum. Lu tribe might not be able to resist them. As for Yu Tian's Heroes' Assembly, it is also a storm. The former Wolf King Changshan Yin actually appeared. This Changshan Yin is so fierce, he actually led Gu tribe to fight 1 against 3, and even Pei Yin Fei lost. In Yutian, He tribe's He Lulan and Lu tribe's Lu Wenwu are both geniuses, and now with the appearance of the Wolf King, the impact is huge. Yutian's situation is becoming more and more complicated. Soon, everyone's focus was on Feng Yuan. Changshan Yin's identity had been known in Northern Plains for many years. Now, not only did he suddenly revive, he even caused a commotion. Gu tribe was only an ordinary mid-sized tribe before, but because of Changshan Yin's interference, they forcefully challenged 3 tribes, and even a fierce general like Pei Yin Fei lost. Especially when they found out that Gu tribe's new tribe leader was only a young rank 3 Gu master. Their evaluation of Changshan Yin rose by several levels. Every 10 years, there will always be monsters popping out from the corners of the world. It is just that this time, there is a big one. Young tribe leader, if this Wolf King Changshan Yin fights with our tribe's Lord Mazun, what will the result be? Everyone could not help but feel worried. Ma Yingjie frowned slightly. If it was a Gu master of other paths, so be it. But this Changshan Yin was an enslavement path Gu master. He was most proficient in fighting 1 against 10,000. But he alone, with the army under his command, could change the situation of the battle. Everyone has seen the information just now. An enslavement path Gu master's strength depends on the size of their beast group. He, Changshan-in, has just reappeared. He only has some ordinary turtleback wolves, night wolves, or wind wolves, but only 3 myriad beast kings. Now, one is dead, and one is heavily injured. How can he compare to my Uncle Ma Zun? Ma Yingjie snorted coldly and continued to boost the morale. Uncle Ma Zun already has a herd of 300,000 horses in his hands. Now with the addition of so many terror claw horses, the scale can expand to 500,000. Besides this, he also controls a horse emperor, 9 myriad beast kings, and 5 mutated horses. Do you think the Wolf King can compare to him? The surrounding Gu masters sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling surprised and happy. To think that Lord Ma Zun's strength is already so huge. A mere Wolf King is simply a baby compared to our tribe's Lord Ma Zun. 500,000. This scale is too huge. It is enough to exterminate 7 to 8 mid-sized tribes. Ma Yingjie's words changed, but Wolf King Changshan-in cannot be underestimated. Our tribe wants to become the lord of the imperial court. We will meet this person sooner or later. More importantly, once he participates in the Heroes' Assembly and attaches himself to the Huangjin tribe, he will definitely receive help. There will be large numbers of Gu masters helping him subdue the wolf group and give him orders. The joy on everyone's faces gradually faded. This young Gu master heaved a deep sigh. Annexing Fei tribe is only the first step of our long journey. Next, there will be even more powerful opponents. Only by being united can we defeat them and become the lord of the imperial court. Yes, young tribe leader is right. Young tribe leader is wise and mighty. I am filled with admiration. Our Ma tribe has the tribe leader and young tribe leader's leadership. We will definitely rule over northern plains. Unknowingly, after being beaten down by Ma Yingjie's words, everyone became even more united around Ma Yingjie. The young clan leader of the Ma clan smiled in the depths of his heart. On the surface, he was calm and composed, as if he had a card up his sleeve. Father, you died so miserably. Right at this time, a sorrowful cry came from below the hill. This voice attracted the Ma tribesman's attention. Ma Yingjie saw from afar that in the battlefield filled with corpses, a child was pouncing on a corpse riddled with injuries, crying bitterly and looking extremely sad. Rascal, get over here. You are already my Ma tribe's slave. An adult man was at the side, punching and kicking the child, before forcefully pulling him up. But this child struggled with all his might, biting the adult man's wrist. The adult man screamed and had no choice but to let go. The child crawled for a while before pouncing on the corpse and crying bitterly. Sigh. Ma Yingjie sighed from the bottom of his heart. Suffering and suffering is not my wish. But in this chaotic world, who can remain unharmed? Either you die, or I die. Human strength is insignificant. All I can do is protect my tribe, and not let my Ma tribesmen's children suffer such a fate. Young tribe leader is benevolent. The surrounding people also sighed. Ma Yingjie pointed downwards. This child is a loyal and filial person. He is in trouble because of me. Someone go and stop him. Send this child to my side. He will be my personal servant from now on. Yes, Lord. His subordinates immediately responded. They did not dissuade him. It was a tradition in northern plains to adopt servants. Furthermore, a child who was not even 13 years old and had not awakened his aperture, how could he be a threat to their lord young tribe leader? Child, quickly get up. A Ma tribe higher up stopped the adult man from beating the child and lifted the child's neck. The child struggled with all his might. No, I want to be with father. Child, your father is already dead. Your luck is good today. My young tribe leader took a fancy to you and took you in as a servant. The Ma tribe higher-up's tone was gentle. But this child did not listen. He only cried, Father, father. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at father's corpse in a daze. You're not my Abba. My Abba's skin is darker than yours. His nose bridge is taller than yours, and his hair is white. The child muttered to himself in shock. Then, he became furious and kicked the corpse. Soon after, he started crying again. Abba, where are you? Chapter 495. Right when Northern Plains was in chaos, Langya Blessed Land's transaction was also coming to an end. You want information about 88-point Jinyang Tower? It is not like I can't tell you. Land Spirit of Langya muttered before staring at Fang Yuan with a sharp gaze. Land Spirit of Langya's obsession was only related to Space Escape Gu and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Moreover, Giant Sun Immortal had already passed away. Land Spirit of Langya was not long-hair ancestor, but a different kind of life form. It is just that when this Immortal House Gu was being refined, only Giant Sun Immortal was watching. How do you know this secret? Land Spirit of Langya asked. Fang Yuan smiled. In his previous life, Ma Hongyun entered 88-point Jinyang Tower and obtained Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance. Later, because Ma Hongyun was defeated, he was chased and mistakenly entered Langya Blessed Land, obtaining Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's fortuitous encounter. Land Spirit of Langya saw through his background and told him this secret during their conversation. Ma Hongyun later became a Gu Immortal and became a pillar of Northern Plains, a great hero who resisted Central Continent's invasion. In one of their talks, he revealed this secret, and it was spread far and wide. Of course, facing Land Spirit of Langya's questioning, Fang Yuan could not confess this fact. I inherited Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance. I have many clues about Giant Sun Immortal's things. The reason why I know this secret is actually because of some deductions. Fang Yuan answered with a proud smile on his face. Land Spirit of Langya looked at Fang Yuan's expression and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, asking, "Don't tell me you are?" "That's right. I have some wisdom path Gu master methods." Fang Yuan lied casually, but his expression was extremely sincere. The Land Spirit of Langya sighed and looked at Fang Yuan with a complicated gaze. Wisdom Path had a long history, tracing back to its roots. It was created by a rank 9 great expert 3 million years ago in the remote antiquity era. She was a rare female venerable. Her title was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She controlled the celestial court and was the second-generation immortal king. According to rumors, Wisdom Gu was once in her possession, thus she created Wisdom Path. Before she died, she divined the mysteries of heaven, calculated the future for 3 million years, and set up 3 traps. After her death, 3 demon sovereigns emerged from the human race one after another. All of them went to the celestial court, but they were ultimately stopped by these 3 games. To be able to scheme against 3 Gu venerables of the same rank after death, his wisdom path ability was evident. Lad, you can actually deduce to this extent. It seems you have indeed obtained the essence of wisdom path. After knowing that Fang Yuan was also a wisdom path Gu master, Land Spirit of Langya's tone actually eased. Wisdom path had been passed down until now. There were very few true inheritors, but no one would look down on wisdom path Gu masters because of this. Wisdom path Gu masters were good at scheming and deducing. Many people who went against wisdom path Gu masters died without even knowing how they died. Moreover, since ancient times, refinement path and wisdom path were inseparable. Gu masters comprehended heaven and earth and deduced Gu refinement recipes. They had to rely on many wisdom path methods. Many refinement masters and refinement grandmasters would ask wisdom path Gu masters for help when they encountered bottlenecks when thinking of recipes. Land Spirit of Langya was very disgusted with Fang Yuan's craftiness, but when he knew Fang Yuan had extraordinary wisdom path attainment, his attitude eased. Land Spirit of Langya liked to refine Gu. He naturally liked to research and create new Gu recipes. During this process, he naturally encountered many obstacles. He could not resolve them with just his own wisdom. Maybe in the future, I will need to ask him to help deduce recipes? This thought flashed in Land Spirit of Langya's mind. As the saying goes, one can be firm without desires. Since Land Spirit of Langya had a request from Fang Yuan, his attitude naturally improved. He summoned a rank 4 East Window Gu out of thin air and held it in his hand. This Gu was a rank for information path Gu. It looked like a ladybug, but the carapace on its back was square like a window lattice, specially used to store information. Land Spirit of Langya poured his thoughts into it. After a while, he let go. East Window Gu flipped open the window-like carapace and flapped its wings, making a circle in the air before obediently flying to Fong Yuan's side. Fong Yuan sent out his thoughts and inspected it. Joy immediately appeared on his face. These are the information you wanted. Now, it is your turn. Land Spirit of Langia reminded. Fong Yuan chuckled. Since the second aperture goo has been formed, I can't wait for such a good thing. Before using it, I will send you a message. Wait. Land Spirit of Langia, however, was cautious this time. How do I know when you will delay it? You are a wisdom path goo master. You are a top-notch schemer. You want to use this to trick me a second time? We have not handed over this east window goo. Heh. I only need to move my thoughts now, and the east window goo in your hand will self-detonate. Fong Yuan frowned. You don't trust me? Land Spirit of Langia had a suspicious expression. Humph. Just based on the fact that you are thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor, I don't trust you. You are so crafty and have wisdom path methods. Once you leave the blessed land, do you think I can still chase after you? What if you intentionally delay and use this chance to extort me? Then tell me what to do. Fong Yuan said impatiently. Of course now, you use this second aperture goo in front of me. Only then will I be at ease. Land Spirit of Langia stroked his white beard, feeling proud of himself for thinking of such a good idea. Fong Yuan grinned. Heh, I am only a rank 5 now. How can I use this immortal goo without immortal essence? When I leave the blessed land, I can only rely on my grandfather's help. If your grandfather can help you, why can't I? Don't talk nonsense. Lend me the second aperture goo. I will do it myself. This, Fong Yuan was only making an excuse. Land Spirit of Langia saw this and felt that Fong Yuan was cheating. His attitude became even more unyielding. Fong Yuan had no choice but to reluctantly let Land Spirit of Langia do it. Land Spirit of Langia took the second aperture goo and poured immortal essence into it, before throwing it towards Fong Yuan. This second aperture goo turned into a bean-sized green light and jumped into Fong Yuan's body. Fong Yuan's body shook intensely. The green bean-like light first hit Fong Yuan's belly button, but there, it was pushed away by Fong Yuan's aperture and could only jump up and land on Fong Yuan's chest. Next, there was a loud explosion, like a bolt of lightning. The bean-green light suddenly exploded, forming a brand new aperture that seemed both real and virtual. Second aperture. This is the second aperture? Fong Yuan touched his chest and mumbled absent-mindedly. Nonsense. What else is it if not the second aperture? Land Spirit of Langia rolled his eyes. The second aperture is very beneficial to your cultivation, and when you become a goo immortal, it will be even more beneficial. But if you still want the third aperture goo, that won't be possible. This third aperture goo's recipe still needs to be deduced and calculated. Fong Yuan's expression returned to normal, and he looked at Land Spirit of Langia with deep meaning. The other party purposely mentioned this. No doubt he wanted to cooperate with him to deduce the goo recipe in the future. Land Spirit of Langia's face turned red from Fong Yuan's understanding gaze. Fong Yuan smiled and bowed towards Land Spirit of Langia. We will talk about this later, goodbye. Get lost, get lost. Land Spirit of Langia waved his hand repeatedly. Seeing Fong Yuan completely disappear in front of him, Land Spirit of Langia let out a sigh of relief, and a trace of anger from having his intentions seen through appeared on his face, and he cursed. This crafty lad. But thinking of Fong Yuan's final words, which seemed to have the intention to cooperate, Land Spirit of Langia's eyes flickered with light. He pinched his beard, and could not help but fall into a reverie. He had already accumulated dozens of incomplete goo recipes. Since that lad could deduce such a secret, his wisdom path attainment is already quite good. With his help, at least half of these dozens of goo recipes can have a breakthrough, and 13 goo recipes should be able to be perfected. But for the remaining 7 goo recipes, with just the 2 of them, it is far from enough. But in the future, I need to be on guard when dealing with this lad, lest I get schemed against by him again. Fortunately, I was cautious today and made him use the second aperture goo on the spot. Otherwise, I would have been extorted by him again. Something is not right. I expended immortal essence to activate the second aperture goo. After leaving Langia Blessed Land, Fong Yuan used the Stargate goo, and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, under his management, had already undergone many changes. In the bright western part of the Blessed Land, large numbers of wolf groups and a small number of fox groups were living together. Although the arrival of the wolf group broke the peaceful life of the fox group, it did not bring about severe casualties to the fox group. All this was due to the large numbers of iron shell flowers that were successfully transplanted on the land. There were countless pink rabbit living in this sea of iron-shelled flowers. Pink flower rabbits reproduced easily and became the main source of food for the wolf group and fox group. And in the eastern part, starlight spread out like an illusion, and lakes of all sizes were densely covered. Star fragment grass was planted on large patches of dark clouds. The growth of star fragment grass was gratifying. It was originally transplanted to the center of the dark clouds, but now it had already spread to the edge of the clouds. Fairy Yao Guang's planting experience is indeed correct. Star fragment grass is the food of the starlight firefly group, and at the same time, the grass group will grow faster with the help of the starlight fireflies. Fang Yuan could not help but nod as he watched. Precisely because he had exchanged the starlight firefly group's cultivation experience from Starlord Wanxiang, Fairy Yao Guang, and the others, he had avoided many detours and gained many benefits. But although the starlight firefly group is growing stronger, the number of starlight firefly goo is decreasing. These days, I have used Stargate goo several times, and the starlight firefly goo's consumption rate is much higher than their formation speed. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards the lakes on the ground. These lakes were formed by him drawing in water and fire. Right now, there were many water wolves living in these lakes. These water wolves built their nests beside the lakes and ate the green jade crucian carps in the lakes. Sometimes, they would go ashore and eat the earth skin pigs that were drawing water from the lakes. Green jade crucian carps and earth skin pigs were the things that Fang Yuan had bought previously. Right now, under Little Hu Immortal's control, a large number of them had adapted to the new environment and were successfully integrated into the food chain of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Chapter 496. What Fang Yuan was most concerned about was the situation of the air bubble fish. The lakes that raised the air bubble fish were carefully chosen by Little Hu Immortal. The sky above these three lakes was the center of the nebula. There were the densest and most lush star fragment grass, as well as large groups of starlight fireflies. Air bubble fish grew in these three lakes, but there were no water wolf groups, and even the number of green jade crucian carps was very small. These three lakes were intentionally protected by Little Hu Immortal to let the precious air bubble fish grow as much as possible from the fish row to maturity. Right now, there were already many young fish swimming in these lakes. These young fish were somewhat similar to goldfish, with round bellies and small pointed ends. But they did not have the bright colors of goldfish. Most of them were milky white. They also did not have the fins and tails of goldfish. Their tails and fins were very small and exquisite. Moreover, the way they swam was also different from other fishes. These young air bubble fish were mostly bobbing up and down. If there are no major changes, at the end of this year, Eastern Sea's air bubble sea will be corroded by the intense poison due to Gu Immortal's fighting. The price of the air bubble fish in jewel yellow skies will greatly increase. However, these air bubble fish are far from enough for my own use. I cannot sell them in a short period of time. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. Whether it was starlight firefly goo or air bubble fish, they were his long-term investments. They would only be profitable in the market after 100 years. Fang Yuan did not purchase the tips on feeding air bubble fish. He had a trick from his previous life's memories that could raise the reproduction rate of air bubble fish by 30%. It could be said that he stood at the forefront of Gu Immortals. The result of the inspection made Fang Yuan very satisfied. He praised Little Hu Immortal, making the latter extremely happy. Her face flushed red. A snow-white foxtail was excitedly swaying behind her. But Dang Hun Mountain was still deteriorating. Standing on Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan could feel an aura of death and death. This made Fang Yuan's mood turn heavy. Dang Hun Mountain was the most valuable place in the entire Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Starlight firefly goo, or the air bubble fish, could not be compared to it at all. Returning to Dang Hun Palace, Fang Yuan called Little Hu Immortal and activated Connecting Heaven goo to communicate with jewel yellow skies. As soon as he opened it, several divine wills were transmitted over. Are you going to sell your gruel mud or not? I am willing to add a pair of whole earth goo on top of the goo recipe. Although the treasure light of my remnant recipe is only 6.5 feet wide, it's extremely powerful. But we can give you some hairy men. Everything can be discussed. These divine wills were all about the business of smoothing things over. Fang Yuan had sold large amounts of gruel mud earlier and directly asked for the recipe of immortal goo gruel mud. Since it concerned an immortal goo, this transaction attracted the attention of many people. Although gruel mud is a part of the immortal goo's refinement process, one of the necessary materials, but the goo recipe's value was undoubtedly much higher than gruel mud. Right now, these goo recipes have undoubtedly reached the highest price. Fang Yuan glanced at it and knew that after these few days of preparation, the time to strike a deal was finally ripe. The prices of all parties had reached their limits and were about the same. Fang Yuan looked left and right. He had his eyes on one of them. The other party was called Immortal Mud Feet. The treasure light of his gruel mud goo recipe was only 6.5 feet wide. Compared to the surrounding competitors, this level of treasure light was slightly inferior. But he left a message saying that he could sell some hairy men to Fang Yuan to make up for this difference. Goo immortals normally raised hairy men to help them refine goo. With large numbers of hairy men assisting them, goo immortals would not lack rank 5 goo worms and would only pursue immortal goo. In the slave trade of jewel yellow skies, hairy men were the most popular type. Their prices were often higher than human slaves. Rockmen could not be compared to them. Fang Yuan had already planned to move some hairy men into Hu immortal blessed land. Thus, when he saw those hairy men in Langya blessed land, he could not help but feel his heart palpitate. Unfortunately, the land spirit of Langya refused to budge and was not willing to sell them. Fang Yuan could not do anything about it. Right now, he needed large numbers of wolf enslavement goo. Right now, he had already obtained the rank 1 to rank 5 wolf enslavement goo recipe from the land spirit of Langya. He only lacked these hairy men to help him refine goo. If he and Little Hu Immortal were to refine goo together, they would not be able to refine the amount that Fang Yuan needed even after 2 to 3 months. Immediately, Little Hu Immortal transmitted his divine sense to Fang Yuan. Immortal Mudfeet was also present. He immediately replied, I am willing to gift you 10,000 hairy men. But Fang Yuan looked at the goods and expressed disappointment. Although you have many hairy men, they are all small hairy men. They are not of much help to my goo refinement. What I need are old hairy men. Old hairy men? Then the quantity will decrease. Immortal Mudfeet thought for a while before replying. These years, the hairy men in his blessed land had been multiplying too much. He needed to sell a batch. But because of this, he sold them cheaply. After some bargaining, Immortal Mudfeet finally agreed to sell to Fang Yuan over 3,000 old hairy men and 7,000 small hairy men. For this, Fang Yuan had to add in half an Immortal Yuan stone. After the transaction was completed, Fang Yuan first checked the recipe of gruel mud immortal goo. The recipe was obviously incomplete, only 60% complete. The contents inside had probably been tampered with by Immortal Mudfeet. Fang Yuan needed to sort through and decipher it. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Immortal goo recipes were very precious. If he was the one selling it, he would also tamper with it. Although the treasure light of the goo recipe would decrease after tampering with it, this was the competition between goo immortals. With this incomplete recipe, I have the foundation to deduce the complete gruel mud immortal goo recipe in the future. It will be much easier than just imagining it. Most importantly, gruel mud immortal goo is in my hands. As long as I do not use it, others cannot refine goo. My gruel mud can still be sold for a profit. However, gruel mud immortal goo could not be brought into Hu immortal blessed land for the time being. After Fang Yuan left Langya blessed land, he used a prepared method to conceal the immortal goo's aura before burying it. This was something that could not be helped. Before Fang Yuan became a goo immortal, he could only deal with it like this. Most of the goo immortals who bought these gruel mud wanted to refine gruel mud immortal goo. Unfortunately, their goal could not be achieved. Fang Yuan continued to sell the gruel mud, while checking if there were any wolf groups that he was interested in. Wild beasts like wolves had strong reproductive abilities. Many blessed lands would dispose of some surplus wolves after a certain period of time. Thus, in Jewel Yellow Skies, there were many Gu immortals selling wolf groups. Earlier in the battle with the three clans, the wolf group suffered many losses, especially the myriad beast kings that need to be replenished. Someone is actually selling wolf emperors. Fang Yuan found a small surprise. The beast groups had a simple structure. They were divided into ordinary wild beasts, 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, and myriad beast kings. Above myriad beast kings, there were beast emperors. Beast emperors had rank 5 wild Gu in their bodies. They had rank 5 battle strength and could control myriad beast kings. In Three Kings Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had subdued 2 dog emperors, Ing Ming and Ba Huang. These 2 dog emperors helped him temporarily resist the attacks of rank 5 Gu master experts. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was busy escaping and had no time to care about them. He did not know if they died in battle or if they were snatched away by others. Normally speaking, very few Gu immortals sold beast emperors. Beast emperors were a form of the Blessed Land's foundation. After Fang Yuan checked the details, he immediately understood the reason. It turned out that this was an old beast emperor with injuries all over its body. The wild Gu on its body were also quite damaged. Only 2 or 3 were left. It seems that a new wolf emperor appeared in the night wolf group. The old wolf emperor was defeated and should have been killed by the new young wolf emperor. But at the crucial moment, a Gu immortal took action and sold this old wolf emperor in Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan guessed the reason. But even so, this old wolf emperor still attracted 3 competitors. After a chaotic exchange of divine senses, Fang Yuan bought this old night wolf emperor at the price of 2 immortal yuan stones. At the same time, he also had over 18,000 night wolves. Next, Fang Yuan bought 30,000 turtleback wolves and 10,000 wind wolves, among which there were 2 turtleback myriad wolf kings and 1 wind wolf myriad beast king. Together with the wolf group from before, his wolf group had already increased to 100,000. This is the benefit of having a blessed land. It allows me to stand on the shoulders of Gu immortals and casually buy and sell beast groups. I can instantly restore the scale and do not need to worry about feeding and other logistics. But 100,000 is still a little too little. Ma Zun, Yang Poing, Jiang Baoya, these enslavement masters each have at least 400,000 beasts. Especially Jiang Baoya, at his peak, he had 650,000 troops. Next was the Heroes' Assembly, where heroes would vie for supremacy. Fang Yuan knew. With the identity of Changshan Yin, he could not avoid competing with these people. This way, the wolf group scale would have to expand again. Fang Yuan bought another 10,000 water wolves, including 1 water wolf myriad beast king and 6,000 wolf kings. Next, he chose left and right, and after careful consideration, he decided on vermilion flame wolves as the main force of the wolf group. He bought 80,000 vermilion flame wolves from all the Gu immortals. In Northern Plains, vermilion flame wolves were much rarer than turtleback wolves, wind wolves, and night wolves. Vermilion flame wolves had red fur that was as red as fire. These wolves had fierce attacks and had fire path Gu worms on their bodies. They could easily destroy grasslands and create a huge fire. If this advantage could be used properly, it could cause huge casualties to the enemy. Fang Yuan's plan was to buy 100,000 vermilion flame wolves. Now, he only had 80,000. Thus he left 20,000 to Little Hu Immortal. 6 vermilion flame myriad wolf kings, 1 water wolf myriad beast king, 3 turtleback myriad wolf kings, 2 wind wolf myriad beast kings, 1 mutated beast white eyes wolf, and 1 night wolf emperor. Fang Yuan calculated. His wolf group's high-level battle strength had increased by 10 times. If it was an ordinary Gu master without Gu immortal methods, to reach this level, they would need the help of a large tribe and would need at least 6 to 7 years of hard work to search in Northern Plains. There were big and small wolf groups in Northern Plains. Small wolf groups often only had a few hundred wolves and were not worth looking at. Large wolf groups had tens of thousands of wolves and could not swallow them all. To capture a wolf group, one had to first consider whether they could win or not. A Pyrrhic victory was not enough. Only with a great victory could one have any gains. Chapter 497. This way, the wolf group's number will reach 200,000. But it is still not enough. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a pondering light. I don't have to rush to accumulate ordinary wild wolves. When the time comes, there will be people who will send themselves to me. Right now, the priority is to expand the high-level battle strength. Although beast emperors were sold in jewel yellow skies from time to time, they would be bought by other Gu immortals in a short period of time. Fang Yuan knew that it was unrealistic for him to buy several wolf emperors in a row. Thus, he focused his attention on mutated beasts. Every mature mutated beast had battle strength comparable to a myriad beast king. Any first-rate enslavement path Gu master would have a mutated beast group as their trump card. For example, Southern Border Quan King's Lion Mastiff group, Jiang Bao Yu's Mountain Drilling Rat Army, Yang Peying's Thunder Eagle group, Ma Zun's Pegasus group. There were many wolf-type mutated beasts. At this moment, Treasure Yellow Heaven was selling as many as 4 of them. The first type was the Blood Forest Wolf. This type of wolf was huge, almost like a hill. An adult standing at its feet was like a fox standing at the feet of an elephant. The Blood Forest Wolf's fur was blood red and withered like wormwood. On the wolf's back, there was a white forest tree. These trees were actually the bones of the Blood Forest Wolf, growing vertically from its back. The white bone trees were also covered with blood-red maple leaves. The trees formed a forest that was commonly known as the Blood Forest. After the Blood Forest Wolf gives birth, it would put the cubs into the blood forest on its back, allowing the cubs to play in the vast space. The blood fruits in the blood forest were food for the cubs. Blood forest wolves were like moving fortresses. Although they were not fast, they had extremely strong crushing power. This was something that many myriad beast kings did not have. The second type was the shark fin wolf. This was an amphibious mutated beast. Its body was like an elephant and its body was covered with glossy crocodile skin armor. At the same time, sharp dark blue fins grew on both sides of its body. There was also a row of shark fins on its back. These shark fins formed a line, extending from the wolf's head to its tail. The shark fin wolf was the mutated wolf with the strongest defense. It also had the ability to fight underwater. The third was the berserk wolf. The berserk wolf's entire body was silver gray, and it had 3 eyes. Its body was not big, and it was the same size as an ordinary 1,000-beast king. However, those who underestimated it because of its size paid a heavy price. Once the berserk wolf started fighting, it would be extremely crazy. Its movements were extremely fast, and it would not rest until it killed its opponent. Especially when it opened its third eye, its battle prowess would increase by 5 times. Once it opened all 3 of its eyes, regardless of the outcome of the battle, it would die on the battlefield. This was a terrifying wolf species that didn't even care about its own safety and fell into a frenzy of battle. The fourth type was an ingrate. The white-eyed wolf's eyes were pure white. Their eyesight was extremely strong. Even in the dark, their eyesight would not be affected. In jewel yellow skies, 1 blood forest wolf, 3 shark fin wolves, 2 berserk wolves, and 5 white-eyed wolves were all bought by Fang Yuan. At the same time, far away in southern border shadow sect blessed land, Old Man Inkstone squinted his eyes as he stared at the connecting heaven goo in the air. Fang Yuan wantonly purchased wolf groups, buying wolf emperors and mutated wolves in succession. This attracted the attention of this wisdom path Gu immortal. This Fang Yuan, he suddenly bought so many wolf groups. What is he trying to do? This mysterious rank 7 wisdom path Gu immortal behind the scenes frowned. He tried to use Gu worms to deduce. But the result was that Fang Yuan wanted to raise a wolf group to profit from it. This result did not satisfy him. Gu immortal blessed land's environment is most beneficial for raising fox groups. Although wolves are similar to foxes, they are still different. Blessed lands had blessings. They were blessed lands. But every blessed land had its differences, and the blessings were not the same. For example, Gu immortal blessed land was most suitable for raising foxes. Fox groups could live and grow better in this place, and reproduce more. Meanwhile, Lengya blessed land was suitable for Gu refinement, and was more suitable for hairy men to live in. Shadow Sect blessed land was suitable for soul path Gu master cultivation. Deep in his heart, a feeling told Old Man Inkstone that Fang Yuan's actions had a deep meaning. But wisdom path was not omnipotent, it had its flaws. Otherwise, Wisdom Path would have dominated the Goo Master world long ago, and would not be the current situation where all paths fought for supremacy. Wisdom Path deductions needed evidence. The more evidence, the more reliable the evidence, it would guide the Wisdom Path Goo Master to a more accurate conclusion. But Old Man Inkstone, although he was a Wisdom Path Goo immortal, he would never have expected that Feng Yuan had been reborn. Old Man Inkstone deduced that Feng Yuan had used fixed immortal travel goo to go to Hu immortal blessed land. But he would never have expected Feng Yuan to go to Northern Plains. If Feng Yuan had soul divine travel goo in jewel yellow skies, he might have thought of this. But Feng Yuan was cautious and directly sold divine travel goo to land spirit of Langya. Old Man Inkstone lacked the most crucial evidence, causing his deduction to be wrong. He tried several more times, but it was always the same result. Do I really have to use my vital goo? Old Man Inkstone thought of this. His pores opened up, and a trace of cloud smoke leaked out from every pore. White clouds rose in spirals and condensed above his head, forming a rolling cloud of smoke. The cloud was hazy, and once it appeared, the dense aura of an immortal goo leaked out. But this rank 7 immortal goo's aura was faintly discernible, like the starry sky in a summer night, mysterious and untraceable. It was also like the fragrance of a lotus 1,000 steps away, faintly discernible. Every time the cloud smoke moved, it contained countless changes. It was indescribable. When outsiders tried to comprehend it, they would only get vague results. This was Old Man Inkstone's vital goo. It was called Heavenly Secret. Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. It could expose the secrets of heaven and earth. Even if the goo immortal had no evidence, it could point to the truth. After Old Man Inkstone found out that Killer Ghost Doctor was implanted with slavery goo, he used Heavenly Secret Goo to deduce that Feng Yuan would return to southern border one day. Thus, Old Man Inkstone set up a trap, waiting for Feng Yuan to jump in. Right now, Old Man Inkstone was hesitating. Should he use Heavenly Secret Goo? Even though Heavenly Secret Goo was powerful, it had its drawbacks. Old Man Inkstone did not succeed every time he used it. 8 out of 10 times he used Heavenly Secret Goo, it would fail. Once it failed, Old Man Inkstone would suffer the backlash of the immortal goo. This backlash was fine if it was an ordinary injury, but it was extremely powerful. Anyone would be wary of it. Old Man Inkstone's body and soul were unharmed. Heavenly Secret Goo's backlash only targeted his lifespan. Once the backlash occurred, Old Man Inkstone would lose 10 to 70 years of his lifespan. When Goo Masters cultivate, their attainment levels did not directly increase their lifespan. If Goo Masters wanted to extend their lifespan, there was only one best choice: Lifespan Goo. Using Lifespan Goo could directly increase the Goo Master's lifespan without any side effects. Other than that, there were other unorthodox methods to extend lifespan. But these methods all had drawbacks and flaws. My current body has 80 years of lifespan left. Even if the most severe backlash shaves off 70 years of my lifespan, I still have 10 years. It is enough for me to complete my heaven-defying plan. And for such a small matter, the backlash is usually not severe. It is usually 13 to 14 years of lifespan. But is it worth it for me to use Heavenly Secret Goo for this? This heaven-defying plan has reached a crucial point. The enemy will definitely notice it. In the future, I will need Heavenly Secret Goo to make deductions. However, if I can get fixed immortal travel from Feng Yuan, it will be extremely helpful to my heaven-defying plan. Let's not talk about other things. Just attack Langya Blessed Land. If I had fixed immortal travel, I would be able to attack and defend at will. What can Land Spirit of Langya do to me? I would not have suffered such a huge loss this time. Old Man Inkstone thought about it, but gave up on this idea in the end. Although Heavenly Secret Goo was powerful, it was also a trap. The success rate of using it was too low, and most importantly, the consequences of failure were too severe. Old Man Inkstone did not dare to waste his lifespan. Back then, in order to deduce where Feng Yuan used fixed immortal travel to, he wasted 70 years of his lifespan. First, he wasted 70 years of his lifespan, and the result left him dumbfounded for a long time. It was actually in Central Continent. It was actually Hu Immortal Blessed Land. How did he get transported to that place? What fortuitous encounter did he get to see the interior of Hu immortal blessed land? All right, Feng Yuan hid in the blessed land and refused to come out. Old Man Inkstone's plan for fixed immortal travel almost failed before it even started. Thankfully, he continued to use heavenly secret goo, spending another 80 years of his lifespan to deduce the most likely chance of success. One day in the future, Feng Yuan would return to southern border and participate in the Battle of Etion Mountain. For this fixed immortal travel, Old Man Inkstone spent 150 years of his lifespan. Forget it, since I have already deduced the result, I will just wait for him. The matter of him raising a wolf group is not a big deal. As a wisdom path Gu immortal, I personally set up this trap. Would a mere mortal be able to escape? Humph. Old Man Yin sure sneered a few times and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were like an ingrate. There were no pupils, only scara. He stared at connecting heaven goo, the sneer on his face becoming more intense. You are a mortal. You actually spent 150 years of my lifespan. In the future, it will be your honor to die under my scheme. Of course, don't think of having a good time now. After Old Man Inkstone made some arrangements, Feng Yuan, who was in Hu immortal blessed land, felt something amiss. Oh no, someone is buying wolf enslavement goo's refinement materials in large amounts. Feng Yuan was planning to buy these materials, but Old Man Inkstone was one step ahead. He quickly made his move, but was quickly obstructed. Many Gu immortals were purposely raising the price, making him spend more, but the materials he bought were not as good as before. Feng Yuan squinted. His gaze was cold as needles. This is targeting me. Humph. Land Spirit of Langya is impossible. It does not have such rallying power. Then, other than Crane Gate, there is only that mysterious Old Man Inkstone. Hee. Suddenly, Feng Yuan laughed again. If this was before, he could only sigh helplessly when being attacked like this. But it was different now. He had a large number of wolf enslavement goo recipes. These recipes were not only from rank 1 to rank 5, there were also different types of wolf enslavement goo recipes for each rank. Chapter 498. A moment later. Feng Yuan's gaze was cold as he memorized the names of these Gu immortals. Fishing Old Man, Great Immortal Boulder, Lightning Brilliance Heavenly Mother, Old Man Inkstone. So it was you. He finally understood who was targeting him. Most of these Gu immortals were the ones who attacked Langya Blessed Land in his 500 years of memories. These Gu immortals are mostly from northern plains, but there are also people from southern border, eastern sea, western desert, and central continent. Together with Old Man Inkstone, this hidden Gu immortal force is truly huge. Because of this unusual confrontation, Feng Yuan learned a lot of information. He was secretly shocked. What kind of force was this, and who was the one who created it? In his previous life, he did not know anything about it. He had been kept in the dark. Such a strong force was hiding behind the scenes. It was not a simple poisonous snake, but a fierce tiger in the forest. What was it planning? What was its goal? What kind of role did it play in the future development and the great battle of the 5 regions? What was Old Man Inkstone's position in this force? Thinking about the confrontation earlier, it was like an undercurrent was surging. From start to finish, they did not use their full strength. They were only acting. Bystanders would not be able to sense it. They would only think it was a normal bidding war. Even Feng Yuan himself, if not for his 500 years of memories, he would only think that he was unlucky and met with intense competition when buying resources. They attacked secretly and interfered, but after realizing they could not stop them, they quietly stopped. The entire action was like throwing a stone into the water. After a few ripples, the water became calm again. Feng Yuan was clear that the reason why he could escape from the other party's attack was because the Gu recipe from Land Spirit of Langya was only a foundation. Most importantly, the other party did not want to expose it. They did not want to attract suspicion. Thus, they did not use their full strength. Although Feng Yuan was a Gu immortal in his previous life, he was now immortal. Even though he had a blessed land, he could not match the combined strength of 2 Gu immortals, not to mention Crane Gate and such a mysterious and powerful force. The reason why I attracted Old Man Inkstone's attention is likely because of fixed immortal travel goo, Feng Yuan thought to himself. Back then, he refined an immortal goo in front of everyone with his mortal body. It was truly too eye-catching and eye-catching. Immortal goo, even goo immortals rarely had them, let alone a top-tier rank 6 goo like fixed immortal travel. Goo immortals would naturally covet it. It was all because the limelight was too big, but Feng Yuan had no choice. Forced by the situation at that time, he could only do this. Doing so was also the best outcome. There was no better outcome. After such a long time, the news must have spread by now. The Crane Gate will definitely investigate it, but this is actually a good thing. The more they investigate, the more they will know about my background. I am only in my 30s. I am a vagabond from a small clan that was destroyed, a lone cultivator. To be more practical, I am a demonic goo master. Such a person has low aptitude and lacks resources. He could actually obtain the scene of who immortal blessed land and refine immortal goo? How is this possible? It is like an ant suddenly growing bigger and swallowing an elephant. The fat pig suddenly grew wings and flew higher than an eagle. In Earth's terms, this was unscientific. This way, they will naturally guess that there is an expert behind me. Such an expert must be at least a powerful and mysterious goo immortal. And I am only a chess piece pushed out by the person behind the scenes. Thus, if they want to deal with me, they will have to consider the person behind the scenes or the organization behind the scenes. If there is an organization behind the scenes, is it a group of people, or a super clan, or a super sect? Nobody can say for sure. Everyone wants to investigate more deeply, to find out by any means possible. Before I find out, as long as I hide in who immortal blessed land and don't do anything that touches their bottom line, they will only probe me and won't do anything serious. Thoughts flashed in Feng Yuan's mind as he analyzed the current situation at lightning speed. Of course, this situation is only temporary. Paper cannot hide fire. Once they find out the truth or lose their patience, I will be in trouble. Once Crane Gate attacks who immortal blessed land, the best outcome for Feng Yuan would be to self-detonate the blessed land. Both sides would suffer heavy losses, and no one would be able to obtain Danghun Mountain. Without the protection of the blessed land, Feng Yuan would become a street rat that everyone wanted to kill. The reason why he created the identity of Changshan Yin was to prepare for a rainy day and leave a path of retreat for the future. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Feng Yuan was a formidable character in the demonic path. He naturally understood this well. After sorting out his thoughts, Feng Yuan sighed. He had to cultivate quickly and become a goo immortal again before Crane Gate and the mysterious force made their move. But even so, it would be a huge calamity. If he could not get through it, he would be smashed into pieces and die. The pressure is immense. Although Feng Yuan obtained the greatest benefits in 3 Kings' blessed land, after this battle, he lost the initiative. Spring-Autumn Cicada, Crane Gate, Danghun Mountain, Mysterious Force, Blessed Land, Earthly Calamity. Although he obtained who immortal blessed land and his strength rose sharply, he was in an even more precarious situation. All sorts of intense and dangerous situations were pressuring him step by step, like whips or scythes, driving him forward from behind. If he was slightly slower, the outcome would be unimaginable. If it were anyone else, they would have already exhausted their wits and strength and would be crushed by the collapsing situation. Only Feng Yuan racked his brains to find a way out of this perilous situation. But even if he worked hard like this, the situation still did not improve. Just like now, he had encountered a new problem. He did not have enough immortal yuan stones. He had originally sold large amounts of immortal goo recipes and obtained 28 immortal yuan stones. But after using them several times, especially after this large-scale purchase, he had spent too many immortal stones and had almost reached the bottom. Right now, Feng Yuan only had a pitiful 4 immortal yuan stones. But there were still too many things he needed to invest in. Without a choice, he could only temporarily stop investing in wolf groups. But Feng Yuan's plan was to dual cultivate enslavement path and strength path. Now that he had the second aperture, this plan was even more feasible. There were usually 3 aspects that determined an enslavement path goo master's strength. The first aspect was the scale of the enslavement beast group. The second aspect was the enslavement path goo worms in the goo master's aperture. The third aspect was the enslavement path goo master's soul. The deeper the foundation of the soul, the more beast groups they could control, and the stronger the beast kings they could subdue. The longer they could command the beast groups to fight, the longer they could do so. Through my large purchases, the scale of my wolf group has already reached second rate in Northern Plains mortal world. The first tier are the three great enslavement pathmasters of the present age, Ma Zun, Jiang Baoye, and Yang Poring. But my enslavement path goo worms originate from Changshan Yin and are only rank 4. I need to raise them to rank 5 to deal with the Northern Plains War. Fortunately, Danghun Mountain is dying, but I can still use it. With Guts Goo, my expenses are greatly reduced. But other than this, I still need large numbers of wolf soul goo to continue transforming wolfman souls. Facing the rapid cultivation needs, the immortal Yuan stone in Fang Yuan's hands was insufficient. Purchasing wolf groups was only the first aspect of the 3 aspects of enslavement path. Next, he went to Jewel Yellow Skies and bought several goo recipes, mini goo refinement materials, as well as the indispensable rank 5 wolf soul goo for his future cultivation, a total of 18. This way, he spent another immortal Yuan stone and only had 3 left. Fang Yuan's gaze landed on relic goo. His second aperture had just formed and was only rank 1 initial stage. He needed to start cultivating from scratch. But where would Fang Yuan get the time? Directly using relic goo to increase his cultivation could help him in a short period of time. Although he had the intention, due to the lack of immortal Yuan stone, Fang Yuan could only settle for the next best thing, buying bronze, red iron, silver, and yellow gold relic goo. Next, he chose goo worms to modify the body. The body was like a skin bag, containing the soul. If the soul was strong, but the body was not strong enough, it would become a bottleneck and restrict the growth of the soul. Similarly, if the body was not strong enough, then he had to be careful when using strength path goo worms. If he used too much strength before hitting the enemy, his tendons and flesh would tear and his bones would break. When Fang Yuan finished this transaction, he only had 2 immortal Yuan stone left. He kept these 2 immortal essence stones as a backup in case of an unexpected situation. For the next 2 days, Fang Yuan did not leave Hu immortal blessed land and cultivated on Danghun Mountain. This is the last Guts Goo. Climbing on a cliff, Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and opened this goo. Splat. Following a soft sound, a yellowish-brown muddy water flowed out. This was a bad goo. Its body was corroded by gruel mud immortal goo's power and no longer had the miraculous effect of growing the soul. Danghun Mountain's vitality is weakening. The good Guts Goo are getting fewer and fewer. But after these days of collecting, because of the large amount of guts, my soul has reached 1,000-man soul. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and sensed the soul in his body. This 1,000-man soul was clearly more solid than before, giving off a feeling of heaviness. It was like it was forcefully stuffed into Fang Yuan's body, giving off a feeling of overflowing. 1,000-man soul was the symbol of an enslavement path expert. Back then, Changshan Yin had 1,000-man soul. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and with a thought, he summoned Little Hu Immortal and immediately teleported her into Danghun Palace. Sitting cross-legged on a cushion, he took out a white-silver relic goo. After the previous tests, this white-silver relic goo had no problems, so Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence into it. A moment later, he opened his eyes and inspected his second aperture, nodding in satisfaction. Second aperture has also reached rank 3 peak stage. This way, Fang Yuan's first aperture was rank 5 peak stage, crystal purple primeval essence. Second aperture was rank 3 peak stage, snow silver primeval essence. Snow silver primeval essence, although it could not compare to crystal purple primeval essence, could at least provide some help to Fang Yuan. After all, in the Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, rank 3 goo masters were the absolute core strength. After I use the yellow gold relic goo, I will reach rank 4 peak stage. That will be even better. Of course, what makes me the happiest is that my second aperture has given me another vital goo. In this way, I can have 2 vital goo. Chapter 499. Disregarding consumable goo. The goo master's first choice of goo worm would become her vital goo. The vital goo and the goo master had the closest relationship. It could be said that their lives were intertwined. No matter which side suffered heavy losses, the other side would also be implicated. The vital goo had an advantage that other goo worms could not reach. That was after the refinement failed. No matter how severe the backlash was, the original goo worm could still be preserved. Thus, most goo masters treated the vital goo as their core goo. Normally speaking, the strongest goo worm in a goo master's hands was her vital goo. Once the vital goo was formed, it was hard to change. However, this situation was not absolute. If a goo master obtained an extremely good goo worm and wanted to nurture it as their vital goo, they would have to destroy the original vital goo. But this action was extremely dangerous. Once the vital goo was destroyed, the goo master would be greatly implicated. At best, they would suffer heavy injuries. At worst, they would die. After rebirth, Fang Yuan's vital goo was the spring-autumn cicada, sleeping in the center of his first aperture, unable to move. Now that he had the second aperture, he had a chance to choose his second vital goo. Even though he could guess it from the goo recipe, the real opportunity to choose made Fang Yuan happy. Which goo should he choose as the crucial second vital goo? Immortal goo had to be eliminated first. The second aperture was only a rank 3 mortal aperture. It was hard to store immortal goo. Spring-autumn cicada was a special case. Other than spring-autumn cicada, Fang Yuan still had fixed immortal travel. Gruel mud, 2 immortal goo. But gruel mud immortal goo could only be used once. If he used it as his vital goo, after the gruel mud immortal goo disappeared, Fang Yuan would definitely suffer heavy injuries. Such a foolish thing. Fang Yuan naturally would not do it. As for fixed immortal travel, it was far away in poison grassland. It was not worth mentioning. Without much hesitation, Fang Yuan made his decision. This was the rank 3 all-out effort goo. He wanted to walk the path of dual cultivation of strength path and enslavement path. All-out effort goo was necessary. It was also the most ideal strength path core. Previously, Fang Yuan schemed against undefeated 100 battles goo to ensure the safety of the all-out effort goo during the refinement process. But due to a freak combination of circumstances, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use undefeated 100 battles goo to refine the immortal goo fixed immortal travel. As long as the all-out effort goo became his second vital goo, Fang Yuan would no longer have to worry about failing the goo refinement. He had lost this precious goo worm. 2 days. In a flash. After leaving Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan used Stargate goo and returned to Northern Plains. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was different from the outside world. Time flowed 5 times faster than normal. Fang Yuan had spent 2 days in the Blessed Land, but he had only spent 1 night in Northern Plains. It was dawn. On the horizon, there was a soft purple and white color. As the sun rose, the wild grass in the distance gradually turned from its original black color to an oily green. The crescent moon lake was sparkling with golden light. The morning light shone on Fang Yuan's face. He smiled and looked to his side. The originally sparse wolf pack. Many white wolf silhouettes filled up the wolf pack. These were all water wolves. The number had already exceeded 10,000. They were led by a water wolf myriad beast king and had 6,000 wolf kings. As for the other vermilion flame wolf group, night wolf group, mutated wolf group and others, Fang Yuan did not bring them out. It would be too eye-catching and sudden to bring them out at once. Fang Yuan disguised as Chang Shan-yin because he wanted to properly manage this identity, thus he had to avoid exposing himself. But water wolves were different. Fang Yuan's trip this time was to take in wild water wolves. The appearance of water wolves was easy to explain, but if a night wolf beast emperor or those mutated wolves appeared, it would not make sense. Next, I will continue to take in the wild water wolf group. Fang Yuan rode on the hump wolf and with a thought, the entire wolf group set off again, charging towards their next destination. 3 days later, at a certain lakeside beside the crescent moon lake, the goo masters of the 2 clans stared at each other in anger. Zhong Feiyou, your Zhong clan is an intolerable bully. These 5 black skin fat beetles clearly belong to our clan. Yet, you actually dared to openly snatch them in broad daylight. One of the clan heads, Chai Zhong, angrily roared. Bullshit. We had an agreement back then. Our clans were neighbors with this water wolf den as the boundary. Thus, this is our Chai clan's territory. These 5 dark-skinned fat insects have come to my Zhong family's territory, so of course they belong to my Zhong family. The Zhong family's patriarch, Zhong Feiyo, sneered. Chai clan's Gu masters heard this and felt incomparably furious. Chai Zheng's face turned red from anger as he reprimanded, "Shameless! Our Chai clan is breaking camp today to rush to the Heroes' Assembly. Of course we have to pass through here." Zhong Feiyu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "So, this is your Chai clan's fault. You could have passed through here. Why did you have to pass through my clan's camp?" Chai clan's Gu masters were extremely furious. Zhong clan's camp was in a tricky location, occupying the main path. If Chai clan took a detour, it would be even more troublesome as there would be at least 3 myriad beast groups along the way. Zhong clan's actions were, in fact, an intentional extortion. "Zhong Feiyu, isn't your table manners too ugly?" Chai Zhang gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words. Zhong Feiyu shrugged his shoulders indifferently and sneered. "If your Chai clan is not convinced, we can have a contest." Chai clan's Gu master's momentum stagnated. Chai clan was a small-scale clan, but Zhong clan had expanded into a medium-scale clan 2 years ago. Zhong clan was strong. If they fought, Chai clan would definitely suffer. As Chai clan leader, Chai Zhang was clear of this. He also wanted to retreat, but these 3 black-skinned fat beetles were carrying the clan's most precious resources. These resources were meticulously gathered by Chai clan when they wanted to join Lu Wenwu. If he gave them up, Chai Zhang would naturally be extremely unwilling. Should he fight or retreat? Just as the 2 sides were in a deadlock and Chai Zhang was hesitating, wolf howls could be heard not far away. Howl, howl. The howls of the wolves rose and fell, ceaselessly. At the same time, the footsteps of large numbers of beast groups could be heard by the wind. Such a formation. It's a wolf group. It's noon right now, and this is near the water wolf's den. How can there be a wild wolf group? Zhong and Chai clansmen immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy. They shifted their gazes towards the source of the sound. They saw the majestic wolf group was like a long river, flowing through the sparse forest and surging towards the group. Among these wolf groups, there were vigorous night wolves, turtleback wolves with deep defense, and outstanding wind wolves. Most of them were water wolves with white fur. Different types of wolves gathered together harmoniously to form an army. Such a scene. There was only one reason. Chai Zhang's heart thumped. He immediately thought of one person, Changshan Yin. Zhong Feiyu's expression also turned extremely ugly. Their Zhong clan also wanted to join young master Lu Wenwu. Thus, they coveted Chai clan's resources, but at this crucial moment, someone appeared to disrupt their plans. As the wolf group approached, the Gu masters of the 2 clans became restless. Such a huge wolf group. Someone could not help but exclaim, "Hiss, such a scale, there are at least 28,000 turtleback wolves, 15,000 night wolves, and many more wind wolves than night wolves. Water wolves are the most numerous, about 32,000. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air, and with his rich experience, he made a rough estimate. There were too many wolves. They spread out majestically, forming a half-moon-shaped encirclement, covering the Gu masters of the 2 clans. Immediately, Zhong and Chai clan's Gu masters were surrounded by the wolf group, and with their backs against Crescent Lake, they fell into a disadvantageous situation. Didn't they say Changshan Yin suffered disastrous losses when he attacked Bei, and Zheng clans? Why does he still have so many wolves? Chai Zhang's lips turned dry. The wolf group was densely packed. Not only did they surround them, there were also many hidden in the forest, their figures indistinct. Zhong Feiyu no longer had the relaxed attitude of bullying the weak. He looked at the large number of 1,000 beast kings and myriad beast kings in the wolf group, his heart rising to his throat. Enslavement path was different from other paths. It could often change the situation with one's own strength. Ordinary enslavement path Gu masters could not be underestimated, let alone Changshan Yin. Zhong Feiyu was very clear that these wolves in front of him were enough to exterminate his Zhong clan 2 or 3 times over. Because they were in the wilderness now, there were no dangers around them. Without the camp's walls, they had no depth, no time to rest, and no time to recover their primeval essence. A hump wolf carrying Fang Yuan swayed as it walked out of the forest, appearing in front of everyone. Chang Shan Yin. Zhong Feiyu and Chai Zhang shouted at the same time. At once, countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan was expressionless. Riding on the hump wolf, he straightened his upper body according to Chang Shan Yin's habits. His gaze was like an arrow, sweeping through everyone without speaking. But his tightly pursed lips fully displayed Chang Shan Yin's proud and aloof temperament. Zhong and Chai clan's Gu masters could not make a sound. They felt like a huge rock was pressing on their hearts. The air had frozen, making it hard to breathe, especially when they thought of Wolf King Chang Shan Yin's battle record of challenging 3 clans in one night. Many of their bodies started to tremble. The Pei, Bei, and Zheng clans were all experienced mid-sized clans, and Chai clan was only a small-sized tribe, while Zhong clan had just become a mid-sized tribe not long ago. Zhong Feiyu and Chai Zhang looked at each other, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes, as well as the intention to cooperate. The two felt the same bitterness in their hearts. The two sides that were fighting earlier now had the intention to cooperate. This trick of fate really made them not know whether to laugh or cry. Lord Chang Shan Yin, I, Zhong Feiyu, have heard of your fame. Zhong Feiyu gritted his teeth, stepping out of the crowd and bowing deeply towards Fang Yuan. No one felt that there was anything wrong with the Grand Tribe leader Zhong Feiyu's actions. The other party was Chang Shan Yin. But before Zhong Feiyu finished speaking, Fang Yuan waved his hand and lightly said, "All of you, scram, don't hinder me." Zhong Feiyu's eyes opened wide. An unconcealable anger and humiliation could be seen in his eyes. But he did not retort, instead lowering his head and bowing towards Fang Yuan, before turning around and gathering Zhong tribe's Gu masters. Retreat. Chai Zhang observed his expression and quickly shouted, "We will retreat too." Immediately, the crowd surged as the Gu masters quickly retreated to a faraway place. Soon, only the wolf group and Fang Yuan were left at the lakeside that was originally filled with people. Of course, there were also those 3 slow black skin fat beetles that could not be taken away in time. Fang Yuan glanced at these 3 black skin fat beetles and did not mind them. The things that the 2 tribes were fighting over, in his opinion, were not attractive enough. Chapter 500. There were more than 4,000 water wolves living in this water wolf lair, a pack of 1,000 beasts. Although water wolves rarely set foot on land, it was a different matter if their home was invaded by foreign enemies. Sensing Fang Yuan's wolf group rushing over, this wild water wolf group left the den and attacked together, clashing with Fang Yuan's wolf group. Being obstructed, Fang Yuan's wolf group's momentum slowed down. But he snorted and activated Wolf Howl Gu, at the same time sending 3 groups of reinforcements to reinforce them. The wild water wolf group only lasted for a while before they could not endure the pressure and were immediately dispersed, losing their momentum. Far away. Patriarch, our things are still there. An elder of the Chai family gazed into the distance unwillingly. Chai tribe leader Chai Zhang heaved a deep sigh. Forget it, if we lose it, it is better than losing our lives. Should we stay and take a look? A person like Chang Shan Yin might not be interested in these 3 black skin fat beetles. Another Chai tribe elder was hoping for a fluke. But Chai Zhang understood and snorted. If you are not afraid of offending Chang Shan Yin and provoking his massacre, you can stay. This Chai tribe elder's expression froze. Humph, do you think Zhong tribe did not think of this? Even if Chang Shan Yin is not interested, we will not be able to get these resources. Sigh, with an expert like Chang Shan Yin here, we cannot stay in this crescent lake anymore. Let's continue and leave. Chai Zhang waved his hand. His tone was filled with helplessness, hatred, and even more helplessness. Chai tribe was only a small-scale tribe with weak strength, especially during the 10-year blizzard, when the imperial court contended for supremacy. Dragons and snakes rose from the land. The whole of northern plains was filled with endless disputes and chaos. Tribes like Chai tribe were like small boats in the whirlpool of chaos, drifting along with the wind and rain. Only by attaching themselves to a stronger force could they increase their chances of survival. Chai tribe broke camp, and left without any hesitation. A moment later, Zhong tribe's investigative Gu master reported to Zhong Feiyu with a face full of lingering fear. Lord, Wolf Wangde obtained complete victory. He destroyed that wolf den with a flip of his hand. Out of more than 4,000 water wolves, he managed to recruit close to 3,000, and he only lost 300. Zhong Feiyu and the upper echelons of the Zhong clan trembled when they heard this. This kind of casualty ratio was truly terrifying. No wonder his wolf pack could be replenished so quickly. Lord Patriarch, you didn't see it with your own eyes. Chang Shan Yin's command has already transcended the mortal realm. It has become a form of art. The investigative Gu master wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and added. Zhong Feiyu snorted coldly, not willing to lower his own morale. He forcefully said, Chang Shan Yin has a water wolf myriad beast king. The leader of this pack of wild wolves was only 1,000 beast king. Once they started fighting, the water wolves would be suppressed by the myriad wolf king, and their battle strength would be weakened. It was also easier to incorporate them. Where did the 3 black-skin fat beetles go? The investigative Gu master replied. They were captured by Chang Shan Yin. Zhong Feiyu's expression immediately turned ugly. This time, he went for wool and came home shorn. Not only did he not obtain the resources, he even offended Chai clan. Speaking of which, Chai clan and Zhong clan were in-laws and had a close relationship before. Otherwise, they would not have migrated together, choosing to stay next to each other and help each other when setting up camp. However, the world was cruel. Right now, the imperial court contest was not only related to Zhong clan and Chai clan's benefits, it also concerned the survival of the 2 clans. Their previous relationship was only a method to protect their own benefits. When it was time to abandon them, they would abandon them without hesitation. In the main tent, there was an oppressive silence. After a long while, Zhong Feiyu let out a breath of turbid air. A person like Chang Shan Yin, even if we gather all of our Zhong clan's strength, we will not be able to match him. But Northern Plains is not his only clan. There are 3 enslavement masters stronger than him. We will remember this first. After we join young Master Lu Wenwu one day, we will get back at him for today. Zhong clan's elders nodded in agreement. Not long after, Zhong clan also set off on their journey. 9 days later, Fang Yuan led the wolf group that had expanded by several times and returned to Gu tribe camp. Gu Guang led the Gu tribe higher-ups and went out to welcome them. Lord Supreme Elder, your cultivation has recovered? When Gu Guang sensed Fang Yuan's rank 4 peak stage aura, he was pleasantly surprised. Fang Yuan nodded, replying plainly, I have recovered. It is time to do so. Back then, Chang Shan Yin's cultivation was rank 4 peak stage. Afterwards, he fought with Ha-Tu Gu bandits and was on the verge of death, hibernating underground. But now, Fang Yuan's first aperture had already reached rank 5 peak stage. Although it was still suppressed by Northern Plains, it still had rank 5 initial stage aura. Right now, his rank 4 peak stage aura was only disguised using breath concealment goo. As for his second aperture, because he had entered Northern Plains first and was acknowledged by Northern Plains, it was not suppressed by the region and was still rank 3 peak stage. By concealing it like this, then releasing it step by step, not only could he preserve his trump cards, he could also give others a gradual acceptance process. Fang Yuan followed Gu tribe's higher-ups back to the camp. Gu tribe camp was expanding, and along the way, they could see bustling construction scenes. Large numbers of mortal slaves, and even Gu master slaves were being wantonly deployed by Gu tribesmen. Winner takes all, this was the cruelty of war, but also the beauty of war. Gu tribe's higher-ups were overjoyed. Gu tribe had annexed Bei tribe and Zheng tribe. Their strength had expanded greatly. These days, they had been working hard to digest the gains, and the whole tribe's strength had also risen greatly. The biggest problem now is the scarcity of slavery Gu. If we have large numbers of slavery Gu, we can put these slave Gu masters on the battlefield. This will greatly increase our Gu tribe's battle strength. Gu Guang sighed. Slavery Gu was a Gu worm that could control humans. But humans were the spirit of all living beings. They were much harder to control than wild beasts. The burden on the soul was greater, especially when enslaving Gu masters with strong souls. Thus, basically, A Gu master rarely controlled more than 5 slaves. The number of slave Gu masters was even lesser. Usually, a Gu master could only control 1 slave Gu master. If there were more, the burden on the soul would be greater. And for those slave Gu masters with strong souls, to control them, one would need to have a stronger soul than the slave Gu master. Fang Yuan naturally had the ability to get large numbers of slavery Gu. But this way, he would expose many things. In his plan, the Gu family was only a chess piece. He did not need to think for them. Next, I will continue my closed cultivation and cultivate. Take care of these wolf groups. Fang Yuan said.
Yes.
Gu Guang quickly replied respectfully, but he was complaining inwardly. Gu tribe was expanding now and needed manpower. They were lacking in manpower. When the wolf group increased in size, the burden of feeding them would be even heavier, and this would consume a lot of Gu tribe's manpower. But Fang Yuan's next words made this young Gu tribe leader elated. I brought a lot of resources this time. They were obtained when I took in the wolves. All of you can use them, but remember, the things on those 3 black-skinned fat beetles must be kept safe for me. Yes, Lord Supreme Elder. In the following days, Fang Yuan stayed in Gu tribe's camp, staying in seclusion and cultivating hard. His second aperture needed to continue raising his cultivation. Although his soul had 1,000-man soul achievement, he still needed wolf soul Gu to strengthen it, until it became a 1,000-man level wolfman soul. At the same time, he needed to continue raising his strength, using June strength Gu. When he needed to relax, he would take out the things on those 3 black-skinned fat beetles and inspect them. Chai tribe's painstaking collection of resources was very strange. They were all gray-white stone slabs. But on the surface of these stone slabs, there were black ink lines, some straight and some curved, some thick and some thin. The ink lines tangled together. Some were like words, while some were like landscape paintings. If these stone slabs were real, then they had a huge origin. Tracing back to the source, it could be traced back to the immemorial antiquity era. Ranzu's 9 women, carefree wisdom heart. The legends of Ranzu recorded that in order to save wisdom Gu, carefree wisdom heart came to Qian Kuan crystal wall. Qian Kuan crystal wall was straight from top to bottom. It stood in the void like a huge mirror. In the mirror, there was a book mountain. On Book Mountain, there was an ink waterfall, crashing into the mountain rocks and forming a literature spring. The ink waterfall continued to fall, crashing into the literature spring and creating countless splashes. These black splashes scattered in the air. Each water droplet turned into words. This was the origin of the 100 Clans language in the Gu Master world. Later, when Qian Kuan crystal wall was broken, it split into countless gray-white stone slabs. Rumors said that when all the stone slabs were gathered and pieced together, Qian Kuan crystal wall could be reformed, allowing Gu masters to enter Book Mountain again. If one looked at human history, they would find that generations of Gu masters, Gu immortals, even immortal venerables and demon venerables had collected records of these stone slabs. Precisely because of this, a large number of replicas of these stone slabs appeared. These replicas were hard to differentiate from the real ones, unless one was an experienced treasure appraiser. In history, the most authoritative and accomplished treasure appraiser Gu immortal was the owner of Jewel Yellow Skies, the one who possessed treasure like Gu, Taoist many treasures. But even he could only identify 70 to 80% of them. There were simply too many replicas, too many Gu masters tried to replicate them. There was even Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable among them. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable purposely created many fake stone slabs, deceiving many Gu immortals. The fake stone slabs he created were extremely realistic. They could even compare to the real ones. Fang Yuan had never thought of collecting all the gray-white stone slabs and piecing them together to form Book Mountain. Even rank 9 Gu venerables had not succeeded in this. Fang Yuan did not have the impulse to overestimate his own abilities. He was only trying to identify these stone slabs when he was resting. In his previous life, he had developed a sharp gaze from doing business. He had once sold and forged these gray-white stone slabs. Right now, he was identifying these stone slabs, distinguishing the real from the fake, and getting rid of the obvious fakes. It was a form of relaxation and entertainment. What he didn't expect was that when he was caressing a stone slab, something unexpected happened. Chapter 501. The ink lines kept changing, and after a while, they gradually stabilized and formed a topographic map. At the center of the map was a raised piece of land. It was not as steep as a mountain, and the slope was very gentle. There was an opening at the top, as if it led underground. At this place, there were two words, Dichio. Dichio was surrounded by swamps and forests, and at the southwest corner, there was a river. At the bottom of the map, there were 4 sentences, light hidden in the soil, radiance reaching 10,000 feet high, roaming in the sky for 100 li, praising the fragrance of plum blossoms and snow. Fang Yuan mumbled, and after pondering for a long time, he could not comprehend it. These 4 sentences seemed like a poem, but it was not. Saying it was a goo recipe was somewhat plausible. But Fang Yuan was sure of one thing. These 4 puzzles were clues left behind intentionally. What was even more amazing was that after this map was formed, it gradually disappeared from the gray-white stone slab. Soon, the stone slab in Fang Yuan's hand became white, with nothing on it. But when Fang Yuan closed his eyes, he could easily recall every detail of this map, without the slightest error. This was not because his memory was amazing, but painting will goo. This stone slab was planted with painting will goo. This goo can form a picture and enter deep into the goo master's memory, causing the goo master to never forget it. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. Evidently, this was an inheritance left behind by a goo master. To appraise these gray-white stone slabs, Fang Yuan had obtained many clear goo, sunlight goo, moonlight goo, and so on from Goo Tribe's treasury. Just now, he had used these goo worms. Then he skillfully injected his primeval essence to probe. These methods were specific methods to appraise the gray-white stone slab. The result was that these methods became the key to unlocking this gray-white stone slab's secret. The goo master who forged this gray-white stone slab did not only use painting will goo. He also used other goo worms to form this effect. This goo master left behind an inheritance, and in order to select an inheritor, he spent a lot of effort. Fang Yuan smiled. He had not expected to obtain a clue to a goo master's inheritance under such circumstances. Inheritance. This is one of the cultural characteristics of this world. Be it righteous goo masters or demonic goo masters, they would choose to leave behind their inheritances, leaving behind their unique mark in this world. Although he was lucky enough to obtain this inheritance clue, Fang Yuan was not too surprised. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had encountered many similar situations. He was already used to it. Most goo masters would leave behind inheritances. In this way, the good and bad inheritances were mixed together. There were goo immortal inheritances, rank 4 and rank 5 goo master inheritances. These were all worth seeing. But there were also many rank 2 and rank 3 inheritances, and even rank 1 goo masters would leave behind inheritances. On top of that, time was passing by. Heavenly calamities and so on. Many goo masters explored inheritances, but the result was disappointment. Some inheritances had long since perished. Some inheritances had already been taken by others. Some inheritances were demonic path inheritances. They were traps meticulously designed by someone. They were the goo masters with dark hearts, venting their anger before death. I'm too busy right now. I don't have the time to give up my plans and rush far away for an unknown inheritance. Moreover, just based on this map, I don't know where this so-called Dichio is. After obtaining the Dichio inheritance map, it was just a small accident. Fang Yuan quickly threw it to the back of his mind. In the following days, he continued to cultivate and refine goo at the same time. From the accumulation of the 2 clans, he obtained an improved goo recipe. Fang Yuan felt it was quite interesting. From Goo Tribe's treasury, he took out some goo worms and spent a few days. After failing twice, he raised the rank 3 eagle wings goo to rank 4 eagle rise goo. Speaking of which, he had almost never used this eagle wings goo in his possession. It was only when Fang Yuan left Poison Grassland and arrived near Hongyan Valley, near Goo Tribe's camp, that he met several clans that were opening a market and bought it from the market. Wolf King Changshan was not an expert in flying. Fang Yuan naturally would not use this master-level technique easily. This was a trump card. If he used it in the future, it would definitely shock the world. Changshan had disappeared for more than 10 years, It was a great excuse. Nobody knew what fortuitous encounters he had. Why was it impossible to become a flying master? A few days after the Eagle Rise Gu was refined, Gu Guang personally visited Feng Yuan, bringing the latest information. Ma tribe has already annexed Fei tribe, becoming the main character of Tian Chuan Heroes Assembly. In Mengqiu Heroes Assembly, New Air Tribe's representative is a rank 5 Gu Master New Air Tuesday, Chao Fu's Zhao tribe? That Zhao Lianyun, Ma Hongyun's wife, the amazing woman who will become a wisdom path Gu immortal in the future, is still a young girl now. No matter what, Ma tribe is in the limelight this time. They are clearly planning to go all out and fight for the throne of the Lord of the Imperial Court. This is in line with my previous life's memories. But I wonder if Ma Hongyun has appeared? Feng Yuan thought as he recalled. He vaguely remembered that in this contest for the Imperial Court, Ma tribe's performance was extremely strong. Especially in the early stages, they had a strong army and united will, defeating many strong enemies. But the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The tallest pile on the shore will be destroyed by the current. Ma tribe was in the limelight too much. They were targeted by the veteran Huang Jin tribes one after another. After several fierce battles, although they won all of them, they were extremely bitter and suffered great losses. Finally, Ma tribe was cornered by He Lulan and was surrounded from all sides. He tribe had the advantage in numbers, but Ma tribe's defense was tight and they held their ground. He Lulan led the troops to fight, but they could not take down the tribe for a long time. Seeing that the blizzard was coming, they could only force a truce. After Ma tribe submitted to He tribe, they obtained many quotas to enter the imperial court. Ma Hongyun did not know what kind of dog shit luck he had to actually be able to enter. Using this opportunity, he obtained a portion of the immortal Venerable's inheritance in 88 Treasure Tower, thus becoming the capital to rise up in the future. At this time, Gu Guang asked Feng Yuan for guidance. Supreme Elder, right now, the Heroes Assembly is already in full swing. At our Tian's Heroes Assembly, heroes are emerging one after another. Experts are fighting. The winds are surging. Among them, Lu Wenwu and He Lulan are the strongest. The other forces are all inferior. Right now, only our power remains at the Crescent Moon Lake. Even the large tribes are rushing to Tian to participate in the Heroes Assembly. After these days of recuperation, we have already digested the results of the battles and stabilized the situation. If we do not set off now, we will not make it in time. Feng Yuan nodded. The Heroes' Assembly was a mutual test, and also an alliance between the various forces. Although Gu tribe's strength had increased greatly, it was only a mid-sized tribe. If they could not participate in the Heroes' Assembly and left the rules of the game, they would be ostracized and the impact would be huge. The tribe leader of Gu tribe was Gu Guang, but ever since Feng Yuan became the Supreme Elder, his decisions could dictate the actions of Gu tribe. In these days, Gu Guang and the other higher-ups of the tribe had been waiting anxiously. They did not have the memories of Feng Yuan's previous life, and did not know that this Tian's Heroes Assembly would be an exciting battle, and so it ended the latest. Feng Yuan had already made arrangements for this. He waved his hand and said to Gu Guang, although the tribe has stabilized, but it is only on the surface. In the dark, the hearts of the people are still wavering. If we really fight, even if we have the foundation of a mid-sized tribe, we do not have the strength to match it. Gu Guang lowered his head and listened respectfully to Feng Yuan's instructions. Feng Yuan continued, the battles of the Tian's Heroes Assembly have just begun. There is no rush to go there. We need to make a trip to Onion Valley first. Onion Valley? Gu Guang showed a puzzled expression. Onion Valley was a place similar to Crescent Lake. The valley was vast and filled with green onions. It had a unique ecology. There were large numbers of beast groups, even more than Crescent Lake. Of course, there were also large numbers of wild goo worms. Among them, there was a famous rank 2 goo, Onion Explosion Goo. This goo looked like a green onion, but it was not green-white, but bright like fire. Once it was activated, it would emit an extremely intense smell. When wild beasts smell this smell, they would become extremely violent and aggressive, easily attacking others. Thus, Onion Valley was a much more dangerous place than Crescent Lake. Why did they not participate in the Heroes' Assembly but instead go to such a dangerous place? But soon after, Fang Yuan gave the reason. Long ago, I raised a wolf group in Onion Valley. After these years of nurturing, they should have developed and grown stronger. So that's it. Gu Guang's eyes brightened. To nurture an enslavement path Gu master, they expended a huge amount of resources. Just the amount of food they needed to feed wild beasts was a huge number. These days, Gu tribe had expended a lot to take care of Fang Yuan's wolf group. Gu Guang had a painful and clear understanding of this. Thus, many enslavement path Gu masters would choose to raise them. They would choose a place with a suitable environment and raise the beasts as seeds. Once in a while, they would check on them. If the beast group grew stronger, that would be a gain. Of course, the probability of a gain was low. In most cases, the beast group would be weakened, or even completely wiped out. But even so, most enslavement path Gu masters would still choose to do this. After all, enslavement path cultivation had a huge burden on resources. How many mortal Gu masters could be like Fang Yuan, directly raising their wolf group in a blessed land? Gu Guang immediately understood when he heard Fang Yuan's words. So many years have passed, the connection with the Wolf King is still there, but I don't know how many wolves there are. But in this hero's assembly, the more wolves there are, the better it is. The more wolves we have, the more confidence we'll have. Fang Yuan's words made Gu Guang nod, agreeing. Supreme Elder is right. When do we set off? Chapter 502. The sky was a deep blue, while the ground was a vast expanse of jade. The land here was especially fertile. The water plants were lush and delicious, reaching up to a person's knees. This was the famous Yutian of northern plains, known as one of the most beautiful grasslands. Right now, there were many people here, banners fluttering in the wind. Yutian's Heroes Assembly had already been going on for half a month. In the first 7 days, all the tribes had their own voices, creating a huge commotion. But gradually, after a series of alliances, all the forces merged together. Right now, there were only 2 strongest forces left. One was Lu tribe's Lu Wenwu, and the other was He tribe's He Lulan. Right now, the 2 forces were all valiant, confronting each other. In the middle of the 2 forces, there was a spacious battle stage. On the stage, 2 Northern Plains Gu masters were engaged in an intense battle, both having rank 4 cultivation. Most of the people below the stage could not take their eyes off them. Usually, there was not such a good opportunity to observe a battle between tribe leaders. Especially the 2 people on the stage, one righteous and one demonic. They were both famous figures, and they even had a deep grudge against each other. Water Demon, hand over your life. One of the middle-aged Gu masters shouted, stomping his feet and jumping into the sky. In the air, he breathed in deeply, before opening his mouth and spitting out a basket-sized dim fire at his opponent. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's heart was filled with alarm. Blue light flashed in his eyes, as the snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture crazily poured into Water Wall Gu. Rise! He raised his palms, moving from bottom to top with a heavy movement, as if he was lifting something extremely heavy. Following his movement, the majestic water vapor formed a blue waterfall, rising from the ground. The waterfall rushed upward and swept down in midair, forming a thick wall of water in the shape of an arch. The dim flame slowly landed on the water wall and was immediately extinguished. Huh! The spectators exclaimed in shock. Just as they were about to ridicule Water Demon for making a mountain out of a molehill, the fire seed that only had a trace of light left suddenly exploded. Bam! The explosion was deafening, like a bolt of lightning. Large amounts of fire chi burst out, causing the thick water wall to explode into water vapor. The aftermath of the powerful impact formed a violent wind that quickly spread in all directions. But in the end, the impact of the storm did not affect the periphery of the arena. There were Gu masters standing around the battlefield, using their defensive Gu to form a spherical light barrier that firmly protected the battlefield. What a powerful technique! Such an intense explosion, it is already close to the effect of a rank 4 Gu worm. Obviously, this is Fire Prodigal Chai Ming's killer move. Although Water Demon sensed it, he still underestimated Lord Chai Ming's attack. After recovering from the shock of the explosion, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. Countless gazes were focused on the arena. Even He Lulan and Lu Wenwu couldn't take their eyes off it. However, inside the sphere of light, steam was rising, and it was a vast expanse of whiteness, making it difficult to see clearly. Everyone could only wait patiently. When the water vapor gradually dissipated, Chai Ming stood in the arena with his head held high, panting. He glared at the corpse at his feet and shouted, "Water demon, you killed my father back then. Did you think this day would come?" Water demon Hao Ji Lu vomited blood, his face filled with pain as he was stepped on by Chai Ming. "Ha ha ha, it is our victory. Lord Chai Ming is mighty." Seeing this scene, the spectators were dazed for a moment, before Lu Wenwu's side erupted into thunderous cheers. In contrast, He Lulan's side was either silent or curling their lips. "Brother Lulan, thanks for letting me win." Lu Wenwu stood up from his seat, smiling as he cupped his fists towards He Lulan, appearing graceful. He Lulan's expression was ugly. He snorted coldly and was about to say something to keep up appearances. But right at this time, swoosh, a soft sound was heard, and Chai Ming looked at his chest in shock. Suddenly, an aqueous sharp blade appeared from his chest. He turned his head with difficulty and saw his father's killer, Hao Ji Lu, with his face full of blisters, looking at him in a sorry state while sneering at him. "This is the real body, then what is under my feet?" Chai Ming was extremely puzzled. Bam! Right at this time, Hao Ji Lu under his feet suddenly turned into a pool of water and dissipated. "It is water image goo," someone exclaimed. Water image goo is a rare rank 4 goo to begin with, but Water Demon clearly used other methods to make his water image look so lifelike. The shouts in his ears made Chai Ming understand the reason for his defeat. "Despicable," he said the last words of his life, before dying on the spot with an extremely unresigned mood. Lord Chai Ming. At once, countless people cried out in grief. "My brother." Chai tribe leader's face was filled with tears. "Ha ha ha." He Lulan raised his head and laughed, not concealing his joy. He gave a thumbs up to Water Demon who was walking down the stage. "Hao Ji Lu, you did well. Come, drink this cup of wine. Many thanks for Lord's reward." Water Demon walked down the stage. The burns all over his body caused him to grimace in pain, but he still received the wine bowl and drank it in one gulp. Such good wine. He gave a flattering smile, passing the wine bowl to He Lulan. Although everyone looked down on his flattery, the other party's strength was there for all to see, and he also had a notorious reputation, so no one mocked or ridiculed him. He Lulan waved his hand, saying in a hoarse and rough voice, "This wine bowl is also for you. Come, Yin Shui, give me a new bowl, and pour me your best wine." Following his call, a young girl as beautiful as a flower, wearing a gorgeous dress, obediently walked forward and placed a wine bowl on the table in front of He Lulan, before gracefully filling it with wine. It was Yin Tribe's young miss, Lu Wenwu's fiancée. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu had kidnapped her and offered her to He Lulan as a meeting gift. He Lulan could not wait to bring Yin Shui along in the Heroes' Assembly to attack Lu Wenwu. "Lu Tribe's young master, you cannot win against me. Why don't you admit defeat, and I will return your fiancée to you." He Lulan drank a mouthful of wine, wiping the wine stains on his beard. Why should a man worry about not having a wife? Although this girl is a beauty, how can she replace the aspirations of men like us? Brother Lulan, haven't you heard of the ancient saying, "Women are like clothes, brothers are like hands and feet"? Since Brother Lulan likes her, then you can have her. Lu Wenwu chuckled, but did not show any anger. Young Master Lu is very ambitious. Young Master Lu Wenwu is a true man of our northern plains. That's right, such a person is worthy of us following. Lu Tribe's side spoke up in support of Lu Wenwu. Even the girls were not moved, nor did they have any intention to refute. In northern plains, men were always superior to women. Women were like clothes, brothers were like hands and feet. These were not said by others, but by Giant Sun Immortal. The descendants of giant sun immortal were collectively known as the Huangjin tribes in northern plains. The Huangjin tribes held the highest authority in northern plains and also followed the traditions of their ancestors. Since Lu Wenwu could compete with He Lulan, he was naturally not easy to deal with. His words hinted that He Lulan was lustful and had no aspirations, showing his wise image of not being infatuated with the mortal world. He Lulan snorted angrily. Your Lu tribe has always been good at talking. You have a silver tongue. But so what? Come, come, come. Let's send people to the arena again. Let's fight. Lu Wenwu's expression changed slightly. Compared to Yin Chui'er, this was his greatest weakness. In the previous 9 battles, he had only won 3, losing many experts. In the previous battle, the rank 4 expert fire prodigal Chai Ming had lost his life. Now that He Lulan was inviting him to fight again, he had to agree. If he did not agree, it would show that he was weak. The men of Northern Plains looked down on weak masters the most. But if he agreed, he would definitely lose more than he won. Damn it, this black guy is purposely challenging me. He is clearly trying to weaken my upper echelon battle strength. But this is the hero's assembly. I cannot show weakness. Who should I send this time? Lu Wenwu gritted his teeth, his gaze darting around. Among the people that sided with him, there were Righteous Path and Demonic Path. There was no lack of famous people. But right now, they did not dare to meet Lu Wenwu's gaze. They all lowered their heads or looked far away as if avoiding him. Just as Lu Wenwu was in a dilemma, a loud voice shouted from afar, "Big brother, don't worry, let me go. Third brother is here." Lu Wenwu was overjoyed. The crowd opened up a path as a person walked in. Everyone turned to look at him. This person was tall and muscular. He had a tiger's back and a bear's waist. He had a lion's mouth and a wide nose. His skin was as black as ink. His lush hair and beard were as white as snow, like a lion's mane. White hair and black skin. Such a peculiar appearance caused everyone to be stunned. Soon after, someone exclaimed in shock, revealing this person's background. This person is actually an Inkman. Rockman, Eggman, Harryman, and Inkman. They were not descendants of Renzu, but variant humans. Inkmen were recorded in the Legends of Renzu. Their home was Book Mountain. In Book Mountain, there was an ink waterfall, crashing into the literary spring, and the ink that was produced fell on the mountain rocks, forming Inkmen. Big brother, I am late? This Inkman came to the center of the stage and bowed deeply to Lu Wenwu. Not late, not late. It is good that you are here. Lu Wenwu patted the Inkman's shoulder, introducing him in front of everyone. Everyone, this is my sworn brother, Emo Shirkwang. When I was roaming the world in my early years, Emo Shirkwang, young Master Lu has good eyesight. He is just a mere variant human and wants to seduce him. Never mind. Let me, Viper husband, test your brother's worth. On Halo Lan's side, a male Gu master with triangular eyes walked out on his own initiative. Come. Viper husband walked onto the stage and flirtatiously hooked his finger at Emo Shirkwang. Emo Shirkwang was provoked by this action and immediately flew into a rage, shouting loudly as he jumped onto the stage. Die! Saying so, he clapped his hands. Rumble. A formless force swept everything in its path, crushing towards Viper husband with unstoppable force. What? Chi path? Rank 4 peak stage. Oh no. Viper husband had yet to finish his words when he was smashed into minced meat, his flesh flying everywhere. With one move, the outcome was clear. Hiss. Chapter 503. He Lulan looked at Emo Shirkwang on the stage with a gloomy expression. From the moment Emo Shirkwang appeared on the stage, he had a bad premonition. But when Emo Shirkwang turned Viper Lover into minced meat, He Lulan's heart sank. The opponent was a rank 4 peak stage expert and was even a Chi Path Gu master. Man was the spirit of all living beings and could awaken their apertures through Hope Gu. Variant humans, since they had the word man attached to them, they naturally had spirituality that wild beasts could not compare to. But this spirituality was much smaller than a human's. Thus, very few variant humans could achieve such results in their Gu master cultivation. Most variant humans could not even awaken their apertures in their entire lives. But there were also a few lucky ones who awakened their apertures. The lucky ones among the lucky ones would be able to succeed in their cultivation. This Emo Kwang in front of everyone was such a special case. No wonder Lu Wenwu would befriend Emo Kwang. A rank 4 peak stage battle strength. Even I would be willing to do it. At once, many people came to a realization. Hey, the dark-skinned fatty on the other side. Are you the one who wants to oppose my big brother? Come, if you have any experts, feel free to send them over. Let me flatten all your lackeys with one palm. Emo madly patted his chest and shouted loudly. Amidst his boorishness, he seemed heroic. Dark-skinned fatty. The corners of Halo Lan's eyes twitched, feeling extremely angry in his heart. Although I am fat, can I be darker than you? This dark-skinned guy is hateful. Hey Xiao-yi. Hey Lu Lan softly called out, his calm voice concealing blazing anger. Here. A thin man immediately responded. Go teach this guy a lesson. Hey Lu Lan instructed. Yes, Lord Clan Leader. Hey Xiao-yi expressionlessly replied and slowly walked forward. His gaze was cold as ice, and as he walked, his whole body surged with black light. The black light condensed into an armor, firmly wrapping around him. Then, a pale green circle of light flew above his head. 56 flying bone shields flew out and floated around him, protecting him from all directions. At the same time, 9 grayish-blue ghost faces sobbed and wailed as they circled around him. When he walked onto the stage, he was already fully armed and protected himself. Everyone was in an uproar. Hey Lu Lan spoke with great grandeur, but in truth, she had sent a defensive Gu master to probe Emo Kwang's background. Ahahaha. Emo Kwang, on the other hand, is overjoyed. One look and I can tell that you're asking for a beating. Come, eat a punch from your grandpa. Before he finished speaking, his right hand clenched into a fist and fiercely pounded at He Xiaoyi. In the blink of an eye, the power of his fist turned into a solid and heavy fist chi. It flew dozens of steps and heavily bombarded He Xiaoyi's body. If it were anyone else, they would be crippled even if they didn't die from this blow. However, He Xiaoyi forcibly received this punch. His upper body swayed a few times, but his lower body did not move a single inch. Good. Seeing this, Emo Kwang became even happier. He was different from ordinary Inkmen. He was extremely bloodthirsty for battle. Delighted at seeing his prey, he shouted, again. Saying so, he slowly flew up, his snow-white hair fluttering in the wind. After pulling some distance from He Xiaoyi, he quickly punched. Fist shadows were densely packed like a rainstorm. Lumps of translucent fist chi flew towards He Xiaoyi. Bam, bam, bam. The fist chi struck He Xiaoyi's armor, causing thunderous explosions. However, He Xiaoyi seemed to have transformed into a huge reef, standing firm no matter how many times the waves crashed against him. The 56 flying bone shields helped him bear most of the pressure. The scattered fist chi hit the black iron-like armor, but there was no effect at all. The scattered chi was completely absorbed by the 9 ghost faces. When Emo Kwang's indiscriminate bombardment stopped, the halo above He Xiaoyi's head emitted a pale green light, shining on the flying bone shields and repairing the cracks on the shields. Your thing, I'll return it to you. He Xiaoyi sneered. The 9 ghost faces opened their mouths and continuously spat out dozens of fist chi. Impressively, Emo Kwang's attacks were returned intact. Emo Kwang looked at the dozens of fist chi pouncing towards him and was dazed for a moment. He was continuously hit and smashed onto the ground. Ha ha ha. Rank 4 peak stage is only... Immediately, someone started to clamor outside the arena. Young master. The person beside Lu Wenwu nervously called out. He Xiaoyi is one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner Troop, a rank 4 upper stage, Gu master and most proficient in defense. Should we call Emo Kwang back? No matter. Lu Wenwu was not nervous at all, instead smiling with a trace of schadenfreude as he looked at He Lu Lan and He Xiaoyi in the arena. My third brother's temperament is to fight as if it is his life. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he is. Hee hee now, you guys just wait to watch a good show. Ha ha ha, refreshing. So refreshing. Mo Shikuang suddenly let out wild laughter and slowly climbed up from the ground. His eyes were fiery red as he stared at He Xiui with a burning gaze. You are a bit interesting, worthy of me using half of my strength, Mo Shikuang seriously said. He Xiui was naturally displeased. Humph, shameless boaster, bring it on. Huh. Mo Shikuang's majestic body shook and a strong and human aura like that of a lion, tiger, bear, or elephant burst out, pressuring everyone's hearts. Whoosh! He fiercely jumped into the sky, his aura overflowing like a demon god as he raised his right foot. Catch! He shouted excitedly, his right foot aiming at He Xiui and fiercely stomped. Whoosh! Wind suddenly blew, and the majestic air condensed into a huge foot. This foot was as big as a hill and faintly transparent, carrying an incomparably fierce aura as it rapidly descended. Such an attack! For a moment, not only He Xiui, but also He Lulan and the others stared with their eyes wide open. Defend. Use all your strength. Several rank 3 Gu masters responsible for defending and maintaining the area furiously shouted. As the huge foot stomped down, He Xiui clenched his teeth and quickly controlled 56 flying bone shields to block it. But the flying bone shields could not even withstand the pressure in the blink of an eye and were completely crushed under the stomp of the huge foot. Soon after, the huge foot smashed down like a mountain peak. The pale green circle of light was instantly shattered. The 9 ghost faces desperately swallowed, but they only managed to weaken a tenth of the power before collapsing. The chaotic air currents had not even spread when they were fiercely suppressed by the huge foot. He Xiui felt an irresistible force heavily pressing down on his spine. He wanted to resist, but he was powerless. After a few breaths, he was pressed down on the ground. The black iron armor that made him famous was crushed into powder by the enormous pressure. Crack, crack, the sound of bones breaking resounded incessantly. Large amounts of internal blood flowed out of He Xiui's 7 orifices. The enormous force was still spreading in all directions. Several defensive Gu masters put their lives on the line and barely managed to support the light barrier, preventing it from collapsing. After the smoke and dust dispersed, He Xiui was like a dead dog, lying motionlessly on the ground, on his last breath. He Lulan's expression abruptly changed as he jumped up. He Xiui was his direct descendant, one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner Army. Without him, the Black Banner Army's battle strength would be reduced by at least 20%. At the same time, this He Xiui was the youngest son of a He tribe supreme elder's great-nephew and was of great importance. He Lulan had never expected this Mo Shikuang to be so strong. That attack just now could almost surpass ranks to challenge a rank 5 Gu master. He Xiui could not be lost. He Lulan pointed and promptly ordered, "Men, snatch He Xiui back for me." Immediately, 2 figures pounced out, both rank 3 Gu masters. Several defensive Gu masters hesitated but did not want to offend He Lulan, so they did not obstruct them and instead loosened the barrier. "Young master, this He Lulan is extremely shameless. He actually wants to break the rules. Let me go as well." An elder of the Lu family roared indignantly. But Lu Wenwu chuckled. "No matter, let them have a taste of my sworn brother's power." "A bunch of scoundrels," Mo Shikuang shouted, his eyes glaring in anger as he waved his strong right arm. His arm seemed to be dragging a 1,000-jun heavy object, giving people a feeling of slow exertion. An enormous arm made of qi rapidly formed under everyone's dumbstruck gaze, reaching 50 feet in length and 10 feet in width. Whoosh, for a moment, the qi arm produced a sound like a dragon's roar or a tiger's roar, or like a hurricane sweeping through. The enormous qi arm fiercely swept across in a wild and unrestrained manner, collapsing mountains in front of them and crushing seas in front of them. The 2 rank 3 Gu masters who had rushed over to help were like flies, fiercely swept away by the enormous qi arm. Soon after, the qi arm swept across the scene, causing horrified screams to resound. Countless spectating Gu masters who could not dodge in time were smashed into meat paste by the qi arm. He Lulan and the rest hurriedly retreated, avoiding the attack. Courting death. Kill him. Since he dared to attack us, we will attack together. He Lulan and the rest dodged the attack and attacked one after another, immediately shattering the Qi arm. Ha ha ha, good. Emo Shirkwang not only did not have a trace of fear when facing so many Gu masters, he instead became even more excited, his battle intent surging. He advanced instead of retreating, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. His long beard spread out as he charged towards He Lulan and the rest. Not good. Third brother is going crazy again. Lu Wenwu could no longer remain calm, waving his hand. Everyone, quickly follow me to help. Lu tribe's side also entered the battlefield. The heroes' assembly immediately turned into a chaotic mess, an unprecedented chaotic battle suddenly unfolding. Emo Shirkwang rampaged on the battlefield, while He Lulan and the rest smoothly snatched back He Xiuyi. Chai tribe's Gu masters targeted water demon Hao Ji Lu, continuously attacking. The heavily injured Hao Ji Lu could only flee in all directions. The scene was a mess. Oh no, this is only the heroes' assembly. We cannot fight so intensely. If we suffer heavy losses, how will we fight for the imperial court? What do we do? Even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Lu Wenwu and He Lulan felt something was amiss and wanted to stop them, but it was to no avail. Howl. Right at this moment, an intense and desolate wolf howl came from afar, displaying the bearing of a beast emperor. Howl. Chapter 504. What's going on? A wolf tide is coming? So many wolves. There are night wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves, and so on. There are also water wolves and vermilion flame wolves. Cries of surprise rang out, and the chaotic battle gradually came to a stop. One by one, they turned around and looked. In the sky, the vast wolf group was like a surging tide. All sorts of northern plains wolf groups gathered together and pressed forward. The dark and vigorous night wolf, the graceful wind wolf, the sturdy turtleback wolf, the snow-white water wolf, the scarlet-red vermilion flame wolf. These wolf groups advanced side by side. Each wolf group had at least tens of thousands of members. At once, the huge wolf group filled everyone's vision, causing a chill to rise in their hearts and making it hard for them to breathe. Under the escort of the wolf group, a tribe slowly moved forward. Large numbers of slug goo, black-skinned fat beetles carrying abundant resources, and lizard house goo moving their limbs. There were many flags, and among them, there was a huge flag that represented the king's tent. On the blue flag, there was a large Gu character. It's Gu tribe. In that case, this wolf group belongs to Changshan-in? Didn't Changshan-in fight 3 tribes in a row? Why is the scale of his wolf group so huge? Everyone had similar suspicions in their hearts. According to the information, Wolf King has night wolves, wind wolves, and turtleback wolves. But where did he get so many water wolves and vermilion flame wolves? Lu Wenwu's expression was grim. Big brother. Emo Shirkwang returned to Lu Wenwu's side. The vast wolf group in front of him made him inwardly shocked. The source of the water wolves is easy to explain. After all, Gu tribe has been stationed by Crescent Lake for a long time. The wolf groups there are the most water wolves. But who can tell me, what is going on with this 80,000 vermilion flame wolf group? Vermilion flame wolf is much rarer than wind wolves, water wolves, and night wolves. It is the wolf species with the strongest attack among ordinary wolves. We have investigated very clearly, but how did Changshan suddenly get such a terrifying force? Who can tell me? At once, countless tribe leaders and elders were in their hearts. He scolded the intelligence personnel of his own clan. Let's not talk about the vermilion flame wolf pack for now. Is that the largest night wolf, the wolf emperor? Zhong Feiyo pointed into the distance and exclaimed. In fact, when the night wolf emperor appeared, it had already attracted countless gazes. It really is the nocturnal wolf emperor. The wolf emperor's majestic presence was unmistakable. After Bei Chaochuan identified it, he said hoarsely. The crowd was in an uproar. Wolf emperor. This was the battle strength of a rank 5 Gu master. Changshan was only a rank 4 Gu master, but he could actually control a wolf emperor? No matter what, he was a person who had been famous for a long time, a hero of northern plains, a legend who had once killed Hatu Gu and his group of bandits by himself. Damn it, his strength. How did it grow so fast? With the Wolf Emperor in his hands, he is already comparable to Ma Zun, Jiang Baoye, and Yang Poying. The vengeful Pei Yinfei clenched his fists. The huge wolf pack made him feel powerless and defeated. Seeing the pack of wolves gradually approaching, everyone's expression became solemn and fearful. The chaotic battle had completely stopped. Everyone gathered around Lu Wenwu and He Lulan, forming a formation. Next, under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan rode the White Eyes Wolf with Gu Guang and the rest behind him, arriving in front of He Lulan. Wolf King Changshan Yin, I have long heard of your great name. He Lulan was the first to greet. He Lulan's body was swollen like a violent bear. His mouth was filled with uneven snow-white teeth that were like daggers and swords, giving people a sinister feeling. A pair of triangular eyes. They flickered with an intimidating light. This person was lustful by nature. There were rumors in northern plains. Fang Yuan chuckled, but glanced at Lu Wenwu who was beside him. Lu Wenwu was dressed in white. He had an elegant demeanor like a noble young master. His eyes were warm, and his face was like jade. Beside him stood a 9-foot ink man with black skin and white hair. Like a door god, he was the #1 general of Northern Plains in this imperial court contest, Emo Shirquang. Lu Wenwu's heart jumped. Fang Yuan's deep gaze made him feel something amiss. The grudge between Changshan Yin and Chang tribe. During the Battle of Crescent Lake, Gu tribe had already spread the news. Right now, Chang tribe had already submitted to Lu Wenwu. If Changshan Yin wanted revenge and to deal with Chang tribe, he would first have to deal with Lu Wenwu. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, looking at He Lulan. His voice was calm, but it resounded in everyone's ears. I have returned to the world this time to take revenge. Coincidentally, during the Imperial Court contest, I can also experience the heroes of Northern Plains. Brother Lu Lan, why don't we work together? He Lulan's pupils dilated. She could not help but walk out of the crowd in joy, walking to Fang Yuan and grabbing his shoulder, laughing loudly. It is my honor to have Wolf King's help. On He tribe's side, there was an uproar. Cheering could be heard. Defeated Hao Jilu, greets Wolfwang Da Water Demon greeted Fang Yuan anxiously. He Lulan frowned, looking over in concern. Hao Jilu might have made battle merits for him, but if he offended Changshan Yin, then he could only kill Hao Jilu to express his goodwill to Changshan Yin. But Fang Yuan nodded at Hao Jilu. It's fine, just perform well in the future. Hao Jilu let out a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, Wolf King is broad-minded. Such magnanimity, I admire you. He Lulan laughed even louder. Hao Jilu was rank 4 upper stage, an absolute expert. Now that he had the best of both worlds, he was very happy. He tribe's side was overjoyed, while Lu tribe's side was extremely gloomy. Lu Wenwu had expected this, but his mood was still terrible. If I knew this, I would not have agreed to Chang tribe's request. How can one Chang tribe compare to Changshan Yin? Sigh. It is a pity that things have come to this. I am powerless to turn the situation around. He sighed in his heart. Yin Shui'er was his fiancée, but he could give her up. Not only because of the tradition of men being superior to women, but also because Yin tribe was already extinct. But Chang tribe's strength was still intact. If he really gave up on Chang tribe, it would make all the tribes that were depending on him feel disappointed. He, Lu Wenwu, could not do that. Hey tribe leader, my Wang tribe will join your side. What do you think? Hey Lulan, our Fang tribe will place our bet on you. Yi tribe is willing to depend on He tribe. At once, several large tribes that were wavering chose to side with He Lulan. Lu Wenwu had a strong general like Emo Shirquang by his side, but Wolf King Changshan Yin had allied with He Lulan. With such a large wolf group as the vanguard, who knows how many tribesmen would die in the battlefield in the future? This way, all the tribes in the Yu Tian Heroes Assembly made their choice. A large portion chose to follow He Lulan, while the rest followed Lu Wenwu. Ha ha ha, Lu tribe's boy, we will meet on the battlefield in the future. Brother Lulan, we will meet again. Now is not the time to fight each other. Outside Yu Tian, there were still countless tyrants. The two sides were on guard against each other, and after some distance, they returned to their respective camps. On the way back, Lu Wenwu summoned the elder in charge of intelligence and scolded. Where did Changshan Yin's wolf group come from? Investigate it for me. Investigate it thoroughly. Yes, young master. I will do my best to make up for my mistake. The elder retreated with sweat all over his forehead. Big brother, don't worry. No matter how many wolves he has, with me here, we can just kill that Changshan Yin. Emo Shirkwang consoled in a low and muffled voice. Lu Wenwu's heart was heavy. Against an enslavement master, the best tactic was to kill the leader. But now that Changshan Yin had joined He Lulan, they would meet on the battlefield in the future. He tribe would definitely carry out strict defense. By then, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. But the hearts of sworn brothers could not be treated coldly. Lu Wenwu smiled and patted Emo Shirkwang's shoulder. Hee, third brother, you are an unparalleled warrior who can easily kill the enemy leader. I naturally trust you. Big brother, you forgot that there is still second brother. As long as second brother comes out of seclusion, with us three brothers working together, no matter how big Northern Plains is, what is there to fear? Emo Shirkwang laughed heartily. Second brother? Lu Wenwu's eyes brightened, the pressure in his heart reduced by half. That's right. Second brother comes out of seclusion. If we work together, Changshan Yin is not our match. But for now, let's not deal with He tribe. This is a tough bone to chew. We need to sweep the western side first, accumulate our strength and strengthen ourselves. Big brother, go ahead and do whatever you want. I will follow behind you. At the same time, in another group, He Lulan laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, after today, when the news of the Yution Heroes Assembly spreads, all the forces will have a headache. Brother Shan Yin, the wolves under your command will definitely make them puzzled and astonished. Fang Yuan had great strength. He Lulan had been paying attention to him for a long time. Now that he had taken the initiative to join, this He tribe leader naturally had to win over Fang Yuan. Not only did he treat Changshan Yin as an equal, after a short conversation, he also took the initiative to call Fang Yuan his brother. Fang Yuan heard He Lulan's words and knew that it was a subtle question. He smiled lightly. To speak the truth, I did not expect to have such a huge harvest. Back then, I had raised some wolf groups in Onion Valley. To think that after these years, they had grown to such a large scale. Gu Guang, who was at the side, added, That's right, when Lord Supreme Elder came out of Onion Valley, we were all dumbfounded by the dense wolf groups. The truth was, after Fang Yuan entered Onion Valley alone, he opened a stargate and connected to Hu immortal blessed land, releasing most of the wolf groups inside. When he led the wolf groups back to Gu tribe, everyone was shocked. This way, the entire Gu tribe was his witness. At the same time, he had concealed himself in Onion Valley. The evidence was irrefutable. Ha ha ha, Brother Shan Yin's luck is really enviable. Raising a beast group is a helpless move. There are very few harvests. Brother being able to have such a harvest is the will of heaven. Even the heavens hope that you can return to the world. To speak the truth, ever since you disappeared, the whole of Northern Plains has been silent. The heavens have pitied us. They do not want a person like you to live in seclusion. He Lulan's words were filled with flattery, making the whole of Northern Plains seem like there was only one Changshan Yin. But Fang Yuan curled his lips at the perfect timing, smiling arrogantly. This time, I came out to take revenge, and also to meet Ma Zun, Yang Puring, Jiang Baoya, and the others. Thirdly, with the help of Imperial Court blessed land, my cultivation can advance even further. From his words, it was as if the position of Imperial Court was already in his bag. Such arrogance, even water demon Hao Ji Lu was speechless inwardly. Good, this is the lofty aspiration that a Northern Plains man should have. He Lulan praised, giving a thumbs up to Fang Yuan, before taking out a gu worm and handing it to Fang Yuan. A good gu should be given to a hero. Brother Shan Yin came to join me. That means you think highly of me. This rank 5 gu is my greeting gift. Please accept it. Fang Yuan took a look. This was turtle jade wolf skin gu. It had extremely strong defense. Fang Yuan had heard of this gu's recipe in his previous life. Rank 5 turtle jade wolf skin gu's main ingredient was a living turtleback wolf emperor. If there really was a living turtleback wolf emperor, Fang Yuan would rather have it as his fighting strength than sacrifice it and refine it into a gu. Fong Yuan could communicate with jewel yellow skies and could get rank 5 goo. But this turtle jade wolf skin goo coincidentally suited his enslavement path. To get this goo, he would need to spend a certain amount of time and effort, and most importantly, immortal yuan stone. One had to know that Fong Yuan only had 2 immortal yuan stone left. Now that someone had come to him, it was for the best. All right, then I won't be polite, Fong Yuan said as he grabbed this goo without any politeness. Chapter 505. 12 days later. In the secret room, Fong Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed. His muscles relaxed and tensed. His mind was calm as he paid attention to the turtle jade wolf skin goo in his aperture. Right now, this goo was floating on the primeval sea in his first aperture, constantly being injected with primeval essence and emitting a jade light. The light passed through the aperture and shone on Fong Yuan's skin from inside to outside. Gradually, the light dimmed. The whole turtle jade wolf skin goo dissipated into specks of light and was completely destroyed. Fong Yuan was already mentally prepared. Turtle jade wolf skin goo was an expendable goo, imprinting down marks on the goo master's body, similar to the copper skin goo and iron bone goo he had used before. These days, I have been cultivating non-stop and finally refined my skin into turtle jade wolf skin. Fong Yuan slowly opened his eyes and rolled up his sleeves, inspecting the skin on his arm. His skin seemed to be the normal color of flesh. But when Fong Yuan took out a dagger and fiercely slashed at his arm, the turtle jade wolf skin goo's effect was immediately activated. The skin that was cut by the dagger immediately turned green, with faint turtle shell-like markings. When the dagger cut this skin, it was like hitting iron or jade, but there was a sense of flexibility. Fong Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Turtle jade wolf skin goo is rank 5. Its defense is quite outstanding. Most importantly, it does not need to be activated. As long as it is attacked, it will show its defensive effect. It does not consume primeval essence and is extremely practical. Rank 5 goo were not hard to obtain for goo immortals, but for mortal goo masters, they were very rare. Many rank 5 goo masters only had 1 rank 5 goo. Some did not even have rank 5 goo and could only use rank 4 goo. The moment He Lulan met, she used turtle jade wolfskin goo to win over Fong Yuan. In the eyes of others, it was a huge move. Although rank 5 goo did not have a high position in Fong Yuan's heart, he could still see He Lulan's sincerity. Turtle jade wolfskin is complete. Next is strength path training. Fong Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the praying mat, seizing every minute and tirelessly increasing his strength. He took out a strength of 10 Jun goo. This goo was like an iron weight. After being infused with quintessential essence, it floated above Fong Yuan's head. Then, it blossomed with a mysterious radiance that radiated across Fong Yuan's entire body, engraving a certain Dao pattern of strength onto his body. As time passed, Fong Yuan's strength was slowly but steadily increasing. All along, he had never stopped cultivating strength path. The 5 strength of 10 Jun goo he bought earlier had already been used up. Right now, he was using the strength of 10 Jun goo from He tribe's treasury. Up until now, Fong Yuan's body already had 60 Jun of strength accumulated in the deepest part of his body. 10 Jun was 300 Jun of strength. 60 Jun was 1,800 Jun of strength. On Earth, the green dragon crescent blade only weighed 82 kilograms. Now I have already refined all my skin into turtle jade wolf skin. This way, I can bear at least 100 Jun of strength. Over 100 Jun of strength is the foundation of a rank 5 goo. Jin strength goo and Jun strength goo's recipes were created by the rank 7 goo immortal Chudu. It was easier to refine than the traditional beast strength goo, and the cost was also lower. Thus, it was widely spread in northern plains. Fong Yuan gave up on beast shadow goo and chose Jun strength goo. Not only was it advancing with the times, it was also convenient for his future cultivation and could even disguise his identity. But Jun strength goo still could not solve the core problem of strength path. Fong Yuan had 60 Jun of strength, but he could only display a small portion of his strength path foundation. To solve this problem, he had to rely on the all-out effort goo. All-out effort goo could freely display the goo master's strength. It was worthy of being a core strength path goo. Thus, Fang Yuan made it his vital goo in his second aperture. But this all-out effort goo was only rank 3. After reaching northern plains, it was suppressed by the region and could only be rank 2. Fang Yuan currently lacked the rank 4 all-out effort goo's recipe. As long as he could refine this goo to rank 4 in northern plains, it would be the same as obtaining a new life in northern plains. That was equivalent to obtaining a new life in northern plains, and they would no longer be suppressed by northern plains. But it is not easy to accumulate more strength. Turtle Jade Wolf Skin can help in bearing strength, but it is not beneficial to the development of enslavement path. Although I have 2 apertures, I only have 1 body. In this world, there were very few things that could satisfy both sides. If he took care of strength path, he could not take care of enslavement path as well. If he wanted to take care of enslavement path, Fang Yuan should not have used Turtle Jade Wolf Skin, but another rank 5 goo called Wolf Totem Goo. This goo was used to store wolf groups. It could be stored on his skin, and every time a wolf was stored, a wolf tattoo would appear on Fang Yuan's skin. Many enslavement path goo masters would choose the corresponding beast totem goo and store their trump card on their body. At the crucial moment, the goo master only needed to shake their body and they could summon this trump card to fight for them. Like earlier, Fang Yuan used the rank for Impermanence Bone goo to allow his body to bear a stronger soul. But Impermanence Bone goo had no benefits to Strength Path. It was not easy for Fang Yuan to cultivate both Strength Path and Enslavement Path at the same time. It would easily cause his energy to be divided, and he would end up in a situation where he could not please both sides. The problems Fang Yuan was facing now were not just these. Spring-Autumn Cicada was gradually recovering, and once again gave him the pressure of death. During this period of time, he frequently entered and exited the Blessed Land, causing Starlight Firefly goo to be scarce. Crane Gate was eyeing who immortal Blessed Land covetously because of fixed immortal travel, the mysterious force's attention, the problem of retrieving fixed immortal travel and Gruel Mud, who immortal Blessed Land's earthly calamity, the crisis of death on Dang Hun Mountain, as well as the mental pressure of constantly disguising as Chang Shan Yin and not exposing any flaws. The situation was deteriorating. He was trapped both internally and externally. But this way, I can look forward to breaking through all the obstacles and breaking out of the encirclement. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, calming his mind and walking out of the secret room. Outside the secret room, 2 rank 3 goo masters were standing like door guardians. Wolf King's identity was related to the big picture. After arriving at He Tribe Camp, he was tightly protected. Greetings, Wolf Wangda. The 2 goo masters saw Fang Yuan coming out and immediately bowed, reporting, Lord He Lulan invites Lord to a banquet. He has important matters to discuss. After returning to He Tribe Camp, He Lulan had a big banquet every 3 days and a small banquet every 5 days. She had invited Fang Yuan many times, but Fang Yuan had rejected all of them with the reason of cultivation. Fang Yuan was racing against time to raise his strength. This action was in line with Chang Shan Yin's prideful nature. It was not sudden. But this banquet was not ordinary. Important matters to discuss? Fang Yuan's footsteps paused, changing his attitude towards banquets. Then let's go. The cultivation secret room was built underground. Fang Yuan walked out of the secret room and came to the surface. It was already night time and the stars were shining brightly. Rushing to the banquet, it was indeed the matter of the Alliance Blood Vow. These banquets were not for He Lulan's extravagance, but to discuss with the various tribe leaders to discuss the specific alliance agreement. The Heroes' Assembly was only the first step. Only by truly establishing the alliance could the strength of all the tribes be united. The alliance agreement discussed all aspects, trying to guarantee the benefits of all the tribes. Fang Yuan looked at the contents and found there were no problems, so he used the Poison Vow Goo with everyone. The Poison Vow Goo could effectively restrict each other. It was also the foundation of mutual trust. But Fang Yuan was an exception. He had the Goo recipe of breaking one's word Goo. This Goo was developed by a Western Desert tribe leader 200 years later. Back then in Shangclan City, Fang Yuan had broken the poison vow with by Ning Bing. Right now, he could communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. To remove the poison vow, he only needed to refine the breaking one's word Goo again. Inside the main tent, the lights were brightly lit, and each tribe was seated. He Lulan sat at the central seat. Fang Yuan was the first to her left, while Gu Guang stood behind Fang Yuan. This young tribe leader could not conceal his joy. In this alliance agreement, Gu tribe had gained many benefits by hugging onto the thick thigh of Fang Yuan, surpassing ordinary mid-sized tribes. After Fang Yuan were the leaders of the large-sized tribes, Wang tribe, Fang tribe, Yi tribe, and others. Below them were the tribe leaders of the mid-sized tribes, and finally the leaders of the small-sized tribes, as well as rank 4 demonic path experts like Water Demon. At this point, this alliance could be considered to have formed, and was no longer a pile of loose sand like before. Ha ha ha, now we are all on the same side. According to tradition, a newly established alliance needs a victory as a sacrifice to the flag. But those traditions and conventions were all bullshit. I have already thought about it. Rather than swallowing those weak forces, I might as well take in the wild wolves. He Lulan said. Soon, everyone's gazes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he looked around, understanding that because of his participation, he had already changed history. He vaguely remembered that in the 500 years of his previous life, after He Lulan established the alliance, she immediately attacked the east side and started a bloody battle with Dongfang tribe. But this is also good. Although He tribe won against Dongfang tribe, they also suffered losses. He Lulan is obviously interested in my Night Wolf Emperor. This is also normal. With the Night Wolf Emperor, even myriad beast groups can be taken in. The expansion of the wolf group is also a good thing for me personally. Fang Yuan thought in his heart as he nodded to everyone. Since that is the case, I will not pass on this responsibility. Everyone in the tent had no objections. The more the wolf group, the more help it would be to them. They could reduce countless casualties and preserve the tribe's strength as much as possible. Everyone understood and approved of He Lulan's reliance on Changshan Yin. If they did not make use of such an enslavement master, that would be a shameful waste. As for the impact of the Wolf King's increase in strength, they were not too worried. They still did not know about going against one's words Gu, and were very confident in the poison vow Gu's restraining effect. Since the alliance was formed, there was no need to worry about the Wolf King devouring their benefits because of his strength. Soon, after the discussion, the whole He tribe alliance started to work actively. Large and small tribes, all kinds of Gu master experts started to contribute their strength to the expansion of Fang Yuan's wolf group. Chapter 506. On the grassland shrouded in darkness, Sang-Yi ran with all his might. The bone-chilling cold wind blew at him, but he was sweating profusely. Faster, faster, he shouted in his heart, the primeval essence in his aperture crazily pouring into the movement Gu. Howl! Behind him, a group of night wolves chased after him. Because Sang-Yi was carrying the night wolf cub's corpse, this chase had already lasted for 5 minutes. If it was in the past, this time would pass in a blink of an eye to Sang-Yi. However, with the pack of 10,000 wolves in hot pursuit, Sang-Yi only felt that every minute and second was so long and unbearable. Here, I've finally arrived. Seeing the small valley ahead, Sang-Yi burst out with new strength and plunged into the valley. Rumble! Nearly 20,000 night wolves were like a black flood. Their speed did not decrease as they poured into the valley. We're in, we're in. The Gu masters hiding in the valley shouted in joy. Quickly reel in the net. We cannot lose anything. The rank 3 Gu master leader in charge of the ambush immediately ordered. Earth wall. Pile it up. A group of rank 2 Gu masters worked together and activated rank 2 Earth Mound Gu. With so many Earth Mound Gu activated together, the narrow entrance of the valley was immediately filled with rocks and soil, forming a barrier that only the rank 3 Earth Wall Gu had. Thus, at the same time, on the other side of the valley, dozens of Gu masters were also standing, activating rank 2 Falling Rock Gu. Large numbers of falling rocks rolled down, firmly sealing the entrance. This valley's entrance had been sealed long ago. Now that the entrance was gone, the Night Wolf group that had charged in was like a turtle in a jar. The Night Wolf Myriad Beast King found something amiss and immediately led the wolf group to climb up the valley, preparing to cross over. But at this time, a vast and desolate wolf howl resounded in the sky. Fang Yuan rode on the Night Wolf Emperor and a large number of night wolves, charging down from above. The wild night wolf group's eyes were bloodshot as they howled furiously, but due to the Wolf Emperor's might, they did not move forward. Clear Mind Goo. Fang Yuan willed and summoned a Clear Mind Goo. This was a rank 4 goo worm. Once primeval essence was poured in, it immediately turned into a cool breeze. A cool breeze blew across the field. The wild night wolves that were affected by the rank 2 onion explosion goo and became irritable were immediately awakened by the wind. The Wolf Emperor howled again, and the pack of wild night wolves immediately fell into chaos. Their formation began to collapse, and their fighting spirit was severely shaken. Fang Yuan let out a hearty laugh before leading the pack of wolves to charge forward. Some goo masters had already joined the battle, entangling the wild myriad wolf king. Fang Yuan first mobilized the wolf pack to divide and devour the wild wolves, firmly controlling the overall situation. Next, he turned around and arrived in front of the wild myriad wolf king, activating the rank 4 wolf enslavement goo at the right time. In the end, he only paid the price of a few hundred night wolves to successfully subdue the myriad wolf king and the pack of nearly 20,000 wolves. After the mission was completed, these goo masters stayed behind to clean up the battlefield, while Fang Yuan led an even larger wolf group towards the next location. There was a large pack of wild night wolves waiting for him to take them in. Good job. The rank 3 leader patted Sang Yi's shoulder and gave him 500 yuan stone and a rank 3 goo. This is the reward you deserve. Sang Yi wiped the sweat off his forehead, his breathing uneven as he received these yuan stone and goo worms. He gazed into the distance in a daze, gazing at Fang Yuan's departing figure with an envious gaze. Although I am a rank 3 goo master and have some fame in the demonic path, but compared to the Wolf King, it is nothing. This is a true big shot. When can I ever have such an achievement? This night, Fang Yuan traveled thousands of li and subdued 70,000 wild night wolves, all the way until daybreak. When the night wolves no longer went out to hunt and returned to their dens, Fang Yuan led the wolf group back to He tribe camp in a travel-worn state. After He Lulan established the alliance, they had the advantage in numbers and had a total of 5 large camps stationed nearby. Fang Yuan's wolf group was placed in these 5 camps and was fed by specialized personnel. These days, he had subdued large numbers of night wolves. The 30,000 night wolves in his hands had now increased to 320,000. The night wolf group had become the largest force in Fang Yuan's hands. Adding the vermilion flame wolves, wind wolves, water wolves, and so on, the number of wolves in Fang Yuan's hands had increased to a huge 530,000. Thanks to the Night Wolf Emperor, subduing the Night Wolf group was extremely easy. After settling down the wolf group, Fang Yuan brought his exhausted body back to the secret room to rest. As the Night Wolf group increased, the number of myriad wolf kings Fang Yuan controlled also increased by several times. Large numbers of night wolf myriad beast kings were a burden on his soul, causing him to feel a heavy feeling in the depths of his soul. After sleeping for several hours, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and sat cross-legged on the mat, continuing to cultivate Wolf Soul Goo. He activated Wolf Soul Goo, and under the goo's power, Thousand-Man Soul slowly transformed into Wolfman Soul. He originally had 100-man level Wolfman Soul, with a human body, wolf ears, wolf tail, and wolf claws. But afterwards, after using large numbers of Guts Goo on Deng Hun Mountain, his soul expanded to Thousand-Man Soul, instead diluting the original Wolf Soul Goo's effect and returning to the appearance of a normal soul. The Wolf Soul Goo's effect was not obvious. After more than 2 hours, the wolf ears on Fang Yuan's human soul grew a little taller. But to Fang Yuan, the heavy feeling in the depths of his soul had lessened by a lot. After transforming into Wolfman Soul, it was even easier to control the wolf group. The wolf group would acknowledge the enslavement path Goo Master from the depths of their soul and treat them as one of their own. Unfortunately, I do not have a rank 5 Wolf Soul Goo. I can only use rank 4 Wolf Soul Goo. The latter's effect is obvious on 100-man soul, but at 1000-man soul, the speed is very slow. After activating it for a long time, Fang Yuan stored the Wolf Soul Goo with some regret. But rank 5 Goo were not easy to obtain. To refine rank 4 Wolf Soul Goo, one needed the complete soul of a myriad wolf king. To refine rank 5 wolf soul goo, one needed the soul of a wolf emperor. Moreover, even if a refinement path master personally refined it, the success rate of refining rank 5 wolf soul goo was less than 50%. Fang Yuan originally wanted to buy it in jewel yellow skies, but thinking of the 2 remaining immortal Yuan stone and the hidden mysterious force, he gave up on this plan to be safe. Although I cannot directly buy it in jewel yellow skies, I have already made this request to He Lulan. He tribe is a Huangjin tribe. Their supreme elders are all Gu immortals. They have extremely deep foundations. 2 to 3 days have already passed. I might as well go and ask them now. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan left the secret room. After seeing He Lulan, the other party expressed that she was unable to help. Brother Shan-in, to speak the truth, I have already written a request letter to the Supreme Elders. But they think that rather than giving you rank 5 Wolf Soul Goo, it is better to have a living Wolf Emperor. But the Wolf Emperor cannot be casually given to you. Their intention is to exchange for it with battle merits. After all, I also need to convince the masses. He Lulan was very crafty. Ever since Fang Yuan made the poison vow, his attitude was not as warm as before. Moreover, these days, he had used a lot of manpower and resources to make it easier for Fang Yuan to take in the Night Wolf group. He felt that he had done enough for Fang Yuan. At the same time, Fang Yuan's wolf group had expanded to over 500,000. Even he was secretly fearful of such a huge power. Despite the restriction of the poison vow, He Lulan was subconsciously on guard. Fang Yuan nodded his head, expressing his understanding. He had also ordered Little Hu Immortal to keep an eye on jewel yellow skies and try to capture any wolf emperors in northern plains. But it was a pity that beast emperors were rarely sold. These days, there was indeed a beast emperor that was sold, but it was not a wolf emperor, it was a pig emperor. Fang Yuan also heard He Lulan's tone and knew that he could not hold back anymore. He was already sharpening his blade and preparing to start an expedition. These days, Tianchuan, Mingqiu, Chaofu and other places in northern plains were already embroiled in the flames of war. Among the popular contenders for the imperial court position, only He tribe was restraining themselves and accumulating their wolf group. Right now, their wolf group was almost done. He Lulan, who was filled with ambition, could not wait any longer. Then, which force do you want to attack first? Fang Yuan asked. He Lulan laughed heartily and patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Brother's eyes are sharp, you can see it. I will not hide it from you. I want to directly attack Chaofu and eradicate Dongfang tribe. Dongfang tribe produces many beauties, especially that Dongfang Qingyu. She is a famous beauty in northern plains. I'm going to kill all their men and take all their women. Ahaha. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. The development of history was still the same. After going one round, it was back to Dongfang tribe. But now, with my 500,000 wolf group, it is different from my previous life. Dongfang tribe, hee. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. At his level, he could already influence the development of history. But so what? Let history be changed beyond recognition. As long as benefits were in front of him, who cared if the sky collapsed and the earth sunk, or if the flood overflowed? Who cared if he would be condemned by the masses, or go down in infamy? The next day, all He tribe members set off, heading majestically towards Chaofu. When the news spread, it immediately attracted the attention of all forces. The situation changed drastically. Chaofu's side was facing a great enemy. Different from Yutian Heroes Assembly, where Lu tribe and He tribe were evenly matched, Dongfang tribe had the greatest advantage in Chaofu Heroes Assembly, suppressing everyone and taking in a large number of tribes. Only Zhao tribe was resisting the pressure with difficulty, unwilling to agree to Dongfang tribe's harsh alliance conditions. He tribe's army arrived, attracting almost all of Dongfang tribe's attention. Zhao tribe immediately let out a sigh of relief. There were signs of shifting camp towards Dujiao. Dongfang tribe's current tribe leader was the rank 5 Wisdom Path Gu Master Dongfang Yuliang. He did not rest for a night. After deducing and calculating, he immediately changed his tough attitude. The alliance conditions were no longer harsh, but became extremely generous. Dongfang Yuliang personally lobbied and invited Zhao tribe to join the alliance. Zhao tribe leader was hesitant. Zhao tribe and Dongfang tribe had enmity since long ago. These years, The enmity had gotten deeper. But this time, Dongfang tribe's sincerity was clear. Their conditions were also very tempting. Chapter 507. In the study room, Zhao tribe leader put down the document in his hand with an exhausted expression. Sunlight passed through the window and shone on his face. This 50-year-old rank 5 initial stage Gu master had white hair and a face full of wrinkles because he had been busy with the tribe's affairs for a long time. These days, because of He tribe's large-scale visit, Dongfang Yuliang took the initiative to invite them, causing the tribe to split into 2 factions. These 2 factions quarreled endlessly. One side wanted to join Dongfang tribe and resolve the old grudge. The other side wanted to join He tribe. After all, He tribe was stronger. But could joining Dongfang tribe really resolve the old grudge? Once he thought of the deep grudge between his tribe and Dongfang tribe, Zhao tribe leader lost his confidence. And it was not appropriate to join He tribe either. Zhao tribe's headquarters was in Chaofu after all, and He tribe had already established an alliance with Yutian's powerful clans. As a tribe that joined later, it was inevitable that they would be bullied by others. How much benefits could they gain? They might even be treated as cannon fodder. Thus, Zhao tribe leader fell into deep conflict and hesitation. Especially these days, the tribe's higher-ups had been quarreling endlessly. On one hand, Zhao tribe leader had to face the outside world and defend against that crafty Dongfang Yuliang's schemes. On the other hand, he had to suppress the internal situation and lead the tribe. Zhao tribe leader was already feeling deep fatigue. Sigh. He sighed deeply and leaned back on the chair. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at the floating dust under the sunlight. Under the bright sunlight, the dust could be seen clearly. Zhao tribe leader felt like he was one of the floating dust, confused and hesitant. He was floating in the air now, but a gust of wind might cause him to fall to the ground. And the battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe was a gale that was about to sweep over. Facing such a gale, what should he and his tribe do? Just as Zhao tribe leader was feeling vexed, a cry came from outside the window. Hearing this familiar voice, the Zhao family's leader immediately frowned and showed concern. He immediately asked outside, "What's going on?" The guard outside immediately answered, "Lord tribe leader, when young miss ran over, she accidentally slipped on the stairs and injured her scalp." Zhao clan's clan leader immediately stood up from his seat, his face full of heartache. "My little sweetheart, why did you fall? How much blood was shed? Quick, help her in." Although the Zhao family's patriarch had a few sons, they were all killed by Dongfang Yuliang's conspiracy. Now, he only had one daughter left. His daughter was no more than 5 or 6 years old. She was naughty by nature, but between her eyebrows, she looked very much like his ex-wife. The Zhao clan leader doted on her a lot. Soon, the door to the study room opened. The guard helped a little girl into the room. The girl's skin was like jade, and she wore embroidered clothes. Her appearance was extremely cute, but right now, she was sobbing. Her arms covered her eyes, and she was currently crying. "My little sweetheart, my little Yunyun, where did you fall?" The Zhao clan's patriarch hurriedly went over and picked up his little daughter, asking with concern, "Dad, are you blind? The wound is on the forehead." The little girl roared in her heart, but on the surface, she sat on the arm of the Zhao family's patriarch and lied in his arms. She said coquettishly, "Father, Yunyun has a headache." Oh, Father, take a look. Father, take a look." The Zhao clan's patriarch gently brushed away the hair on the little girl's forehead. He immediately saw a small scratch on her scalp. It was faintly red, but it was still a distance away from breaking the skin and bleeding. But even so, the Zhao clan's patriarch was extremely distressed. He comforted his little daughter with gentle words and coldly scolded the old grandma who rushed over. "Mother Wu, how did you do things? I told you to follow little miss closely and watch over her at all times. Look at the wound on her forehead. I deserve to die. Please forgive me, Lord Patriarch." The old grandma was so scared that she immediately knelt on the ground, and her forehead was full of cold sweat. But in her heart, she was complaining incessantly. This child was the most unruly and troublesome little devil she had ever seen in her life. Usually, she was mischievous and would disappear without a trace if she was not careful. She was extremely cunning and made fun of an adult like her to want to die. But in front of the patriarch, she had a pitiful and obedient appearance. Her acting talent was innate. She actually couldn't find any evidence on this little devil. Father, don't blame the grandma. It was Yun who was not careful. The little girl said softly. But in her heart, she added, this old grandma is so annoying, following me around all day. In order to enter this study room, I purposely hurt myself. Is it easy for me? The Zhao clan's patriarch immediately let out a long sigh and stroked his little daughter's soft black hair. His face was full of gratification. Daughter, you are as kind as your mother. The old grandma roared in her heart. Patriarch, you have been deceived. Your daughter is definitely a little devil. But she could only shout in her heart, because she knew that other than herself, there were very few people who were willing to believe this truth. Of course, she didn't dare to say it out loud. If she said it out loud, who knew how she would be teased and abused by the little girl in the future? Useless thing. If it wasn't for Yun pleading for you today, you can leave. The Zhao clan's patriarch waved the old grandma away, and then looked at his little daughter with a pleasant expression. Little darling, why did you come to play at Father's place? Father, Yun is worried about you. I heard from others that those elders have been quarreling with Father these days. Father is so annoyed that he locked himself in the study room alone. The little girl opened her big black eyes and looked at the Zhao clan's patriarch with concern. But in reality, she was shouting in her heart, nonsense, if I didn't come, my life would be in danger. Cheap dad, you're just too indecisive. With the current situation, why aren't you running away? What are you dilly-dallying for? When the Zhao clan's patriarch heard his little daughter's words, his nose turned sour and his eyes reddened. He almost cried. Good daughter. You know how to care for Father. Father didn't dote on you for nothing. But don't worry, Father's body is very good, and Father's mood has improved when he saw you. Cheap Father, it is a matter of life and death now, and you are still so numb and optimistic, you can't do that. Forget it. For the sake of my happy life in the future, I will not hesitate to overstep my boundaries this time. The little girl roared in her heart as she waved her tender arms, saying with an unconcerned expression, Father, Yun has thought about it. Those quarreling people are all stupid. Our Zhao tribe is like a sheep, while Dongfang tribe is a wolf. Now that Yu Tian's fierce tiger is here, the wolf cannot defeat the tiger, so it wants to find the sheep for help. But no matter which side the sheep helps, in the end, the tiger and wolf will not let the sheep go. The little girl's words shook Zhao clan's patriarch. The onlooker sees clearly, while the person involved is confused. Sometimes, the authorities need the onlooker's words to wake them up. That's right, whether it is Dongfang tribe or He tribe, they are all asking a tiger for its skin. But can our Zhao tribe stay out of it? No. The once-a-decade natural blizzard disaster had already determined that northern plains would not have a paradise. The imperial court contest had to be fought over. As long as they could enter imperial court-blessed land, the benefits would be astonishing. But where was Zhao tribe's direction? The little girl had been observing the situation and felt that it was about time. She immediately added, Father, I heard that Ma tribe is very powerful and treats people well. Sheep and horses are vegetarians, while tigers and wolves eat meat. Why don't we become friends with Ma tribe? Zhao tribe leader's body shook. That's right, why not? Ma tribe was different from He tribe and Dongfang tribe. The latter two had Gu immortal ancestors and blessed lands behind them. They were super tribes with long histories and deep foundations. Ma tribe was also a Huangjin tribe, but they did not have a Gu immortal supporting them, and were currently moving towards becoming a super tribe. The Ma family's patriarch and young patriarch were both heroes. Ma tribe would definitely welcome Zhao tribe's arrival. It was just that the journey to Tianquan was going to be a long one. Cheap Father, what are you still hesitating for? Quickly make up your mind. The little girl, who was observing her father's changing expression, was already extremely anxious. But Zhao tribe leader thought of the long journey to Tianquan to join Ma tribe. The dangers along the way caused him to sink into hesitation and hesitation. Helpless, The little girl could only add fuel to the fire. Father, let's go. Now is the best time to leave. Wolves and tigers are in a stalemate. No one can spare any effort to care about us. Zhao tribe leader's heart shook. That's right. Why are we still hesitating? If we hesitate, we won't even have the best chance to escape. Be it He tribe or Dongfang tribe, they are not good people. Our family wants to get a share of the battle of the imperial court, so placing a bet on them is an extremely inappropriate thing to do. Good daughter, you are absolutely right. Our Zhao tribe cannot interfere in this battle. Our family assets cannot be thrown into this whirlpool. Right, let's go now. Zhao tribe leader made up his mind. The little girl in his arms almost cried tears of joy at this moment, sighing in her heart, Father, you are finally enlightened. I didn't waste my effort to come here to persuade you. But, good daughter, did you think of all these things? Did someone teach you to say this? Who taught you that? You tell Abba. After the Zhao clan's patriarch reacted, he finally realized that something was wrong. He stared at his youngest daughter and asked. The little girl's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly blinked her big eyes, showing an innocent expression. No one taught me. Father, Yunyun thought of all of these myself. Father works so hard every day. Yunyun doesn't want Father to work so hard, so Yunyun helped Father think. Saying so, she carefully asked pitifully, Father, is Yunyun thinking wrongly? Zhao tribe leader's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He did not think that this little angel in front of him would lie to him. How old was this child? And he had watched her grow up. But she was so intelligent since young. Her cultivation talent would probably not be ordinary when she grew up. Seeing his little girl afraid of being scolded, Zhao tribe leader's heart was filled with tenderness. He caressed the little girl's hair. Yunyun, it is all thanks to you. Father is really happy to have such a good daughter like you. Sai, who asked me to be like this after transmigrating. In this life, friends can be chosen, but parents are destined by the heavens. On account of the fact that you've always treated me so well, of course, I have to return the favor. The little girl said so in her heart, but on the surface, she hugged Zhao tribe leader's neck, pouting and kissing her father's cheek. Father, daughter likes you the most. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.